What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomenon with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
streets, Sutek tried to line it up, and he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal Power won't even debate Sean because he's too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool. Not a coincidence. I actually chop it up with but niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you're gonna be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro. Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't even be fucking with the niggas and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like that. We gotta get face to face with you to talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? Go ahead, I got my brother already. Peanut, what's the word, brother? What's the champ?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit because I stay in shape. But I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not going to get nowhere lying because that's what's going to make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard that? If Sean P want to debate, tell him to debate the champ over here, right?
Sutek wanted so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you, and Sutek want him. You say PMF ain't on his
no problem. There's no problem, man. Let's set up the Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that son, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
Let's have fun. I love to tell Sutek, tell me. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. Album pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. Make it pay-per-view. We chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We make it work. You know? Right here. He ain't ducking no phase, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He put this over here on y'all channel, and then when we get in other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there. Nigga, stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga lie on me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me?
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother.
Word the fuck up.
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, oh, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like that.
So he like...
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find
his
y'all?
own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I don't feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all don't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, nope. You ain't a Chickasaw, nope. You ain't a Blackfoot, nope. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK, TKO. Now he's a con. OTK, you died. TKO genealogy.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Caught an apple slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing's staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.
Shots fired. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be, man. Like the show, share the show. Tell a friend, we live. It's going up. Today's topic is the Abos can't produce any scholarship. Christians can't find themselves in West Africa. And then we're going to get into the effery. I do want to say peace to sister out there. Hope all is well with you. Fat-headed ass Mika's in the chat with the bar reloaded. We got Taraka, what's good? Shabaka, what's good? Ramon, P, Public Enemy. By the way, I've been arguing with some people from New Orleans, bro. They're running around there talking about that they are Tawaka or some type of Indian or whatever the case may be. They're down there talking about black folk as Indians. I'm like, how the hell y'all Creole as fuck? How y'all turn out to be Indians all of a sudden when prior to that, y'all was something else. Like on some, I don't get it. I don't get it. They literally was something else. I don't get it. We got some Pure Black in the building with this Indigenous Black American account. We got Barry in the building. We got Think Twice Podcast. Think Twice Podcast said, I'm from New Orleans, bro. They don't know what they talking about. Congo Square down there. I'm like, it's Africa through and through. Like, culturally speaking, Africa through and through. You got gumbo. You got like, it don't make no sense. Bro, like, these people, like, literally saying it. And I'm talking about these are straight up black people, bro. Like, they ain't even, like, light-skinned. I said, they ain't even a part of, like, any of that, like, on the for real. And it's just bad, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. So we can't even get into the show. Breaking news. You know, Joe Flacco just got traded to the Bengals. Joe Flacco finna go to the Bengals and do better than what he was doing with the Browns. Watch what I tell you. Then on top of that, Shador either is quarterback number 2 now. I think, Shador quarterback number 2. But probably what's going to end up happening between the two quarterbacks is Dylan probably get, because Joe Flacco done ruined 3 games because they 1-3. So you only got 13 games left. So they got to split them, or each will go 4-4, right? 4-4, and then they'll compete for either the last 4, or they'll split the last 4 2-2. Who knows what the Browns gonna do? But either way, Shador is that much closer to playing. And if people are accurate and the pressure ain't too big for Dylan and Shador, then we're gonna see a hell of a competition, an actual competition in real time between Dylan and Shador. And if either one of these guys are night and a day different from each other, and one upside is higher, meaning you can do more, you know, that's what job is going to be. Or both of them don't look too good, or what their expectations are, then they just going to draft a quarterback. That boy said he's still outside rolling on 3 wheels. Timmy Parr, what's up, Tim? What's good with you? Yo, what's good, bro? You cooking today? Yeah, nah, I ain't cooking no food. Nah, no food today. But I'm definitely about to cook on this screen. So Tarka says after the trade ended and they got Louisiana, they turned the whole state into a slave producing factory. They gave our people hell to create the Creole. Correct. It's Creole culture all the way through and through. And you got the Europeans mixed up into that. These people ain't no damn Native Americans. They was running them up out of there. We gonna, nigga, please cook for you. When you pay for it, you know what I mean? When you pay for it, that's how I'm coming. Money talk. What you mean? I've been started. You just late. I ain't, man, my show was supposed to start at the fit. What mark was I supposed to start at? Yeah, I started on time. Maybe a minute or two late. F out of here. Anyway, hit that like button. You know what I mean? I back up what I say. Hit the like button. Let's get to it, man. I'm just waiting a little bit to get some more people in the building so we can really get to the business. And then we're gonna get it all the way. All the way. You know what? What I want to do is, I want to, I think I'm going to need to grill the queso, right? Take the chips and sit them in a cast iron on the grill, right? And then take the queso off the grill and pour it over the chips that's in the cast iron. Now, I say in the cast iron for a reason, because the way it'll cook it, it's going to hold things. It ain't going to let nothing, try to burn or get out of whack. But at the same time, I'll just toast the chip just a little bit more and add more crunch to it. And then hit it with that queso, bro. Just let it I think I'm going to do that. Then break it up off of there and just eat out eat up out of the cast iron. Yeah, Think Twice said, that's crazy. New Orleans is the most Africanized cities in the world, bro. Gumbo is West African word for gumbo. Fact. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, people playing these games. Then you had black people in Mississippi. I said, man, y'all think y'all Indian because these Indians enslaved y'all peoples. And then they like, nah, I went back, did this, that, and the third, and all that. Pure Black said, what's the problem? Because I know that's Pure. Ain't nobody but that Pure. Bro, what is this? Why is you... Hold on, this lady tagged me. She said, I bet you won't give a black person your joke. No, you didn't. You benefited. I tell you why people like it is. White people talking about they benefit. I mean, they earn, they keep. No, ain't a white person in America earn, they keep. Y'all all benefited off the backs of blacks, period. Can't get around it. Don't care what you say. Because you went to work. You were afforded the opportunity to work, where other people weren't afforded that opportunity to work. So you're not going to sit here and tell my black ass that you worked hard for what you got. No, the fuck you didn't. No, you didn't. You didn't work hard for that shit. You used black women to help you elevate. And then when you was able to elevate and get the rights that you wanted as a white woman in America, then you start making these other deals where you were manipulating, using your sexuality to get you in buildings and places where you can get this, that, and the third done to you. And then when that shit got played out, you start doing a goddamn 20-year rule where you start throwing your hands up and saying, oh, I was molested, or oh, I was sexualized, or oh, all these other things 20 years ago, and then you get some millions of dollars from motherfuckers like Bill Cosby and all these other fucking people that touched on you, smacked you on your booty. So I don't want to hear that game. And you know what I mean? White lady tell me nothing about no motherfucking they worked hard. Bitch, you ain't worked hard a day in your motherfucking life. You ain't finna tell me that. You were the worst kind of person, especially during slavery. Hell yeah, white men was terrible, but white women was worse. Fuck out of here. You benefited. Talking about you worked hard for some shit. twice. Then they like to say you need to research, look up Diane Calloway. Facts. Dude just told me that the other day. You know what I'm saying? It's not a coincidence. You know what I'm saying? I sent him the information. I was sitting here challenging the hell out of his shit on Facebook. And then all of a sudden he said, he did the same shit. Said, look up Diane Calloway. I said, the audacity of these dumbass niggas on a social media platform running around here trying to play, oh, wah, 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 hey, wah, 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 hey, wah, 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 hey, wah, wah, wah. Running around here trying to be a pretendian. Running around here pretending to be something that they ain't. And then they turn around and say, go ask Diane Calloway. The fucking audacity of these dumbass, hey, wah, 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 hey, wah, wah. Y'all wasn't doing none of that shit. That ain't even in your DNA. That ain't even in your DNA, bruh. You in love with the drums. You in love with the rhythm. You in love with the thing that shit that move you. Get your head bopping. And move your feet. You ain't with none of that. Running, circling around a fire like that, screaming up and all that went, man, hell no. The way we do that shit, we freak it all the way out, bro. So I ain't trying to hear none of that shit they talking about. None of it. So, back to my point. Before we let's just get into it. Hit the like button. I hope there's some elbows in the building today. So, first, let me do this. Let's just keep it a buck, right? I want to just keep it light and simple so I can make a strong point and y'all can understand they can't get around the point. As you see on the screen, I have a Wikipedia article up of the word doctrine. According to Wikipedia's publication, and this source for statement number 1 under definition at wordiq.com, it says the doctrine is a codification of beliefs or a body of teachings or instructions, taught principles or positions as the essence of teachings in a given branch of knowledge or in a belief system. The etymological Greek analog is catechism. Often the word doctrine specifically suggests a body of religious principles as promulgated by the church. Doctrine may also refer to a principle of law. In the common law traditions established through a history of past decisions. I'm not going to history, religion or any of that crazy ass shit. We talking doctrine. So on a standard basing, meaning, teachings, instructions, right? On a standard basis, meaning, teachings, and instructions. The Aboriginal movement in America, the Aboriginal movement, the Indigenous black man, the Native black man, the autochthonous black man, whatever the freaking these New Age internet Indians want to call themselves, none of them have meaning, teachings, and instructions. None of them. There is no doctrine that is associated with this movement, meaning it is all New Age conspiracy theories and made up propaganda lies. Moving forward, they have no doctrine. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. If they have a doctrine, prove me wrong. You can force one on them, like Diane Calloway writing that pseudo-ass book and then trying to challenge the status quo and say, I'm just here to make you think. You ain't made me think nothing but the fact that you're stupid. Because you're challenging historical facts and then trying to insinuate that this shit's wrong with no evidence to back that up. No clear-cut real researcher will sit here and come to a conclusion based on your bullshit that you're right about something. And it behooves me that we have people in our community, especially young ladies and young women, who adhere to this foolishness over non-creditable information. And then they're going to blame it on TikTok and Instagram and yada, 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 because they see that foolishness. Anyway, so don't be looking at them. Look, I knew y'all some goddamn haters. I knew y'all some haters, bro. Oh, now y'all can't see. All right, you should be able to see the tab now. I thought y'all could see the screen. So I'm not going to do this to it because I had something on there I want y'all to see. because I know some haters out there that be trying to bite the style. But anyway, doctrinal and non-doctrinal research. This is important. Why? Because it's a part of research methodology. So research is the careful and systemic investigation and consideration of study regarding a particular concern or research problem using the scientific method. That's just basic. Research can also be considered as a process of discovering new knowledge. This knowledge can be either the development of new concepts or the advancement of existing knowledge and theories, leading to new understanding that was not previously known. According to the American sociologist Earl Robert Babby, research is a systemic inquiry to describe, explain, predict, and control the observed phenomenon. We're dealing with the natural world. It involves inductive and deductive methods. Inductive methods analyze and observe events, while deductive methods verify the observed events. Did y'all catch that? Inductive approaches are associated with qualitative research, and deductive methods are more commonly associated with quantitative analysis. While research can be carried out by anyone in any field, again, you remember there was a dude that tried to argue with me on another channel and even came up here or even in the chat, and he might be listening today. And I hope that he's listening today, because I ain't gonna make you famous, my boy. But I just want to say this one line for you. What did they say? While research can be carried out by anyone and in any field, most research is usually done to broaden knowledge in the physical, biological, and social worlds. This article deals with that and breaks that down. But I'm just giving you a synopsis. I don't want to give you the whole thing, because what I'm really trying to get at is the Aboriginal movement. They don't really do no research. Red Feather, that's a good name right there for that guy. So again, research is a careful and systemic investigation and consideration of study regarding a particular concern or research problem using the scientific method. Do the Aboriginal community do this? The answer is no. Do they have research can also be considered as the process of discovering new knowledge? Do they do that? No, they don't. Tell me a time that Aboriginal power, my bad, Calvin, Robert, Denzel, whatever your name is. Calvin Denzel Roberts, my bad, aka Aboriginal power. What research has he ever really done that would help him discover some new knowledge? None. None. Let me show you something real quick. If it's a pull-up. This isn't a part of what I was referring to, but you can see it over there on the right-hand side. So I'm going to click on the legal quoting, and I'm going to try to see if I can pull up the Indian Contract Act. And see if I can get some information out of it. If I can, then I'm going to go back to this other one that I seen just real quick. So, in today's digital era, technology has revolutionized the way businesses and yada, yada, yada interact, yada, yada, yada. So here you go right here. But this ain't really what I was looking for. I was looking for something else in particular. So it didn't give me what I wanted. I thought it was going to be that one act where I can get into some verbiage that is mentioned. Oh. Yeah, y'all seen me click on that. But I'm finna show y'all. I'm finna show y'all why I'm doing what I'm doing right now, real quick. leading questions in the light of evidence. Indian Evidence Act. Ooh, 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 ooh. Since y'all want to be Indians. The purpose of examinating in chief, i.e., questionings of witness by the party of who has called him, is enable the witness to tell the court by his own mouth the relevant facts of the case. Yada, 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 yada. So here's a PDF that has to be downloaded that refers to this whole act. And we're just trying to get these people to do this, right? We want the evidence. We want the evidence. Now, somebody in the chat actually needs this source. That's why I'm showing this on the screen. But and that somebody should know who they are. Talking about they got debates coming up and things of that nature. But these are good things to actually have. So I leave that up there. So they don't have a doctrine. Sorry, they don't have a doctrine. They don't have a methodology. They don't have a process of following an actual scientific methodology. And they don't have any evidence that they've ever recovered and presented to the community that would have to deal with new information that could change the way Black people should look at X, Y, and Z in the world. Now, I said all of that to say this right here. I'm waiting on the screen to show. This dude, Calvin Denzel Roberts, who y'all know is Aboriginal Power, who got a picture of this ain't even his old lady. We know she fat and white. But this dude has turned his entire channel over the past 60 days. Well, he was doing this before, but he has been astute and committed to turning his channel into more propaganda. If you were to click on any of these videos, you're going to see videos inside of these videos. So there's no research, there's no information, there's no evidence. It is all projection in his thumbnails. He goes up and puts, why do Africans hate so-called Black Americans? And then he's playing a video by somebody else for an entire 3 hours. This video right here recently. All of these videos are of someone else's videos, and there is no information being challenged, critiqued, or brought forth that could educate people into why he is controlling their thought process. See? Then we go right here, right? He started talking about whatever is popular for him to try to gain some views, which he ain't even getting as many views as he was before. But now he over here talking about white culture, Charlie, whole ass, and then strikes on the churches and all of this. All attention grabbing clickbait type drive views. Well, he ain't really taking off. None of them are really taking off. They're all gossiping now. Now, this video is interesting because it says Black Americans, Indigenous, Aboriginal history, right? According to genealogy and oral history. So when we click on this, we're looking for 2 indications of information. Now, you're not going to hear no sound right now because y'all know I got to reshare and all of that stuff. But in this video, your expectation is, right, to find out about what the hell is he talking about on this stream. He said, according to genealogy and oral history. So what would make you think a mother freaker from East Tennessee, Knoxville to be exact, named Calvin Denzel Roberts, would have any evidence on oral history. Whose oral history is he regurgitating? Where would he obtain access to an oral story? Something that can be that is passed down through word of mouth. Now, I told y'all earlier what this shit show is all about on every last one of them videos. Every last one of them get one that's supposed to argue. And I want to MAGA elbows now. Yes, they are definitely MAGA elbows. They are definitely associated with the whole Charlie Clark stuff. And it's people like Charlie Clark that actually instigate their ignorance. So hold on a second. When I told y'all it was videos inside of videos, watch this.
Building with a salute to everyone that's listening in on the YouTube side of things. Shout out to Christy. Shout out to Christy listening in on Instagram. That's the only person I see right now on Instagram. So salute to everybody in the building.
Don't nobody give a damn about no damn Instagram. Get to the shit.
I do want to play this little clip and segment before we get into this conversation and this bill that I have put lined up for you guys. So if you guys ready to get right up into this motherfucker, drop a fire emoji in the building. Y'all know how we coming. It's your boy Aboriginal Copper Grizzly, man. I see American Amaru World in the building, man. I see you. Let's get into this content. Let's go.
For the steps I be beating the odds, and the blood it be making me calm. I can turn it just like I'm Saddam. I'ma blow it just like I'm a bomb. I'ma leave it.
Family history in the 19th century, when their ancestors weren't considered equal to white Americans. To trace an African American family back into slavery is often impossible. But for my three guests, I was determined to try.
No, 3 African Americans. African Americans. Hey, by the way, this true story and op right here. Here go the real historian, true story. Right here, Henry Louis Gates. Which you ain't got nothing on Gates. Don't even talk about Gates no more. True historian. He gonna cuss me out.
Find out like who I am, you know, where I come from.
Nas's music may be synonymous with life in New York's tough inner city, but his family's roots are deeply Southern, beginning with his mother. Now tell me about this beautiful lady.
That's my mom.
Yeah.
I never saw this picture.
That is Annie Ann Little, born in Steeles Township in Richmond County, North Carolina, in 1941. Was that a big part of who she was?
The country, the southernness, it was there in her cooking, and you know, how she grew up, where she grew up, she'd tell us about it.
Hey, that's not me.
Your parents separated.
Yeah.
That was when you were 12.
Right. And, you know, mom was there holding things down, and she was such an amazing woman. You know, just love, a lot of love.
Nas's mother, for as long as Nas can remember, his mother was determined that he and his brother forged deep ties with her ancestral home down in North Carolina. She made a ritual each summer of shipping her boys south, taking them out of the projects to spend time with her grandparents, Mac and Nanny Little. What do you remember about your grandparents? Tell me, were you close to them?
Very close to them.
You'd be staying at their house in Carolina, right?
Yep.
What was that like? Was that culture shock, or did you look forward to it?
Culture shock in its highest form. You know what I'm saying? 2 weeks at grandma's house, and it felt like a year.
What was so bad about it?
Man, it just felt like we were in a time machine and wound up back on the plantation.
But what Nas didn't know is that this small township in North Carolina was home to an entire branch of his family tree, going back 5 generations. When our researchers began to look at the records, we discovered something rather unusual. His mother's family tree is filled with men and women who married each other and who shared the same last name, Little. Now, this is a page from the United States Federal Census from 1940.
Cool. Mac Little's my grandfather,
Mm-hmm.
and Nanny is my grandmother.
Yep, those are your mother's parents. Mac Little, Nanny Little. Little was her maiden name as well as her married name. Did you ever think about that?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that was cool.
Yeah. Now, Nas, this is your grandfather's death certificate. Can you see what it says here for his parents?
Walter Little,
Mm-hmm.
and mother's maiden name is Fanny Little.
So, Nas, this is the second generation of Littles marrying people called Little. This turned out to be a distinct pattern in Nas's family. A staggering 5 generations of male and female Littles married spouses also named Little, and almost all of them came from the same town. Beginning all the way back in 1824 with the birth of his third great Pocahontas Little.
That has to be an Aboriginal. Genealogy is about. Very rarely do you find
genealogy that you ain't even done, Calvin. Denzel Roberts. You ain't even done your genealogy.
Black Americans with this African lineage. You feel what I'm saying? Under a certain.
Bruh, all Henry Louis Gates did was start the show off by saying he's helping teach African Americans about their genealogy. He denoted Nas's African American ancestors and his Africanness at the beginning of the video. You ain't even let this man finish and explain Pocahontas Little in 1844. Are you serious in North Carolina right now?
Certain circumstances and being a warrior and being family of a warrior, you become POWs in this system of colonization. We're not talking about
who the hell in America is a POW of colonization? Are you serious right now? This dude is so full of shit. This is what I'm telling y'all. They have no doctrine. They have nothing. These abos can't produce scholarship.
chattel slavery market institutionalized from bringing one person from one.
Chattel slavery has everything to do with the Africans. The Africans faced chattel slavery. The Europeans did not. They were indentured servants. They were paid for their work. Whether they survived or didn't survive it, they were paid for their work. They were contract workers. You brought up chattel slavery, which would be a system strictly for black people in America, and those black people were people of African descent.
One continent to another. No, we're talking about people of this land. All right.
All the way back in 1824, with the birth of his third great-grandfather, Calvin Little, who later married a woman named Pocahontas Little.
So what do you make of that?
It's a popular name at the time.
Yeah, like everybody's named Little.
Yeah, and whoever was the first Little got around.
Of the many documents we use to map this magnificently detailed family tree so deeply into slavery, one contained a detail that we found particularly intriguing. It was a page from the 1910 federal census.
No, you threw that slavery bullshit in there.
Living right next door to a woman.
Said chattel slavery, dumbass. Because you don't know what you're talking about. Just let the man build. He educating your stupid ass.
Woman also named Fanny. Fanny Little.
Color? That's white.
White, that's right. Their next door neighbor is another Fanny Little, but she's a 78-year-old white woman.
Right.
Now, what?
That means that
Nah. Nope, you can't superimpose. This is the same pattern with me, not a coincidence, Lucky, Chris in the chat. Everybody has seen the same game. Every time we do one of these dudes' genealogy, we find the white person. Every single time. Now, he's going to say that this is where they reconstructed history, they lying, this is where they reversed or stole something, yada, 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 yada. He can't take the evidence for what it's being presented. He has to misconstrue it. The Abos have no doctrine. They have no evidence. They have no scholarship that they can produce. This is the wildest shit to occur over the last 50 years.
Their names, and this is how they will steal your land too, family.
Look,
they will live next door to these indigenous people that owned all this land. Try to get friends.
This man said they would live next door to the indigenous people and then try to steal their land. In 1844, remember, he's talking about 1844. So they ain't stealing no land in 1844. If they're pushing people out and taking land, it's long before 1844. Like, are you... Bro, you tripping, bro.
Friends with them, befriend them, and then get all the information they could. Go change their name to their name, and then go file claims for them people records. This is how a lot of these.
And nobody asked this nigga for the evidence for that shit. He just said that these people was changing their names to other people's names, so there's got to be documentation for that. If there's a name change, then there's court records that would show that these people changed their names to these other people's names. We should see that. Then he said they will go and claim and steal the land. Well, guess what? When a land agreement transfers, there's documentation for that because it'll be retitled and to the name of the person that is there. So where is the evidence for that? Everything that you're insinuating here has to have a paper trail. You're telling me that there's no evidence in any instance of this anywhere, and you're just going to say this blindly and we accept it. No scholarship.
$5 Indians took your land. They did it by taking your name.
Color? That's white.
White, that's right. Their next door neighbor is another Fannie Little, but she's a 78-year-old white woman.
Right.
Now, what do you think? Could this white woman, same name, be related to you? What do you think?
Yeah.
This peculiar coincidence wasn't all that struck us as odd. As we dug more deeply into her background, we found that the white Fannie Little was more than just a neighbor. She had a father-in-law named Thomas Little, who had been a prosperous plantation owner and slave master. We discovered a will that Thomas Little had written in 1857, which confirmed that he had owned many generations of Nas's family.
So you remember all that shit the Aboriginal Power had just said? My bad. Calvin Denzel Roberts. Remember, he just said they changed their name, stole their land, the $5 Indian whole ploy play. Remember, he just said that. He said these was the indigenous peoples, yada, 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 yada. Well, Henry Louis Gates turns up Fannie Little. Fannie Little was a white lady. Nas is curious because he got a granny down the line that's also a Fannie Little, right? Like my mama is named after my great aunt. I never met my great aunt. I was too young to recall or remember her. But my great aunt name is Eleanor. My mama name is Eleanor. That's who my mama named after. My granddaddy's sister. Right? I mean, my great granddaddy's sister. Well, either way it go. That's how my mama got her name. And so Nas is like, okay, cool. It's two Fannies. One of them is this, but this lady right here say white. Now they go behind it and get Fanny's daddy. This daddy is white. And Fanny's daddy is the owner of all the slaves that's related to Nas. And remember, he just said that these people was the indigenous people and they trying to flim flam, whim bam, thank you ma'am. And they just doing regular genealogy. And they done already uncovered the slave master in the 1840s. Who the hell is he owning?
Settlement of Thomas Little Estate, 1857.
Those are your ancestors being left in a will, like property.
Why would a slave master leave his slaves in a will unless the slave master is actually a family member who's probably high yeller?
No. See what I'm saying? Every time he get debunked, he just keep doing this type of shit. So let me put y'all up on game. My great grandmother's mother and father, brothers, were owned by a white man in Brentwood, Tennessee. The white man because here's the problem. The white man had slept with my great grandmother's mother's mother. I'm going too far for over y'all here. Long short story. This white man left land to my great granny's mother, which would be a mulatto woman. She's mixed. He stuck his hole in a great grandmama. And they had the baby any kind of way. He didn't leave the land to his children who had defied him for something that he had done. And to piss them off, This little plot of land that was left, they inherited it. So when my granny's mother and father had died, my great granny, when her mother and father had died, it was left to her. She also had a sister, but that's another story for another day, and I ain't trying to go down that road. Anyway, my great granny ended up getting this land in Brentwood, Tennessee. So I've told this story before, but I'm just trying to condense it down. That's how the land came. That's how we took possession of. That's how we know. This is a similar situation right here, except for the circumstance are different because of how the will thing goes. He said that couldn't have happened that particular way, that this man who wills this to these people just must have been a high yellow guy. After the man just told you that the lady next door, the lady that lived next door to them, whose name was Fannie Little herself, was a white woman. Her father, Charles, her father is a white man. He's got a white daughter. There's no way that he could be light-skinned if he produced a white girl named Fannie. If he was light-skinned and he slept with a white woman, that lady that's named Fannie would have mixed ancestry and she wouldn't be white. On that census, she is white. Why in the holy hell would you insinuate that Fannie Little's mother and father, Charles, who wills the land down and the property down to Nas's people, is a fucking high yellow man? That's the craziest thing that you can insinuate when they're sitting there analyzing this evidence, and then you're coming to your own conclusions without ever seeing the evidence. You have no scholarship. You have no doctrine. Y'all just play a video, make up shit, insinuate it, and we supposed to just accept you trying to confuse the hell out of black people and making them think that they're fucking indigenous and natives to this fucking land. And that is the furthest thing from the truth. Nas is over there getting some real information from Henry Louis Gates, whether you like him or not. And he's showing him the evidence. He put it in Nas's face and says, look at these people. And then when he looked at the color, it said white. Then you try to say that's a $5 Indian play. Ain't none of y'all doing this fucking working over there. But every last one of y'all got a YouTube channel and follow each other in y'all horrific way, making up shit. Let's continue.
At the time of 1850s and the 1840s, a lot of these people that were high yellow were called passing for white. They would put them down as mulatto or something.
No. In the 1840s and 50s, you can't find a census on there where there's a high yellow person passing for white. They would be mulatto. Period. Point. Hey, don't listen to me. Google 1840 and 1850 census. Let's just pull this shit up. Let's just play that game. Let's go to the 1840 census and let's see how it is enumerated. Let's see how the shit listed. Let me try to find us one that we can look at the image, right? And we can see how people are listed on those census. Oh, I got one for 1840. Let me get it on the screen. Then I'm gonna have to stop sharing, reshare so we can get to the point. So just bear with me a moment. You can't see it. It's too blurry. Hold on. Oh, yeah, you could. Because it said free persons of color on that bitch. I jumped the gun. It was blurry. But due to government shutdown, yada, yada, yada. Okay, whatever. Okay, so I'm going to show y'all the 1840 census. It says free white persons, including heads of families, males, females. Free colored persons, male, female. Slaves, right? Number of persons in each family employed. Something for revolutionary military supervisor. It's got all this on here. But they tell you that this is the 1840s. Scheduling. It says it right here. This the enumeration. Just so people can see 1840 census record and how it looks. Right here, it'll say that. What questions did the census ask? And here are all the questions. Free colored persons. Remember, he was saying all this other shit. Oh, they call mixed people white. Please. Bro, you got some nerve. Here we go. 1850. Here we go. Dwelling in the household, families, yada yada, or mulatto. So why would a high yellow person be labeled as mulatto, but his daughter be labeled as white? Like, bro, you was like so full of stupid stuff, bro. As if we can't go here and justify this stuff. We could. That's all. We can go directly to the census, the 1850 census or 40 census, and see what questions they ask. That's the sole purpose. I told y'all they don't do research. They don't. Now let's get back to this bullshit. Let's see how you spin this.
Master, we're talking about a family member.
The 1840 census and the 1850 census both had slaves on it. And you finna sit here and talk about y'all talking about family. We can put the census back on the screen and it'll verify who the fuck they was talking about. Why is you lying?
And even though in those early terms of the 1800s, the term family did refer to some type of indentured servant type of shit. So this is how they.
You're lying. If you was telling the truth, you could put it on the screen and you can edify the people. You did not pull a census up. You did not confirm. You just kept rolling with your bullshit, trying to insinuate some shit that ain't reality. Watch. No, you
spinning the narrative, family. I don't know if y'all know that. This is how they spinning the narrative. As a matter of fact, let me go to the etymology of the word family real quick. We're gonna pull that up right here on the screen.
Exhibit A, an etymological fallacy is about to be committed. He is about to use a word that is talking about the origin and the history of the word and how it developed over time. Meaning, the evolution of that word family started in X, Y, and Z and evolved to meaning X, Y, and Z later on. He is committing an etymological fallacy. We don't need the etymology of the word family. It has no existence in 1840 and 50 as it pertains to how the word is being used in 1840 or 50, outside what they say on the census. Again, the census is telling us exactly who the questions that they're asking. They're providing us this data. Why would we? Somebody got to explain it to me. How is he going to take the word slave and try to flip the word slave into family? Why? I'm going to show y'all this one more time. Here are the questions that are asked on the 1850 census. Free inhabitants, dwelling house, family numbered in order of visitation, name of every person, age, sex, color, white, black, or mulatto. Then on schedule 2 of the damn census, it says slave inhabitants, number of slave owners, number of slaves, age, sex, color, fugitive from state, numerated, all of that stuff. That's 1850. When we go to 1840, the questions that are asked on the 1840 census, now it says free white persons, number of the head of the family, males. Then it says free colored persons, number of males, number of females. Then it says slaves, number of males, number of females. All of that is available on pages 1 and 2 of these censuses, rightfully so. And yet, we're going to negate the fact and start saying families. And now we're dealing with the etymology of the word family. Why the hell are we dealing with the etymology of the word family during this stream? This behooves me. It's one of the craziest shits known to us. Let me go back to my screen share, and I want y'all to sit here and listen to this dumb. This is a DN. Everybody should know what it. No. Dan. DAN. Everybody should know what that acronym is saying. If you don't know, dumb, ASSNIGGA. What's up, IBM? What up, Thomas, Oklahoma? Provides AA for those drunk or elbow pseudonymous facts. Chris said this ninja black bap just be making shit up. He definitely does. He definitely does. All right, we back to bap.
Green. Hopefully you guys can see it. All right, family, early 15th century, servant household from Latin, family, servants, domesticated, collective. The servants in a household, thus also members of the household, the estate or property. The household including relatives and servants, abstract noun, form, family, servant, slave, which is unknown origin. So they're using the play off of the term family and then using it with a synonym.
No. Century interpretation of a word and superimpose it on something that's in the 1800s, which is clearly other centuries from that, 4 centuries away. If y'all want a better example of that, right? The word cold, geographically speaking, could mean several different things. If you're in New York and you be like, no, I'm gonna flip it. If a dude walked down the street and he got on some shoes you ain't seen before, or a female got on some heels you ain't seen before, ladies, and a dude holler out, man, them cold. Amongst each other, people will be like, okay, he know what he talking about. Hey, them cold. But if I only see you walking down the street and I say, man, that's cold, and I'm in an area where they say that's brick, we have two clearly different distinctions of what we're trying to imply. I just refer to an item as cold, but the person next to me just referred to the temperature, nature, as cold. But he used the word brick, and I didn't understand shit he was saying. My point is that these words, over time, has these meanings and interpretations of these meanings for those periods. So you can't take something from the 15th century and superimpose it on the 18th and 19th century and then say, this is what they meant. No, it's not. They said what the fuck they meant when they wrote the census out. They gave us a clear distinction of who they were talking to, what they were talking to, and why they were talking to or asking the questions that they were asking on the census. In the 40s and the 50s, specifically speaking, they had a place for slaves on the census. And then now we got Yodi back in the chat with that dumbass shit he be kicking. Never ceases to amaze me.
His words, which is slave. This is how they try to play the little game. He wasn't enslaved by no white people. This was a family member.
The census says that the person was a white person that owned slaves, because the census asked him how many fucking slaves did he own on the census. And he told him that he owned slaves. He had a place for his family members. That's what Schedule 1 is for on the census. Schedule 1 is for all your family members, you dumb fuck. Schedule 2 is for your slaves, because it asked you who's the slave owner and how many slaves you got. And are they male, female, and what's their color? That's on the census. So how could we separate or detach that which is on the census? And then you try to play us with this stupid ass etymological fallacy that you keep throwing around. Because y'all don't have no scholarship and you don't have no doctrine.
Remember, that was passing for white. That obviously left him in his family in the will.
Wasn't nobody passing for white.
Settlement of Thomas Little Estate, 1857.
Those are your ancestors being left in a will, like property, to a white man.
Wow. Frank, Mac, Fanny, and Calvin. This is amazing.
Where in the records does it say?
The white man daughter is there. Her name is Fanny also, but she stayed next door. The daddy left property to his daughter in a will. The will is written to Fanny Little, the daughter, the white daughter. The people, Frank, Mac, the other Fanny, and Calvin are property of fucking Charles Little, who is the white man that owned the slaves. And you finna sit here and say, how was she this or how was he that, and play the color game. The census told you that Fanny Little, the next door neighbor, Fanny Little was a white woman. And then there was Fanny that was a black woman who was a slave. This is on the census. Why are we playing this game? See, this is what I mean by how elbows try to do genealogy, right? They will 1 minute be like, I did my genealogy. I ain't no motherfucking slave. I ain't no motherfucking African. I ain't no motherfucking African. My people been here. And then when we look at the genealogy, we have a uh-oh moment. And then we got to pull out, well, who was this white man that owned your granddaddy? Who was this white man that owned your grandmama? Who is this white man? Who are these Indians that are owning your ass? Dulcinea, you brought out some documents that proved that you was from Africa. Your people was enslaved. They showed up on these records, and you tried to downplay it, and then the other elbows try to lower it, temper it down and says, yeah, Dulcinea, yeah, your peoples were some slaves. Y'all fight so hard against slavery, and then when we look at your records, they prove that you were slaves, and you don't even go further enough in your research. You're looking biasly to support a belief that you had. You didn't have that fucking belief until you ran into the internet in 2017. Some of y'all. And then you're sitting here as a self-hating Negro over here talking about, yeah, them ain't no slaves. How you know them slaves? Them family members. They high yellow. They ain't no slaves. How you know they property? The shit said it in his will. He willed his property to his daughter, who also name was Fanny. You just sit here and try to play this whole game, bro.
It's amazing.
No, he just assumed he was a white man because the daughter was white. Where in the records does it say that this dude is a white man?
Calvin.
It said it on the census. He is the owner of the slaves. His name is Charles Little. On the census, it says he's Charles Little, a white man. In his will, he wills, a white man wills his inheritance, his property to his daughter. She inherited the slaves and the property, and you claimed that this man pencil whipped the fuck out of history and made they changed their last names and became some black people and stole the land, and then they filed all the Indians. You made all the motherfucking claims just earlier, and then here we go again getting down to the evidence, and the evidence don't agree, so then you start self-imploding and projecting on people and showing us your ignorance because your dumbass is wrong about Nas and who is related to Nas. It didn't take him going back over 200 years. He went back to 1840s and said, here go this white girl. Her name is Fanny Little. It's a lot of Littles running around there. But guess what? Look at this. Fanny Little inherited this property, which would be these slaves from her dad, Charles, who was the slave owners. He broke all of that down and kept it a buck. He wasn't making up shit. It was right there in the documentation. And what makes this even more crazier is this, y'all. At the time that they was filming this shit, Henry Louis Gates even said it. And we found he kept insinuating, meaning that he didn't even have this shit already all together. They just kept finding other shit. He knew where to go, what to look for, but then they kept finding other shit. And then he would ask Nas how that make him feel. Remember, his name is Nasir. He ain't never came out and said it was a fucking Indian.
This is amazing.
That's Calvin, who is your third great grandfather.
Yes. Man. That's heavy.
When Thomas Little died, Nas's third great grandfather Calvin was willed to Thomas's son.
What's crazy is my third great.
Run it back. Nas's grandfather was wielded to the son. So he got a son and a daughter. Go ahead.
Grandfather name is Calvin as well, which is.
Bruh, listen, we already know that you African, bruh. I don't even know why you trying to pause the video and insinuate. I done told everybody on social media that ever heard my voice that your name is your name is Calvin Denzel Roberts. Everybody knows this. Calvin Denzel Roberts. Calvin, you ain't a white man. Calvin, you ain't an Indian. Calvin, you ain't indigenous. Calvin, your black ass is named after a fucking slave. The sooner that you embrace your African ancestry, Calvin Denzel Roberts, the quicker that everybody can stop the bullshit and we can progress forward, because y'all are ruining the minds of many of these young ass TikTokers that think everything they see on TikTok is factual.
That's why my middle name is Calvin.
Franklin.
So your middle name is Calvin. So Denzel, okay, I'm saying your name wrong. Denzel Calvin Roberts. I could have sworn your police documents said the other way around. Calvin Denzel Roberts. Because I know your people's in name you Denzel. But you know what? I'm going to let you have that, because them your names, Calvin, Denzel, and Roberts. No matter what order it is, Calvin or Denzel, those two names is your name, and your last name is Roberts. You are a white slave owner's child. Piece of property. Straight up.
Little. And his records afforded us a rare glimpse into the daily life of his slaves.
Nas, Benjamin Franklin Little, was a fantastic record keeper. I've never seen anything like what we're about to show you.
Ledger of cotton picked per slave, October 1854.
Your third great grandfather, Calvin, was about 30 years old in October 1854. These are the pounds of cotton that he was picking every day. Read straight across. All the
50. The next line looks like 200.
How you know he wasn't keeping that note?
That there's a breaking point in here that refutes this Negro. He has to interject and disrupt the actual evidence. Nas is looking at actual evidence of his third grandfather. And what amazes me is that my granny's father, which would be my third grandfather, and I can go to my other third grandfather, my great, great, great. No, that's two greats on that side. I can go back two greats on one on my daddy's. I mean, I can go, hold on, my great grandmama, my great great granddaddy, and my great great great, my third great, okay, my great great. Yeah, I'm three and three. I can go back 3 and 3 slavery. 3 and 3 slavery. No way around it. 3 and 3 slavery. So my point is that Henry Louis Gates is educating Nas on his third great grandfather picking cotton, and he is saying to him that this one dude who was a keeper of inventory and information kept strict notes, which made this even viably possible to track this and walk this down. And now this motherfucker gonna say, oh no, how you know it just wasn't record keeping for himself? How you know he wasn't doing this, that, and the third for himself? You know why? We know he wasn't doing for himself because the man documenting the shit is telling you how much each person on that list, how much cotton that they picking. Why would Calvin Little be documenting some shit for his own sake? Oh, I picked this much cotton today. You just trying to detach the truth. That's why Nas don't be like that with y'all, man, because y'all be fucking stupid.
He owned.
He must have been tired this day. 49. The next day he's picking up 54. 2 days is blank. He probably told him to go screw himself. Wow, so this is day after day.
Day after day. What's it feel like to experience this?
Hey, watch this. Watch the setup. Watch the setup. This is the setup. Spin this shit, Calvin. Denzel Calvin Roberts. Spin this shit.
Wow, so
let's go. This look like a regular work chart on a work week.
How does
you get 2, 3 days off, 4 days off?
How? When it's a person that's right below Calvin, they got all these days off and then got a number at the very end. And then there's other one, you talk about 2, 3 days off. This looks like a regular work week. What about the person above Calvin up 4 slots right here? This person that had no days. This motherfucker was picking over 100 and some pounds of cotton every goddamn day. He ain't got a fucking day off. Another person above that person, cotton every fucking day, no day off. So what the fuck do you mean? Something was going on with these people missing these days. They could have fell ill. We don't fucking know. This ain't looking like no regular ass work week. These motherfuckers could have been picking cotton and then got sick and had to take a couple days off and shit. Like, bro, we don't know this shit. Because you got some people, I see at least 3 people names on this all the way through the weeks with no days off. So why is you trying to even go this route? The mere fact that he's got people's names and how much cotton they picking every day is astonishingly crazy. Yeah, from now on, y'all call Aboriginal Power Calvin.
You work 5 days, whatever the case may be. This looks like a regular work schedule.
This is day after day.
Day after day. What's it feel like to experience this?
I mean, it's anger. It's anger. amazement.
See, this guy.
This wasn't that long ago.
This guy right here, Skip Gates, is a piece of shit. And he's rage baiting my boy Nas into becoming some fake anger about some artificial history that didn't even
Now
exist.
a fucking work week. You're telling us that they just making this shit up. That they got these people picking cotton by the pound, weighing this shit, documenting it, and they just making this shit up. Are you fucking kidding me? Why would they go that far to make up some shit just to make it up? They ain't got to make up nothing. They took this bitch over. What they need to make it up for? You just said it's artificial. On a primary document, bro. Look at this document. This is a primary document. And you just said, nah, that ain't that. This made up shit. The audacity of your dumb ass.
4 days off. You work 5 days, whatever the case may be. This looks like a regular work schedule.
This is day after day.
Day after day. What's it feel like to experience this?
I mean, it's anger. It's anger. Amazement.
See, this guy.
This wasn't that long ago.
This guy right here, Skip Gates, is a piece of shit. And he's rage baiting my boy Nas into becoming some fake anger about some artificial history that didn't even exist. This is the bullshit right here.
You talking about
you gonna tell this nigga he was an enslaved nigga and he got all this land handed to him by a supposed slave master. His motherfucking great-great-grandma named Pocahontas Little, and the Littles run the whole goddamn town down there. You got to be shitting me.
150 years. And so many of our slave ancestors are just anonymous, and yours are leaping out of these records with their names on them.
Now, by the way, Skip Gates is best friends with the guy that runs 23andMe. That I'm into African ancestry shit. The ones that's telling y'all that y'all from Africa. He's like in cahoots with that guy. You
No.
feel what I'm saying?
Ordinarily rare.
It's insane.
Now, the greatest ironies of black genealogy is that to learn the identities of our slave ancestors, the very people who denied them.
Y'all see what I mean? No evidence. Next video. To these Negroes showing this shit. To this shit. To this shit. To this shit. Just making up one thing after another. And this motherfucker talking about Leo Wiener. Who told you about coming to America before Columbus? This is the crazy part. So before I move on, hold on. What the fuck happened? So before I move on, man, let me do this real quick. I'm gonna drop this link in the chat. Let me fix my layout. I don't know what happened to my stream, y'all, but that mug going crazy. I dropped the link in the chat. Yo, Port, I ain't never seen no shit like this in my life, bro. These men have primary sources, and then you say that it's a lie, that they propagating some shit. Native Americans were slaves, yeah, earlier on. Then they stopped enslaving them. Oh, yeah, work. I feel you, dog. There we go. Shit, I just fixed it. That's all I had to do to fix that. Okay. Nobody hopped on for that segment. So I want to take y'all to West Africa real quick. And I'm gonna make it real quick though. So I want to take y'all to Trimingham's work. I want to get directly to the information, but in Trimingham's work, A History of Islam in West Africa, on page 7, really 6 through like 10, he started talking about religious perspectives and things of that nature. And I wanna show y'all this because I'm trying to be specific here. So as you can see right here on page 7, he says the Negro world then is a world of spirit forces of dead, living, and nature, among which the living form but a small minority. These forces cannot be classified in the categories of good and evil. The power is essentially impersonal and neutral. If harmony is maintained, all is well. But if broken, calamity falls on the individual and the community. So he's talking about the religious perspective of what he witnessed during his time. Trimingham is very astute and has spent some time in West Africa, and that's what makes this here unique. Okay, so he's talking about the African religious society and how they deify things of that nature. But there are a few things that I want to show y'all that I mentioned in the presentation about Christianity in West Africa. There was something significant that I mentioned, and I think people just kind of glossed over it. So when I told y'all that about Christians and Muslims was a status. To be a Christian or to be a Muslim was something of some type of hierarchy among society in their own right, that they deemed themselves better than any other people on the planet. So real briefly, I'm going to speak to that notion to strengthen what I meant by. This is how we know that when people are talking about West African history and talking about these different cultures coming into West Africa, that the people that they were deeming infidels, pagans, animistic, all of these things, all of these different traits, they were specifically speaking to these Africans. So when someone was claiming that Christianity was in West Africa, and I kept saying that no, there were infidels, there were pagans, and I was showing y'all this in that presentation, peep this. And I'm going to go to another article too behind that to strengthen it. So it says, it would be obvious from the foregoing sketch that religions like Islam and Christianity, which evolved under the influence, peep this, Christianity and Islam evolved under the influence of Semitic and Greek cultures could only substitute their view of life for religious inheritance, so harmonized to psychology and a mode of life of Africans under conditions of great change. Negro societies absorb radiations from Mediterranean, Berber, Chaldean, and Nilotic civilizations naturally, for only traits which occurred in their mentality could gain acceptance. After North Africa had been won over to Islam, the Negro world was first invaded by a civilization based on historical revelation and monotheism. African religions are not historical religions. Their beliefs and rituals are founded upon a timeless mythology. But with Islam, time in the African world, the way in which Africans dealt with this is the subject of this book. A brief reference may be made to the invasion of another civilization. Since the partitions of Africa, dating from the 80s of the last century, Africa has been swept into a stream of world activity. This sudden impact of Western civilization has created difficult problems. Decay and disruption threaten ethnic religions as never before. The degrees of the decay vary according to the strength of the forces which are uprooting tribal life and the forces of resistance within the social structure. But the indigenous religions, being primarily local and ethnic, appear to have no future in their organized forms, and the religious future of the African lives between Christianity and Islam. On the one hand, the secularism of the other. The most vital feature of Africans' inheritance is a sense of community. And in this situation, Christianity and Islam are the two forces that can reintegrate social life on a new basis. Whilst our special concerns is with Islam, we cannot consider it to be the present situation without also taking account of the dynamic forces of Christianity and secularism. The African Muslims' reaction to the secular civilization of the West, quite different from that of the pagan, will be the subject of the last chapter. Yet, at the same time, the African's own heritage is also of vital significance. So, let me move ahead to my other article. By the way, I leave y'all with access to everything that I show. So this talks about Islam and West African indigenous religions by E.G. Pangder. As I mentioned earlier, I'm not going to get into too much because I'm really only trying to show you a few things. This talks about the Christian approach to Islam as it referred to the Sudan and Ethiopia. And then it gets into Trimingham as well, who is deemed an authority as well. And I just only want to show y'all a few things, just so you know exactly why I said what I said about they're not referring to any infidels or pagans as Christians. So West Africa may be taken as a country stretching from Senegal in the west to the Cameroons in the east. Sometimes it has been called the Central and Western Sudan, the Balad al-Sudan, the land of the blacks or of the Arabs. On modern maps, it appears as a cake in which the European colonizing powers cut almost vertical lines, slices, mostly alternating between French and British, with a touch of Portuguese and Spanish thrown in at times. Geographically, it falls roughly into the horizontal strata from the thick tropical forests of the coastlands, ascending to the savanna and then the desert of the interior. These two ways of viewing the country help to explain the progress of Islam. 4, it came into the interior plateaus first and long remained almost stationary there, cut off from the coastal regions by impenetrable forests. With the advent of Europeans and the building of the roads and railways, the Muslim penetrating the coastline, yada, yada, yada. Then it goes on to say, And this Christian kingdom that you're referring to was in the Eastern Sudan area. See, when the fall of the remaining Christian kingdoms except Ethiopia, they talking East Africa. I just want to be quick with that. So you have Upmandan Fadio shows up, but he ain't got nothing to do with this. I got to get to these names because I don't want to spend a lot of time on this because, you know, I do have to revisit this in case I have to revisit something. I just want to sit here and F with people's minds and let them know that they ain't really got shit. So Islam descended into West African waves from the north at a late date. And for all the practical purposes, only in the 19th century, Christianity arrived in the country from the opposite direction, from the sea to the south. Although European trade with West Africa is nearly 5 centuries old, penetration of the interior hardly began before the last century. Mungo Park first saw the majestic Niger flowing slowly to the eastward in 1796. Hugh Clapperton was the first European visitor of the Yoruba towns of the interior in 1825. It was the interest of the slave-raiding kingdoms of the interior to keep the European traders on the coast. So Christian missionary enterprises only began to venture seriously into the interior in 1830 onwards. Hence, it is that today the main Christian centers are the coastal region. Islam is strongly entrenched in the Sudan. Both of these religions are rivals of the allegiance of the vast numbers of West Africans who remain attached to animistic and ancestral cults. That's what they call them. So to attempt an estimate, this gives an estimate of affiliation of the West African populations who actually were dealing with religions. They're saying Christians are 4.4%, Muslims 36.4%, and then pagans 59.3%. So here's a clear indication, even by Trimmingham, that the pagans were the majority of the people in West Africa. This is out of a total estimated population of 65 million. But these percentages are misleading. If one consults Trimmingham Appendix V in his book, which we could do that, you're going to find some problems. So of the statistics, one is struck on the complete absence of any figures of Western and Eastern Nigeria. Yet these are two of the most populous regions, total in number of inhabitants, 14 million. As the whole is a vast but sparsely populated area of French West Africa. Many people in Western Nigeria are Christians, and probably more than half of the people in Eastern Nigeria, while the latter are virtually untouched by Islam. For other areas, and vagueness of estimates and hundreds of thousands lead to suspicions. There are hardly any census returns available in the pretense at precision. And it talks about more people and all of that and how that goes. However, you heard several times of me even mentioning these things that they said pagan, right? So here we go. It is regarded as a sign of status or education to be called a Muslim or Christian. It is regarded as a sign of status or education to be called Muslim or Christian. The name pagan is disliked. At the Lagos census, very few were willing to be counted as pagans. For to be the Yoruba, a pagan is one of the naked pagan tribes of the central Nigerian plateau, the nudists whom members of the parliament, Muslim and Christian, have wished to clothe forcibly. So, for the Ibadan census, the label pagan was changed to animist. But few know what this means, and in translation, one might well be asked, are you a worshiper of the gods? This is not a bad way of describing the ancient religion, though unacceptable to Christians and Muslims. Over the whole, the coastal regions of West Africa, and increasingly in the interior, the old animistic religion is at a discount. It is said to be the twilight of the gods. Nevertheless, not only are the animistic influences still strong everywhere, but in many areas, normally under Islam, there are many who hardly belong to it, even by name. Governments have a habit of labeling large areas Muslim, like much of northern Nigeria, where there are millions who have never heard of Muhammad or the Quran. I'm just gonna drop it like that. So in my article, as it pertains to, oh yeah, Trimmingham is one of your favorite. Trimmingham cool, he cool. Some, you know, you could argue for being he need some information updated, but he does in that book that I'm referring to, the history of Islam in West Africa. He does a really good job in that book. Yeah, he does. However, my point is this, ladies and gentlemen, that we know Christians and Muslims deemed anyone that didn't practice Christianity or Islam to be pagans, infidels. And you don't have a primary source that put Christianity in West Africa. You got hearsay from someone who is from Syria by the name of al-Daradari. You don't have another source outside of Daradari. And Daradari is not a primary source on the account. Vino working a double shift and Mickey D, Sean, he isn't available today. Facts. Now let me show y'all stupidity. This fool said, we gave Africa Christianity when we developed Liberia. Now this is dumb because who is we? And you wasn't even around. So Christianity was in Africa way before there was a fucking, man, I don't even want to be disrespectful. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. To hell with that. It wasn't even no America around. You understand me? It wasn't even no America around like that. You talking about developing, giving somebody Christianity. Process that. Europeans were colonizing in around the 1450s. I mean, the early 1430s, 40s, 50s, around in that area, 14th, 15th century. Man, listen, Christianity entered East Africa early in the AD era. That's why you got Coptic. You get, I mean, even back even further than that. But the Coptics are a form of Christians. So how the fuck did the people in Egypt get Christianity? That's thousands of years ahead of you, buddy. And you talk about the establishment of Liberia that's in the 1900s compared to places that had it 400 years before that. In some places, 1,000 or 2 years before that. How the fuck could y'all give Africa Christianity when Christianity don't even come from east to west? I mean, from west to east. My apologies. So, Free Pap, how the hell did you come to that conclusion, bro? I don't even like this religious talk. But how in the hell you come up to that? Free Pap, you don't know what the fuck you talking about. You just in the chat, just yap. You just chatty patty. And I'm leaving the chat open for people to view and see at this mile marker to look in the chat and see what all the dumb shit you saying. There was no Christianity in West Africa until the Europeans came with the shit. Don't sit here and say what you just said. You're still wrong. You don't know what you talking about. Hundreds of years before this. Yeah, come on, man. Just going back to East, the shit was already there. You're not speaking facts. You're not speaking facts because you claimed that Christianity wasn't in West Africa until y'all came back. No, nigga. They were doing missionary work in the 1400s in West Africa. On the shores, you just seen me bring up some stuff mentioning that. That was in the 1400s. You're telling me when Sierra Leone is established, which is in the 19th century, that y'all was doing some shit. You're wrong. There was no black settlement from anyone in the Americas that went back to Africa. Notice, you're talking about a period of where they go back to Africa when you bring up Sierra Leone and Liberia. And you can't even mention that. You don't even know nothing about the American Colonization Society. And the simple fact that you sit here and said that's when they got Christianity is crazy. All them white people was already over there colonizing Africa, sending missionaries everywhere. Hell, the Congo had it in the mid to late 1400s. They had already established the kingdom in Londongo because of the Portuguese. That king accepted that. He accepted Christianity early on. So what are you talking about, bro? You just making up some stuff. Don't do that. Don't lie, bro. Don't come in my chat line. You can go over there on Smoke Signal them channel and lie shit. You can't come over here and lie. And your ass African. He ain't hitting that. I got 30 seconds for this nigga. I ain't even capping. What your ass want?
Peace. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How you doing, brother?
I'm cooling. What's up?
Ain't too much. And I respect you for standing on DNA. Quick question. Do you acknowledge your European ancestry as well?
Yes.
And that's a great start, man, because, we got to acknowledge the totality of what we are, my mulatto brother.
But we know how we got it.
Yes, but it still exists. No matter how it came to exist, it does exist.
So what about it?
So the point is that you are genetically distinct from the unmixed sub-Saharan Africans.
What?
You are genetically different from the unmixed sub-Saharan Africans, the actual blacks.
What's your point?
The point is you're a mulatto, you're not black, respectfully.
I'm not a mulatto.
You admit that you have European and African ancestry, right?
Through admixture down the line. Yeah. I'm not a mulatto.
Well, by definition, you are a mulatto, bro.
No, I'm not. Not by no definition. I'm not mulatto.
Are you able to pull up the definition just for clarity?
Both my parents are black. Both my
Do you
parents
admit that
have
both
African
your parents
ancestry.
have European ancestry?
My parents are both black. I don't have no mulatto. Mulatto. Me no mulatto.
Do you admit that both your
no mulatto? God damn. Right. And look. Everybody tired of him. Everybody tired of him. Not this nigga again. bro, I have two black parents. My two black parents both got two black parents. Then they parents, which would be four sets of people, there is a mixed person in the four sets on both sides. So out of the 8 great grandparents, great great grandparents, sorry, out of the 8 great great grandparents, one on one side, one on the other side. And there it comes in because of a white. I just sat up here and just said that a white man had sex with a black woman that happened to be my great grandmother's mother. I said that literally. Sat here on the show and said that. I don't acknowledge that because it was forcible rape. But we all know and I know he get me off topic, but we all know that in America, that the African American descends from Africa and is admixed with European. It's to a percentage of less than 20 something percent. That's our story. That's how we know the transatlantic slave trade happened. And then you said sub-Saharan. So the beauty of that is this. Even the sub-Saharan African, to a degree, not all, but there are some sub-Saharan, exactly. There is no 100%. But you going to my point, because even the sub-Saharan, there is admixture with Muslims and some of the sub-Saharans, and especially that's how they get their bullshit. I got DNA from you ain't got no goddamn DNA from the Levant. Girl, you crazy. They updated Ancestry. Do you want to see my DNA results? Yes. I want to see the update. As a matter of fact, because you said they updated it, let's look at it. Let's get to it. Yeah, I want to see everybody's DNA. That fool said, I'm glad you subscribed to DNA. Nigga, get out of here with your goddamn agenda. Because you're a white boy with a little bit of black in you, nigga. You 40%. You got 40% black DNA in you, nigga. You 60% European. Fuck out of here. Motherfucker, you're a mulatto, man. You a mulatto. I'm not. I'm talking about me. I ain't talking about nobody else. You be a mulatto. You come up here with that same bullshit. Man, Mika Sudo, bro. Don't listen to her, IBM. You know this already, bro. Why is we doing this? So I ain't sharing my screen at this moment because I'm trying to I'm probably gonna have to reset my password. I figured it, bro. I can't never remember this shit. I was just on this shit and it didn't save. He said maybe the uglier slaves didn't get raped. Bullshit. It didn't matter how them motherfucking slaves look. Them goddamn white people was doing their thing. They was trying to create good slaves. So they was mixing the ugliest with whoever. Let me do this with something I can remember. This is crazy. Hold on, y'all. That boy said, But you know you're a mulatto. You know you gotta embrace your. No, I ain't gotta embrace shit. You embrace it, motherfucker. Tell me what I'm finna embrace. I know how I got the crack in me. You a new age mulatto, nigga. You just recently. You know what I mean? Your mama, you know what I mean? You just came about the womb. What up, Lucky? That's why your shit's 60%. I just changed my password, so I'm trying to log in. So y'all hold on. Verify successfully. Boy, y'all took forever. I ain't gonna be on here all day though, cause y'all niggas tripping. Show the password. Yes, sir. Ski. What is code going to? My email? Let's see what 23 and Mizzled and updated. Killing the Aboriginals. That boy, he need to stay. Hold up. Password has been corrected. Here go your code. All right. Remember me. My code is. Yep. Get on in there and verify. All right. Hold on. Soon they pull up, I'm going to share the screen. Stop sharing. Why you want me to show your results? I ain't even got them. You must have did screenshots again. I hate when you do that bullshit. You and Rotisserie Clark. Oh, hold on. I can't share my screen yet. It says upgrade. Yeah, use a text message. Yeah. Hold on. Keep y'all from breaking in my shit. Text message. All right. Screen sharing. Let's go. Yes, sir. Two-way has been very fizzled. I don't care about y'all knowing my name. I ain't got nothing to hide. I ain't like these elbows. Come on YouTube with these fake names and all that old shit. Y'all know how they be rocking. They be hiding their identity. They don't want to let you see their ancestry, their family trees. Like they got all kind of bullshit going on where they just can't get to the business. Cause they don't, you know what I mean? Like they got they don't want to do this or do that. I ain't hiding your truth. Your truth is pseudo. You want to be from the Levant so bad. You want to be a Hebrew Israelite so bad, bro. You want to be a Hebrew so bad. It's crazy. I ain't never seen it in my life. She ain't no Jew. She ain't no Jew. 76.1. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Play with me, bro. Don't play with me, bro. Don't play with me. Y'all pseudos don't know nothing about none of that. You don't know nothing about none of that, bro. Come on, man. I'm all in. I'm all in. I'm all in. Don't care nothing about none of that. About none of that. Get what I ain't though. Get what I ain't though. I ain't no goddamn indigenous American. I ain't that. I ain't that. Shit. That what I ain't. What the one I be going to where I be hold on y'all. I'm gonna break down. This what you is right here. All y'all black people claim to be Indians. This is what you is right here. You motherfucking ass West African. And you ain't from Mauritania either. Your results timelines. Mika, how you over there talking about they just updated it, bro? Let me check my messages real quick. What y'all want to see? The Hablo group? Um, y'all ain't got that, bro. The real. Nigga, what's your Hablo group? Bro, I'm not looking at that. Your ass is Jamaican. Caribbean Jamaican. 79.4% sub-Saharan African. Why come I can't get to my composition no more? I forget how to use the website. She got a little bit of whatever in there. She thinks she just that the third. He go me right here. J1C2 EM180. All day. Yeah, I'm the real Jew. I got the J marker. Y'all playing, I'm for real. Hey, yo, hold on. IBM just did it. Here you go, IBM. I got it on the screen, IBM. 79 plus 22.5 equals 101% Matcha Word Clan. You slipping on the math, bro. Yo, Ling Ling said that he was 80% sub-Saharan African, 20% something else, and then like Chinese or some shit, and then he said that he was 10% indigenous or Native American. Who remember Ling Ling's DNA? And then, not a coincidence, said, wait a minute. How'd you over 100%? Yo, Ling Ling Pseudoling. Bro, y'all see that. Y'all, I don't play, bro. Like, I don't have nothing to have, bro. J1C2. Come on, man. Where did J1 come from? The L. Yeah. Come from the L into the L3. From the L3, like we kept telling y'all, the L3 populated the rest of the world from a southern route and then a northern route. L3 turned into N turned into R turned into the J marker 34,000 years ago. I wasn't nowhere near no motherfucking America. You understand me? Nowhere near America. My ancestors. No, sir. So, for the record, you know what I mean? We ain't got to play no games. Like I said, I got to skew my numbers a bit. My North African Jew, I still could be calling it African. That's a fact. That's a fact. Shit. We know what we ain't. We know we ain't the Europeans. I might be related to King Richard. I don't put no weight or no stake in no King Richard. Look at this. Haplogroup A. Y'all remember they wouldn't label some haplogroup A? 275,000 years ago. To just one man, the common ancestor of haplogroup A. That's crazy work. Crazy work, haplogroup A. Yeah, Ling Ling is half Neanderthal. This is my ancestor timeline. Look at that. They be like, boy, what is you? Most recently, Nigerian. Most recently. You know what I'm saying? I had all this going on. All this going on right there. I just went to the timeline. Yeah, 23andMe is cool. I'm gonna do another one. You could take your results and upload it into different data banks, but I want to do another testing because they all tested different things. So, you know, you got to know what you know, how you know. He called that boy a Piltdown man. Lucy got some splaining to do. She got bust down. Yeah, my daddy dead, so I can't do my dad. I wish I could. Nigga say she got some little Levant in her. Let me see what it say again. It says Levantine 0.2%. That ain't no goddamn man. You don't stop, girl. Talking about some Levantine 2%. Levantine. And all of that Southern Mesoamerican. Yeah, she got Southern Mesoamerican in a 0.4%. She definitely got Southern Mesoamerican in there. I ain't got none of that shit she got. You know what I'm saying? I got that J marker. And that EM. And I'm not claiming these white people. I don't know shit about these motherfucking white people. None of them. Fuck, I'm claiming these people for. They raped their way in my bloodline. I ain't asked them to be there. Yeah, her shit said she a Levantine chick. Sabio, you got locked out. IBM said you hear the Steelers talking points. This is not for entertainment purposes only. Y'all hate Shaw. Yeah, Shaw. That's crazy. Yesterday they were saying wasn't no slavery in Texas. Not a coincidence. Been posting way before yesterday. He was posting hella shit on slavery in Texas. So that's crazy that they running around here talking about it ain't no slavery in Texas. We don't get this European in our DNA until we come across them motherfuckers here. And before here, most people. So when people be like, you don't even know where you from in West Africa, you be like, yeah, genetically, I'm more recently Nigerian than anything prior to that. A lot of us, because a lot of us come up out of there, but you got to remember, they ad mixing, they having sex on sex on sex. They're having that sex on sex on sex. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man, people tripping, bro. They scared of DNA. I'm telling y'all that right now. They scared of DNA. But look, DNA help with your genealogy. No lie. So you get your family story, and then you get receipts for that. And then when you get receipts for that, you get your DNA. Your DNA and your genealogy is what we all supposed to be using to tell our story and support our story. So when I show y'all my ancestry, like if I pull back up the work that I've been doing and I show y'all how my tree going, by the time I get to 1830 or 1830, I should be showing y'all the white man or the white woman on both sides of my family. And what's beautiful about that is in around that time, in the early 18s, that's what you see on one side. It's late 18s on the other, though. Fuck, man. What's up, man?
What you cursing for?
Man, what your ass on?
See, I wasn't lying. Don't make it people think that I'm a liar.
Levantine. You got 0.2% Levantine running around here talking about you from the Levant.
No, but I'm saying I got DNA from the Levant. That's what I said.
No, from the Levantine. Levantine.
Oh, I mean the Levantine. You make me say Levant. So I wasn't lying.
You got DNA from Bengali too. You ain't claiming that shit.
I don't know Bengali.
Exactly. Why you ain't claiming them Bengali?
Because I'm American. I was born in America, and I'm American.
You ain't American. Your ass sub-Saharan African.
Never been there.
Yeah, of course you ain't. But
my ancestors.
You sub-Saharan African, yes or no?
Let me where y'all get it confused. Let me teach you something, Sean.
Teach me.
My ancestors came from Africa, yes. I am a different person. I'm American. I was born in America.
You are a descendant of an African, yes or no?
Yeah, I'm a descendant of an African, yes.
Okay. End of story.
But I myself is not Africa.
You are not.
I did not come from
you are
Africa.
not American either.
Yes, I am. I came from America. I was born here.
No.
I'm no American.
No.
What you mean?
So what about Jamaica?
Jamaica is where my parents come from, and Cuba.
Oh, so your parents?
Yes, that's my. But that's my.
So your parents Jamaican, and where they come from?
My parents are Jamaican. They came from Jamaica, but from Jamaica, they came from all over.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I am
No,
not my
no, no,
parents.
no, no.
Are
Answer,
you your
answer,
mother and
no,
father? Are
no.
you
Answer,
your mother and father?
answer the question.
Are you your mother and father?
Where
Question.
did Joe? Don't do that, your mother and father. Because the only reason that you American is because of the circumstance that your ancestors was put in that brought your ass to America. So, where your mother and father from,
Jamaican, Cuban,
and where else?
and I could only go back to my great grandmother, and from Jamaican, Cuban, but I can't. Other than that, of course, a lot of people say it's from Africa.
Because what they dropped off niggas in Africa, did they not?
Exactly. I don't know if nigger. I don't know what that is. You use that word.
Yeah, black people. So you got two people in the chat. They said you come from Central America, and then they said Jamaicans are not African, and that Jamaicans are Tainos and Arawak.
I heard that. You know what? Because people mix. Because the Indian, everybody on there is Jamaican is just not a color. We don't even consider ourselves like how American consider themselves a color. We call ourselves Jamaican. You could be from China. Your ancestors could come from China, from India, from wherever. We will call them Jamaican.
Black Irish.
Yeah.
Because Garfield Irish.
I got Irish in me too, but Garfield is also Garfield is Irish. I don't know where he got.
Yeah. Garfield got Irish in him. He ain't the only one. My point is that all y'all black asses come from Africa.
Yeah, the whole world we could say come from Africa. We could say that.
Nah.
You could say later on they mutate.
I ain't having a fundamental argument. I'm not having a fundamental argument. I'm not having it. I'm telling you that your ancestors come from your ancestors
recent
of the last 300 years. Come from where?
I would say Africa.
Boom.
Africa is a big continent, so it's everywhere.
So where in Africa predominantly are you?
It says sub-Saharan.
71.9% what?
Sub-Saharan.
No, 71.9% what?
Oh, West African. But how did they get it? Everybody travel. I'm not even gonna get the history because if you know history, you know what it is.
71.9% what?
West African.
And 53.7% of what?
Nigerian, I think it says.
Hella Nigerian. Put your camera on for the people real quick. So they can see what a Nigerian look like.
What? You are so funny.
Put the camera on for the people. Come on, bro.
Because I'm doing something. I want nobody my nakedness.
Stop, bro. Put the camera on so they can see. I'm trying to prove a point. Because you got people who look similar to you that they ain't from Africa. And I'm trying to make a point.
Got people similar to me and say they not from Africa?
Yeah, their ancestors don't come from Africa.
They lying.
We know they lying. Jody said DNA is fake.
No, because if you want to find out if a child is yours, you're gonna do DNA.
Pseudo ass Papu, who won't join nobody live, he said you are tracing are too far removed from you. No, it ain't. She's just talking about her third great grandmother and grandfather. That ain't too far removed from her. Shit, how old do you think she is? The fuck? She would have to be like 10 years old, bro. And even still, if you go back 110 years or you go back 150 years, that ain't too far. I said 300, because we know they was in Africa. But if you go back 100, hold on. How old my grandmother would have been? How old was I when she died? My great grandmother. She was almost 100. And so her mother and father went through slavery. And their mothers and fathers went through slavery. But come later on. And then in the 1800s, we find the people on the boats, coming off the boats. In the late 17, early 1800s. That ain't too far. It's not too far, bro. We ain't even that far removed from slavery. Do you know that? Slavery was in the... When did slavery end, Mika?
In the when did slavery end? In the 1800s something? Late 1800s, if I'm not mistaken. When did slavery end? Hold on. When did slavery end? Hold on.
I'm gonna let you find the right answer before I tell you.
Okay, hold on. When did slavery end?
Ain't nobody deflecting. You ain't even asking no question. I said her great-great-grandparent comes from Africa.
Slavery ended, it's supposed to be ended like in the 1865, if I'm not mistaken.
Damn, the chat was helping you out.
Oh, I wasn't even looking at the chat. But I was right there.
My point is, correct, King Kapala. 1870 is not that far away. Neither is 1865. Because 35 years from 1865 put you in 1900s. Your ass, most of us were born in...
He probably...
I see that nigga. Most of us was born in the 70s and the 80s of the 1900s. So less than 150 years, you in the middle of slavery. You still in the middle of people coming through here in the illegal slave trade era.
Golf is my sidekick.
You have no point for her. Yes, I do. The point for her that I do have, and she already agreed to it. That her great grandparents, they ain't from Jamaica. They ain't from Jamaica. They were brought to Jamaica. If they were born in Jamaica, it's because they were descendants or children of people directly from Africa and Cuba. And she ain't even got that much in her because she ain't even got how much of that bullshit native shit you got in you? 0.4% Mesoamerican in us.
If you calculate all of it, I think it's what is it? 0.9 or something like that.
Bengali. You don't know shit about Bengali.
I don't know shit about nothing on my DNA result.
Right, but you got the 0.4% Mesoamerican. So out of your whole genetic makeup, you only got 0.4%. So you can't even be linked to 0.4% of your DNA could be linked to a Taino or Arawak. That makes no sense.
Garza, do yours?
My DNA. Hey, peace and love, Sean. What's up? What's up?
Sean up here, Garfield.
I meant to join earlier, but I totally forgot. I was in the middle of something. But my DNA. Hold on, let me bring it up.
Hello, Garfield. You only saw Sean up here.
Mika, my baby girl. You know, when you're around Sean, I kind of like chill. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So I just mind my business with that. You know what I'm saying? I just mind my business. I just leave it alone. But what's up? What are you doing?
I'm good.
Are you fighting to be an abo?
No.
Are you offended by this show?
No.
So why are you here talking about your DNA and your 0.04%?
You know I like trouble, so you know I gotta start something, shake it up.
Okay, you talked about the Christians already?
Who? Garfield?
Sean.
Sean.
You said what?
You talked about the Christians already?
Yeah, I'll skip that part.
Oh, you skipped that part.
I don't know. I already talked about it, but it wasn't nothing to elaborate on. I just was adding Trimingham as a source, identifying the difference between who is being identified as pagan and Christian, and then a source that also refers back to Trimingham establishes that like the respect level for Christians and Muslims during this time period that Christianity's supposed to be somewhere, and we don't see it there, that they wouldn't have deemed it, pagan or infidels. It would have been a hierarchy or a respect level.
Right. One of the conversations, everybody has a motive. Whenever they have an Abrahamic faith involved, people have motives. And what happened is with the Abrahamic faith, their motive is to say that Christianity, that it didn't come from the white man per se. That's why X, Y, and Z. But I'm here to tell everybody this. This is a simple test you could do to just put this argument to rest. How many slaves came over with this so-called Coptic or Ethiopian or European Christianity? How many people came over with the Roman Catholic Christianity? And what you're going to find is that the slaves that were taught, a matter of fact, majority of the slaves, I got to take this call. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Garfield is a busy man.
Man, that man's his phone, laptop, and everything synced.
I'm telling you.
Narcissian.
Was an Irish. Because I know he never said that. So y'all were supposed to do something on Christian?
Nah, we were just talking.
Garfield don't know how to multitask.
Hey, son, I got a question.
Go ahead, talk.
All right, what don't you got something against gene-based tests, right?
Who?
Genebase.com.
Gen-based?
Yeah.
I don't know much about them to have something against them. What they got going on.
I thought I heard because that's who I did my test through,
Oh, nah. Y'all test different things. So I'm not going to denounce a genetic company because they're all working in unison. They're just testing different parts of your DNA to give you results and off the database that they're collecting. So I think for most of us, see some people think that it's just for entertainment purposes out of ignorance because they think that all this other stuff. But your DNA and even those results provide more insight. And DNA ain't from 2019. These testing companies have improved since 2019. It's 2025. So the field of genetic ancestry or population genetics is much stronger and sound and provides more insight. And people are afraid of that. So, you got Yodi talking about DNA fake. Well, then how the fuck are they freeing people based on DNA analysis and data? Like, it's not happening. I'm talking about people that have been doing life in prisons. There was 2 people that was just exonerated on a case where in New York, as a matter of fact, they had nothing to do with them people getting killed. And then now DNA play a part in that and a whole lot of other stuff. So I'm not listening to no Negro that, especially not no Yodi or Papua, who ain't ever read a book on the subject and ever. But nah, I ain't got nothing against the Canadian shit. It was one company that Ben just updated his shit on, and it was a European company.
Yeah, the English companies got good databases too. So they good. But I want to say though about being American, like to me, from my viewpoint, they kidnapped us and they brought us on the Death Star. They didn't bring us on the Death Star to shoot other planets with them. They brought us on the Death Star to mop the floors and clean the bathroom. And we sitting up here thinking a few generations after we got kidnapped that we the real part of the Death Star crew. We ain't really a part of the crew. We just mopped the floor. We forgot our purpose. You know what I'm saying? So that's my. Mm-hmm.
No, you're right.
We just work.
Yeah. We ain't even progressed the managers.
Exactly. So being an American, I guess there's something that you can aspire to be, But I look at it like, man, this place ain't got no history. The only history it got is the history of us. Us. I'm talking about us. You know what I'm saying? And what they did to us. But
Who's
we got,
us?
I'm talking about the
All right.
West African. West Africans collectively. Yeah.
Oh, okay, because y'all.
America don't have no history but that. You know what I'm saying? And our
That's the
history.
beginning of American. You got the birth of Americanism or American history. My bad.
Yeah. But our history, which Sean goes over every goddamn week, you know, it extends back into antiquity. I don't understand why anybody won't trade your own history. I wouldn't want in the case of Charlie Kirk, how he waved Jesus in front of your face, but in the background he's saying black women are inferior and a black person can't fly a plane, you know, but he got Jesus in your face and he removing your history from the museum and removing the books from the kids in the schools and say, you know, forget your history. You know, all you need is Jesus. You know, and that's any other thing with Indians who wrap buffalo skin around 3 sticks and call it a house. My people didn't do that. We built empire. You know what I'm saying? We were conquering. I ain't finna trade my history for none of that stuff. But that's all I wanted to jump on and say. I'm going back to the audience.
What's your rebuttal, Miko?
No, I just want to know what the us was, because some people, the us is only Black American. You know how they act funny. It's our.
Hey, Mika, I know you an intelligent woman, and I know you will research the Dunmore Proclamation. That was a year before America was formed in 1776. The Dunmore Proclamation was made by a high-ranking British general because he was trying to tell these new Americans a new one. So he was recruiting black people, and they had came to the point of a treaty, which was the Dunmore Proclamation, that the black people who helped on the side of the British, you know, the Americans wanted them back so they could kill them, but the British let them go where? To the Caribbean, to the islands, and to Canada. So a lot of those people are our people, you know. And before that, we wasn't nothing but just a boat stop away from each other. Our family members were a boat stop away from. They were dropping us off at each from Charlotte, not Charlotte, but you know, South Carolina, that dock, to the Caribbeans, to Florida, messing with, you know, they was shipping us around. We the same people though. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean by we.
Now I got a question. Did they drop like the tribes at different areas, or they just mixed everybody up?
They mixed
documentation of who is who with what's her name? That lady, whatever, from New Orleans, whatever. She was a great historian. But she we definitely know. What I wanted to say to you real quick before we even answer that question was to Sean, was we know on record that Congo and Angola, that's the largest amount of people, 40 to 45% of everybody in the transatlantic slave trade came from the region.
Congo region.
So that's the largest Christian base in the West and Central Africa, because you have the Kingdom of Congo and you have Angola. So at the end of the day, they were baptized from the 1600s. They was practicing Orthodox Christianity. Then the Kingdom of Congo remixed it and did their own thing, start saying Jesus came from Congo and all that crazy. yo, I'm telling you, black folks is the best, man. So 30 to 50% of the population had at least been baptized by the 17th century. So a lot of people in that region were already Christianized before they came to the on the slave trade. Just for the record.
And they made the ones that wasn't Christianized, that were still Muslim, they Christianized them or gave them Christian names before they got on the boat too.
Yeah,
but that was in other regions though. But that was in other regions. But you're absolutely correct. That Congolese region with all of them people coming, they definitely were already converted Christians at that point.
Yeah, I put my DNA up if you want to put it on the screen. What, by the way, what is this source you have on the screen?
This from Trimmingham book.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's just Trim.
Yeah, the issue, what the main issue that
Yeah, it's in
Christians
the, I put it in.
they're gonna run into is saying that the Christianity was in West Africa. You know what? If you want to say it was there and whatever, which is all pretty much all assumptions, there's no guarantee what they're saying. It's a theory based off of certain things this lady at Harvard found, Blair or whatever her name is. But the issue is that version of Christianity, do you see coming over? You could hear me?
Oh,
Yeah, I was asking Vasa where he at. He showed up, but I don't see him in the back.
Yeah, this is my DNA. I'm sorry, Mika. I don't have any Native American in me or Native Jamaican. And yeah, I have Ashkenazi Jew though. I'm proud of that. I got my 3.9. Ashkenazi Jew. I'm proud of that.
Oh, see,
I ain't got that.
You see my West African change over the years. Early on, it was 60% Ghana. So now it changed, I guess, because of more samples.
Right.
I've gone to 60.5% and Senegambia, Guinea, broadly West African. So I'm pretty much a West and Central Africa. Sorry to disappoint y'all. Sorry, my Ashkenazi Jews. Y'all can't claim me. It's all I'm barely that. Northwest European, like King James, 8.1%, very close. Because guess what? The name Reed is red in Scotland or Ireland or whatever, and they changed from red to Reed. So it's really Garfield red. For those who don't know, the red was the epithet because I probably had my family line probably had red hair or something red about them, so they call them red, such and such red. So that's that. You see, we're not Jewish like Sean, you know, because you know Sean got J. Sean got J. We're not Jewish like him.
Yeah, the J marker killed it, man.
Yep. So they say I'm from the Caribbean, and because you don't tell people where you're from, so they automatically knew I was from there. Now with Jamaica, my third grade teacher in Jamaica at Calvary Prep was one of the last of the Arawak / Tainos living in Jamaica. One of the features was a flat forehead. They had flat forehead and all that stuff. So she was like one of the lasting breed. She died suddenly while I was in the fourth grade. So she was very sickly. Whatever disease she caught or passed on through generations, she didn't live that long. She died at like 36 or something like that. So she was one of the last Arawaks left in the country. So when people said that the Tainos and these Maroons talking about how they yeah, they mixed with some of the natives that was there. I'm not gonna lie, but most of them was West and Central African, talking about Enyami and praying to Enyami. They know not about no Bible, but now they're Christian though. Maroons, they're hypocrite self. Now they're Christians. All right, so let me take off my business off the screen before anybody screenshot that. Where's Sean at? Sean
right
here. Oh,
right here.
Yeah, they can't do nothing with your DNA result. What are they gonna say? Oh, look at his results. Look what it says.
Shit, he's Jewish, man. He's asking the Jew, man.
Yeah, they will say Garfield is Ashkenazi Jew, and he's a Hebrew Israelite.
Yep. Yes, we all are.
So he's the original Hebrew.
No, you are. You got the J.
This dude said Maroons are mostly American Indians. Maroons are people of African descent. Stop with the whole trying to go
In
crazy
Brazil,
left and right.
they had over 5,000 Maroon communities, and when they track what they used to worship, they're talking about the Yerusha mixed with Catholic religion. Them people ain't no damn Maroons. They ain't no Indians or whatever. Get out of here, man. Get out of here with that. So
Jody got his own.
The Abos can't produce any scholarship. Christians can't find themselves in West Africa more.
No,
Christians, man.
They can't. They can't find themselves in West Africa, and because you know what's funny to me is that the Christians and to some degree they don't denounce their blackness or their Africanness. They don't do that, but religiously they will separate themselves wholeheartedly from any other section of faith-based stuff. But you'll be everything we are up until your belief system. And I find that crazy. So at that point, so now you're saying because your faith, you're now separated from who you are. from everything else. And then the same thing with the Muslims. But these people, the Abos, they ain't got no scholarship, bro. I mean, we literally just saw what's his name, Henry Louis Gates, breaking down Nas's ancestry and showing him the genealogical work. And what happens? Instead of defeating the information with information that could be actual, Aboriginal power goes on here and just starts superimposing his beliefs on us, on all kind of shit, saying that the people, the $5 Indians stole the people's names. These white people stole the people's names so that they could go claim the land and all of this old shit. I'm like, man, why you got to make up a whole what if and all of that, bro? When he's sitting there with the records in front of his face.
It's sad that everybody has to play a role in being pseudo and being wrong. And the Aboriginals, it's all made in America, whether it's Morris and Temple, the Nation of Islam, Black Hebrew Israelites, the Nubians, the Abos, whatever. They're all made in America. The Ethiopians, all made in America. All made in America. Yep.
Well, I'm a student. I want to know, did the Christian, did it came from like the Middle East too, or was that made in America too?
Yeah, of course. Christianity originally started in what's called the so-called Middle East, in Palestine. Nobody's doubting that. The issue here is, what did we get? We got mostly the Roman Catholic version of it, / Protestant, because the Catholics were basically the people who were in charge of the slave trade through the Spanish crown. The Spanish crown actually designated areas for the Portuguese. So they parted the whole Western New World, man, saying, hey, they gave the Portuguese permission to go to West Africa. The Spanish never went there. They gave orders. They gave the English permission and whoever the permission, because the Spanish was in charge of the whole thing. So at the end of the day, the Spanish crown is pushing Roman Catholicism. And that's what you see when the Portuguese confront the Africans. They say, oh, they're calling them black. They curse. So we justified in enslaving these people. But they're spreading Christianity to the heathens. That's what you're doing. That's the only way you can be saved. But that's Roman Catholicism.
Yeah, so it's a European ideology.
Yes.
So it's not even the real story or the real thing.
It's not even about the story of the real thing, because that is the real thing. And people going to be mad when I say it. Without Roman Catholicism, none of these people would be having Christianity today.
But you said it came from the Middle East. That's why I was like trying to...
Say that again?
That it came from the Middle East, and then the Roman took over and they made it.
They adopted it as their national religion. So under Constantine, they nationalized it around 312 AD. They're like, yo, this is a good religion. And then he had a vision in his sleep about, wherever the cross goes, he's in control. And he found it easy. So you don't have to war anymore. You just give people your religion and you control it. So when people from Ethiopia is bragging, they got it through the Roman Catholic Church technically. Yeah, they got it from them. So I don't know.
All I keep hearing when you talk is a European religion. That's all I keep hearing, because you keep saying Roman and da 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 da.
Yeah, that doesn't mean it's their religion. They adopted it. They adopted that religion.
Anything you change is not the same.
Yeah, technically. So that's like a white. What you say? It's like a white person following traditional African religion.
European. Because you know what is white? Use European. That's a European.
Well, I mean, I'm not even worried about it. I'm not even worried.
So as soon as you say Rome, you already know. It's not saying Middle East religion. It's not. It's mixed up. It's mixed up. That's how I see it. I don't know. You could say
the Roman Catholic. Remember the Protestants broke from them. The Protestants. So you had Martin Luther. You had John Calvin, you had others, the English Church, the Anglican Church. They broke away from the Roman Catholic Church. So people want to say they this, they that. If it wasn't for the Roman Catholics, 99.9% of the Christians wouldn't know Christianity. You got to give them their props. We might hate what they teach about Mary's perpetual virginity and all that foolishness. But at the end of the day, the Roman Catholics are the one that preserve the text. That we can't have a text today and all this stuff.
Well, I don't know. I never was a Christian, so I don't know. I was told to stay out that book.
Why? All books should be read.
Yeah, but you be reading foolishness most of the time, and just waste of time. You want to sit there and read a whole bunch of foolishness?
Pick up book and read about Dr. York every day. People pick up book and read Morris Science Temple.
They know that they
Nation of Islam, Elijah Muhammad, Message to the Black Man. People pick up books every day and read.
waste their time, and then now they know it's garbage. And now what? What you gonna do with that information? See, some information, if you don't, what you gonna do with it? It don't make no sense. You
Talking about information, my boy Chuck Morgan about to go in on Asar, man, Friday, man.
Oh, it's going down.
Friday.
Yo, you said Joe Boy Chuck Morgan?
Yeah.
He ain't wrote no article yet.
That's her boy, man. He got
No, I'm asking. Did Chuck
made an
article?
Chuck Morgan is an excellent writer, yo. He's nice like you, bro.
You're not listening to what I'm asking.
Yeah, right. I don't know if he wrote no article yet.
No, because I had a conversation with him, and he keeps
I know.
And I told him, where is your work? Because you keep criticizing. That means you're throwing rocks and hiding your hands. I want to read and review your work because I want to see if you are following the methodology to come to the conclusions that you're coming to. Not you showing me, well, so I don't care about Asar being wrong. I don't care about Asar being right. I don't even care about the subject matter at all. I want your method. So if you can't demonstrate with written work how you're drawing your conclusions, I ain't listening to you lecture nobody. I ain't trying to hear it. I'm being honest. I'm staying straight down the middle because I don't care nothing about what Asar saying about any African languages being tied to anywhere outside of Africa. I don't care. I want the method because you get the method, then you can go and substantiate all of this stuff. And then he keeps on saying, well, this person says this person says that. I ain't with all that.
So Chuck Morgan have to come with a method. Cause if you don't come with that method, then
No, he got to come with written work. He's the only, like when these dudes scrutinize Asar, it is because Asar has published work and he has left himself open for scrutiny, which means all of us can come behind him and stand and try to poke holes. That's what the hell you're supposed to do, right? Poke holes in his work, and then what is substantiated, you accept. What's not substantiated, you throw out. So now you got to be honest. If he's right about one thing and then he's wrong about another one, then you have to consider that. You don't throw them all the way out. So now I just want people's work. I'm tired of arguing with them on Facebook and YouTube. Anybody publishing some work.
Yeah, I'm gonna create an app called Scholars on Call Scholarship. If you need me to come and debunk somebody on Facebook, you need to hit hire me for today. And I'll come beat them up. Yeah. I'm serious. I'm going to develop an app. If you want, it's just like Just Answers. I'm actually going to be on Just Answers soon. I don't know if anybody ever Googled Just Answers before. And you ask a question, and if you answer, you get paid for it or whatever. You answer the question because you're expert in the field. So anybody asking a question about Black Hebrew Israelites on these sites, I'm probably going to be the one answering them, getting paid for it. I know way too much of the Hebrew Israelism to not make money off of it. It's crazy.
But hold on, y'all. Hold on. We got a remedial guest on the panel who goes by the name of Yodi Jones. He's from New York. He is from Harlem, Queens.
Nah, Queens, yo.
From New York,
Queens.
we done. Done.
Yo, P, what up, big homie? What's up, brother?
What up, Yodi? What up?
Appreciate you, man. Yo, everybody on the panel, what's up, man? Yo, Mr. Garfield, I appreciate you. I respect your scholarship, bro. So it's an honor and privilege to be here talking to you right now.
What's up, my brother? We here.
Yeah, P, you still on this Afrocentrism, right?
You don't even know what Afrocentrism is.
Explain it to
me. Why are you even bringing up Afrocentrism?
Bring that up. What's up? What I said now?
Now repeat that. My fault.
What I said now. Damn, I didn't realize I'm live today. Today's Tuesday, right? I got my shoulder started. But anyway, what's up?
Yeah, I was just want to push back on a couple of things. The panel, everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat.
Bro, why did you bring up Afrocentrism? What's up with that?
I mean, because you classify every melanated person in the Americas as descended from Africa, right?
That ain't got nothing to do with Afrocentrism or Afrocentricity.
I thought it was.
No,
you could correct me on it.
No, it has nothing to do with Afrocentrism or centricity. You're talking. You speak. You got to understand what they are before you can even bring them into the conversation.
Right. I respect that.
Methodology.
Yeah, I could be wrong on that. I mean, you could educate me though, because I always thought Afrocentrism stemmed from Africa.
No.
Tendency of Africa.
No, that would be incorrect.
All right, so you could correct me on that, Pete.
Yeah. So Ben dropped a video out that gives you a good definition in one of the slides that has already been drawn out by proponents of Afrocentricity and Afrocentrism, so that you could understand that. So I highly recommend that you go check out that upload, and that'll give you a little brief, quick synopsis, and then you could deal with that. But it has nothing to do with me telling your black ass that you African. Your DNA, your ancestry tells your black ass that you're African. Now I got 3 Jamaicans on a panel. Jamaicans on a panel.
Yeah.
One of the 3 Jamaicans on the panel thinks that his ass is indigenous to Americas. Thanks to Arawak.
How do we do that? How we get there?
All right, I'm gonna explain it to you, Mr. Garfield.
You born in Jamaica?
Yeah, my family. I was born in Jamaica, raised in New York. I've been in New York since I was 9 years old. I'm 42 now.
So you American?
No, well, yeah, Jamaica is America, right?
I'm American. I'm an American citizen.
Is Jamaica America though? Is Jamaica America?
It's in the Americas. It's in the Americas.
So that means it's American then, right?
Well, I don't mean in that sense, beloved.
So what sense you mean it in?
Hold on. Why do you what? All right. So hold on a second.
Go ahead. I'm gonna give you. Go ahead.
Your family come from Jamaica, am I right? Mother and father?
Yeah.
Your mother and father come from Jamaica, but you are an Aboriginal?
Yes.
How is that? How does that work?
Because American Indians.
I want to do what you're doing because there must be some money in it. There must be some check we get.
No, it's no money. No, I'm not. No, I don't make money.
Is it the reparations movement in reverse?
Hell nah. I'm against that too.
You're against that too. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I don't believe in reparations.
Oh man, you're not Jamaican, bro.
Oh my God.
You're right. You are Abo. Listen, tell me where I gotta sign the check to say you're an Abo. I want to give you that position and because you definitely can't claim Jamaica with your politics.
Can I state my premise?
Go ahead. Explain to me how you're Abo. Explain.
All right.
What up, Uncle?
What's going on, Sean? What's going on, Mika? And what's going on with you, man? I see you.
I'm here, man. I'm actually live on my channel right now, interview with a scholar, but I'm over here. Over here is exciting right now.
Yeah, it really is. You got the fake Christians and the fake elbows. They all fake. No evidence to prove their story.
Made in America, man. Made in America.
Yeah, that's in America. Yeah, that's America. We do that. That's real.
Well, go ahead, bro. Explain yourself, Yadi.
Big. I've been debating with the big homie P for a minute now. You know what I mean? So, but my stance on that is, the American Indians were all over the Americas, not just the United States.
Okay.
Right. That's number one. Number two, my independent research I've gathered over the years.
For my pseudoisms. Well, go ahead.
Okay. All right. What I was
independent.
I'm talking to scholars here, so I'm kind of nervous.
I'm the first to say about independent research like 12, 15 years ago. All of a sudden, everybody's like, "Yo, I'm doing." Anytime you hear somebody say methodology,
I'm not accredited, so I get where you're coming from. Go ahead.
It's fun. But go ahead, bro. I'm with you though. I'm with you.
All right. All right. So the American Indians, right, were all over the Americas, including South, North America, and the Caribbean, right? I believe that we didn't come from Africa. We came from the Polynesian Islands, Samoan Islands, and the Australasians.
We who?
The we is the Afro Americans, Afro Latinos, and the Afro Caribbeans. Those are the we.
Cut your camera on, Yodi. Cut your camera on, Yodi.
No, he ain't want to cut his camera on.
Nah. Yodi, cut the camera on, bro.
Hold on a second, white
Hey,
man.
yeah.
Hold on a second, white man. Turn that camera back off. Turn it
Yeah,
back
look
off.
like one of my homeboys from Baltimore.
Please, turn it back off. Now, my question is,
That's a real 100% African American right there, boy.
have you done your DNA, my brother?
Say that again, bro.
Have you done your DNA?
I don't believe in DNA. I think it's fake.
And by the way, too, man, I hope you're not eating no ackee and saltfish and no Jamaican jerk chicken. With all
Sometimes I eat that.
You are banned from
mostly
eating
on
those
red.
type of foods, brother. You can't be a part of the culture no more. We already met with a committee of fake Jamaicans, and we definitely gotta get rid of you. We gotta get rid of you. You can't. Please don't tell nobody you're from Jamaica. Please, we already got.
I got you, bro. I got you. But my question to you, Mr. Garfield, right? Like I said again, I respect your scholarship. I watch a couple of videos, so I'm familiar with your argument.
Hey, guess what? It's from
So-
independent research.
Yeah, I mean that's what I ain't got. I don't have $100,000 for college, so but the library's there, so you know.
Garfield, what did he say, Garfield? He said he was. You say Polynesian.
Yeah, I think that the Afro Americans, the Afro Latinos.
I did hear about the Polynesians. They may have came. I get that.
Well, the reason I say that because we all know that the narrative for the American Indian ancestry is they came from Asia, right?
No, not necessarily. They could have
Not
came.
all of them. Not all of them.
Not all of them.
No, I'm not. I don't mean all. I'm not saying all, and I agree with some of that concept too. I'm just talking about the general synopsis of the American Indian.
Sprinkle in the southern point. You got to ask Sean and them. They really abreast of it. But in my head, I'm thinking that I like the Polynesian aspect of it in the southern portions. I like that, and
that's my belief.
The Asia, yeah, but I'm saying, but you do know they would have had to come from Africa, though. You agree with that, right?
No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, so I'm gonna let Garfield handle the conversation, but I want to stick to that part. Go ahead, Garfield.
Yeah. So, how did you come to the conclusion you were a part of the people from the Polynesian? How did you get that conclusion? Is it because they have long wavy hair, or they have long wavy hair like you? I'm like, how did you get the connection?
That's part of it, but that's not the only thing. I mean, phenotypically, if you look at these Polynesians, these Negritos, if you're like, for instance, the Negritos in Indonesia, Philippines, they're right above the Hawaiian Islands and stuff like that, right? Not the Hawaiian Islands, I'm sorry. Right around Australasia area, right? Upper Australasia area, right? The Negritos were the Asiatic people. If you see it phenotypically, they're melanated. They're under the Melanesian phenotype.
Okay.
And if you look at if you do the compare and contrast, I mean, the phenotype is undeniable that we do look like these people.
So you look like them. So it's lookership.
That's part of it. I mean, you gotta do observation is the first step of scientific experiment.
No,
right?
not that. No.
So we have to
there's a thing called scientific observation.
Yeah.
You need to understand what a scientific observation is versus a regular observation.
Yeah, you can't
elaborate, P.
There's a process in the scientific observation. That's why I had people looking that up. That's why I told you to go look up what a scientific observation is. So you fully understand that it's a method behind a scientific observation.
I mean, it seems like we got two different ideas of what a scientific observation is. I'm just want to hear your side.
Observation is the fundamental practice of using sensory experiences and tools to gather data about the natural world. And your observation that you're just saying, which is the first stage, you're not gathering data. You're not using any tools. You're assumptive. So your process of observation is going to lead you to a faulty premise because you ain't gathered nothing in that first step. You said observation, But what tools was used in that observation? Zero. So how could you
My
come?
eyes. My
Oh,
tools
no,
is my eyes.
your clues is your eyes.
Oh,
Okay.
that's great.
Yeah. I mean, if you look, like I said, on
So what did
photographs,
you
if you
record?
look
Okay,
at
if that's your eyes, if your eyes is a tool, then outside of your what you saw or what you think you saw, did you record that? Did you use a camera? Did you use a tape recorder? Did you? I mean, how did you document what you observed?
You saw it. You saw it. He looked like a
again,
Polynesian. You saw how
again,
this man
go ahead,
looked,
my
man.
fault.
Look, come on, man.
Put
Don't
your
stop
camera
this man
back.
from being who you want to
Put
be,
your
man.
camera back on, Yodi.
Jody having fun.
See the Polynesian
That's
straight
your
up, man.
right
That
there.
long. We see that long Senegal head.
That's Sean Homeboy. They get up here and argue. I like listening to
That
y'all.
the long singer.
Put your camera on, Yodi.
Which part of Jamaica your family come from? Because we can tell it's a Clarendon. If you do a DNA right now, you go right back.
Nah, take your hood off, Yodi. Come
You
on,
don't
bro.
need, you don't need no DNA for that.
Which part of your family come from? Which part of Jamaica? St.
They
Elizabeth.
they from all over, Spanish Town, St. Elizabeth, and Kingston mainly.
So they're real Jamaicans then. So you ever been back to Jamaica?
Yeah, my family there now. I got peoples there. You know what I'm saying? Most of my family populates the main North America and the Caribbean.
So how the Jamaicans end up being Polynesians? So how did that work out?
Okay, now, like I said, let me start over again, right?
Independent research. Break it down.
Yeah, let me start over again, right? Now, the main history, not saying they said that all American Indians.
Who's the they? Who's the they say?
The scholars, the scholars in history.
Scholars. Give me one. Give me two. Give me three. Come on. Come on. Some scholars. Come on, man.
You got a French scholar named Sarah Rafinix. C.R. Rafinix.
Okay. That's
you have scholars like. I'm gonna give you some scholars right now. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you some scholars right now.
Are you sure they're scholars?
Yeah. P see my P see my notes and stuff like that.
I'm not co-signing none of that shit.
Nah.
You see his notes.
I've seen your work. He loves your work. He's just
all right. So
in private, he approves it in private. Tell us the truth, right? He approves it in private.
All right. So I got scholars like I got a book called History of the West Indies and published in 1899 by Amos Fisk. Anatoly, and I don't know if you heard of this scholar, Anatoly Fomenko. That's one of my favorite scholars right now. Origins of the American Indians by James Kennedy. This was published in 1854. Races of Men, Dr. Knox. We got a lot of people. Walter Scott.
Killing us with the scholars.
Huh?
It's coming off. You're saying it off the top of the head, or you have it written down?
No, I'm right. I got the notes in front of me right now.
You got the notes and the slides. You got slides too.
I don't have no slides. I just got notes in my phone.
Israelites start using slides.
No, I'm not. I'm not like a professional like debate scholar. I just jump on Peak or P on platforms like.
Of course, I love how you threw that word.
They deal with topics that I like. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm on P platform right now.
I love how you throw the word scholar and added your name beside the word scholar. I love that. I like that. I like this guy. He's definitely Jamaican. I
said you. I thought you said I wasn't before.
You definitely Jamaican, but go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Oh man, boy, I tell you.
But my bottom premise is like, the African Americans, Afro Caribbean, Afro Latino descended from the Polynesians, not Africans. And also, let me add this: the Atlantic slave trade equals the Arab slave trade.
Okay,
it's one and the same thing.
Let me piggyback off the question that Garfield asked you. So you said, so where did the Polynesians come from?
I think they were indigenous to the southern parts of the globe.
So they was always there?
Yeah.
For how long? How many years?
I think what I know, my research says we only go back to 1,000 years in history. We don't know what happened before that.
Okay, so that's good. So, but we know what happened before that. You ever considered that there's a whole world of scientists that know what happened before that? Of course,
I believe that something did happen. I just don't believe there's a concise.
Yeah, it actually is.
Okay, you can educate me.
Yeah, look up the word scientific theory. There's a concise scientific theory.
Okay.
But you got to understand what a scientific theory is, yo.
I mean, you can elaborate. You can teach me. I can look it up later. But if you want to like break it down, you know.
Sean, you want to tell them what the scientific theory is? I can't believe Sean had this conversation. He ain't hit you with that.
I've already told him it is an explanation of the facts. In short, a scientific theory is an explanation of the facts.
And I would go as far as to say organizing of the scientific facts. So at that point, you can't just throw that away and say, "Oh, that ain't it." You can't say that. So the Polynesians, of course, they wouldn't be able to go back to 350,000 years. Of course not. Native Americans, they wouldn't be able to go back that far neither. Native indigenous Africans, nobody can go back that far, bro. That's a modern thing we talking about.
I agree with that.
Yeah, it's a modern thing because now we got the tools to be able to do that. So these tools will allow us to do past our eyes. Remember, your eyes are horrible. So in science, your five senses are actually horrible in producing scientific data. I know.
Can I interject right there? Are you speaking of like dating methods, including, and that's what you're speaking of?
No, that's one item. Nope, that's one item, right?
Okay,
you know, where I can show you 100,000-year-old tree roots. We can just use the natural phenomenon, right, to put you back in deep time. So without even using the dating methods, but the dating methods, because things have a shelf life, they have a life, and they have a clock, right? So things start to degrade. Right. And so we can actually count the way things degrade. You know what I'm saying? And you can go backwards because the clock is constant. When something starts to decay, it's radioactive, it decays. And we can actually count that decay. You know what I'm saying? So that's something you might want to hit yourself with. Since you're just you're a researcher, research that. Don't always look for the shit that's going against what you're saying. Go, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's going with the stuff you're saying. Look at both things and see which one going to really help you understand what you're trying to understand. You're trying to understand why Afro-American, or you said Afro-Caribbeans, whatever the hell, come from Polynesia. You should try to put that together, but it's got to be cohesive. You know what I'm saying? Don't be just grabbing a book here, a book there, a book here. That ain't how you do that. That's how we all started out like that. You want to progress past that, bro.
I mean, I agree with some things you say, but I disagree with other things.
Well, learn what scientific theory is. Do that.
I agree when you said that you got to read both sides to get a concise argument.
But how about a scientific theory? They have a scientific theory on where humans come from, and you can't just research that away.
Oh, not all theories are credible.
I said a scientific theory.
A scientific theory, nonetheless, doesn't mean it's credible. Just
So you
because
don't
the word
know
science.
what a scientific theory is, then you get it. You get that? You get what I'm saying?
Repeat what you said.
I said a scientific theory is a well-substantiated organizing of scientific facts with empirical data. Is well tested. So you can't say you don't agree with all of them. You would have to do the scientific experiment that would verify that you're not agreeing with it is based off of the same empirical methods that they use. You can't just grab a book here, book there, go to the library.
Give me an example of what you mean. Like, what's one method?
Evolution. Evolution.
And you're saying evolution is a scientific proven fact or theory. That's what you're saying?
No, don't use the word proven. Science ain't trying to prove nothing.
But you just said substantial. Substantial means proven.
No.
Substantial means proven.
Listen, in our world, we talking about in the scientific world, science speaks a whole different language. You got to learn a language, bro. Even if you're from Jamaica, there's a certain dialogue that you have in Jamaica. Am I correct? When you go back home, you know the dialogue.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
If you go there like me, you ain't gonna get it.
You mean dialect? That's what Unc meant, not dialogue.
Dialect. You can understand what they're saying clearly. Am I correct?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, but I can't. When
but they can understand you though.
That's not the point. See, that's not.
That is the point.
Stay to the point. The point is that it's a different set of circumstances. So when scientists say scientific theory, they don't mean it the way we mean it in everyday conversation, bro. And if you keep taking it like that, you're gonna go around and circle. Now, if you're serious about your research, right, you have to start taking things serious. You can't play. Like you got to say, you know what? Science does have a different language. Let me learn what the words mean in their language. So to a scientist, when he say a scientific theory, It's supported. It's substantiated. Nothing is proven in science because things can always change and move forward or backwards, however you want to put it. So once again, scientists aren't trying to prove anything. Us as African Americans or whatever you think you are, Jamaican, whatever you are, right? You're trying to prove it, but that's not the nature of science. So get that. That's a rule right there. The nature of science is not to prove anything. It's to understand it and to know about it. Because as soon as you think you prove something, more evidence can come that may change it. And that's another whole conversation. So back to the scientific theory. No need of you going forward in the conversation talking about biology or evolutionary biology if you don't respect what scientists mean when they say scientific theory. So you can't overthrow it. And for the record, and I'm gonna close out. Scientific theories are rarely overthrown. They're not really overthrown. They're like incorporated into other information. When a new scientist comes or new information comes, that most times parts of that theory, right, that's being what you would consider to be overthrown, is actually being incorporated. Like I like to use general relativity, Einstein, and Newtonian physics. There are things that Newton's laws of physics still can explain, right? But it doesn't explain everything. But Einstein theory of relativity explains a lot more than Newtonian physics. So Newtonian physics fits comfortably inside of the law of general relativity. You get that? You may not, but the audience should at least get that. So I'm gonna close out with that, bro. Get the language first. Get the language, and there's rules that Sean is trying to teach you. When you watch Garfield programming, it's certain rules that he will never break. You can't. All right, close out. I'm done. So I just wanted to hit you with that, bro. Get a scientific theory down, Pat.
Thank you for the advice. I mean, like I said, some things I agree with you, just other things I disagree. And to add, I don't think you disprove anything I said. You didn't prove anything I said.
I wasn't trying.
Respectfully.
Respectfully, I wasn't trying.
You don't want to get the bump. Yo, so hold on. We got Port City in the building. Shout out to Port City. He been killing the elbows every day on TikTok.
Forever. Big up Port City.
Oh, I thought it was another pseudo. Shout out to you, brother.
No, man. What's up? Peace, everybody. I ain't know my mic was off.
You do have the same smile as Yodi, though. I don't know if that's encouraging or is that a negative.
I don't know yet. I got a question though. You said that African Americans possess Negrito. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah. Part of what I'm saying.
He read that though. He read it in scholarship. He can't go against it now.
Yeah, that's part of my premise. Yeah.
And you're saying that
we don't know what he read
the whole time. I didn't watch any of that.
I'm sorry. Repeat that again.
Are you saying like we've been here the whole time?
So what I'm saying is the migrations. I think America was always a heterogeneous society. I don't know if you understand what I mean by that.
What?
Yeah.
Why when we test the African Americans, we don't?
And I mean America by continent, north and south.
Hold on, when we test African Americans mitochondrially speaking, we don't have any of the American haplogroup types or the Negrito haplogroup types.
Like I said, I don't believe. I think that's fake science.
How is it fake though? I don't understand.
How many continents it is?
The only blood type that I believe in, or I believe that's substantial and concrete, is blood type. When you're trying to find your father, your living relatives, or a crime scene, blood identification. DNA is good with that, but as far as ancestry, it's fake. That's my belief.
How many continents is it, Yodi?
What'd you say, Pete?
How many continents?
Oh, I believe it's 2 continents.
Yo, I like Port City, man. He's asking the right question. No, let it be.
Can I state my premise before the big homie construe my words?
Yeah, I want to get down to
I'm gonna let you report talk.
Yeah, like the founding haplotype groups of the Americas, right, based on archaeological evidence, are A, B, C, D, Q, and X. And you don't find them in any of us. Like if all of us take a DNA test right now, it's not going to have any of those haplogroup types. And when we look at the Negritos, unless there's evidence you can show us. I don't see any of those mitochondrial types here in the Americas either. When they, the oldest remains that we find on the West Coast, right? You got the Enzik 1, Enzik 2 site. You got a couple of sites, I think in Oregon, right? They all yield ABC mitochondrial DNA. So I don't and that's scientific. Like, I don't understand, like, you can believe everything you want to, but the facts remains that those are the founding haplogroups of the Americas, and we don't possess any of that.
Hey, Sean.
I understand. My fault. I'm sorry, bro.
One second. You can respond, bro.
Yeah.
Just on the screen. Sean, put this on the screen real quick.
I got you.
Again, like I said, I respect your ideology. Again, you're using mitochondrial methods or whatever they claim, and you're saying the science. Nah, is this some stuff that they slap in a bottle and put a tag on it and say that's what it is? You don't know if that's science or not.
Do you believe in DNA though? Yes or no?
No, he don't believe in DNA. But let me ask the brother this question.
Nah, Mr. Garfield. Hold on. Let me interject. I said certain parts of DNA is real, certain is not. That's what I said.
It can't be. It had to be all or none.
Correct.
Hold on, I'm gonna get to some real quick.
So we can use the DNA to get you out of jail, but we can't use the DNA to identify genetic lineage.
Nah, because when they say, for example, let me give you an example why I say that. When they say, okay, when you do a black or a typical black person go and do a DNA test, they say, okay, most 70% is African, right? Okay, if that's the case, then you can use that and go find your African relatives over there, which nobody did. I don't think when an African American or black person.
There's been a couple of people that done that.
Hold on. When a black person do their DNA and they say, okay, you 70% African, whatever tribe or country or whatever over there, right? I don't see nobody taking that information and go actually in that designation they told you to go actually find some blood relatives to prove what they just told you is true.
Yodi?
Some people have.
You know what? Let me just say this real quick, right? This is a boy that they found 13,000 years ago. I have 13,000 BC, but it's actually 13,000 years ago. And let me ask my brother this. So this is how DNA works. So this is a boy between 1 and 2 years old. So when they took his DNA, he's directly ancestral to today's native peoples. So that means they would find markers that's in that baby boy inside of people that are natives today. So let's take a look at it at the ranges of it. Because the ranges that they found, the brother said they found A, B, C, whatever, as far as the female and the males. He actually mixed up the haplogroups. But he's basically on point. Now look at this right here. It said the three major haplogroups denoted is C, Q, and R. Accounted for nearly 96% of Native American Y chromosomes. So that means the Y is, of course, the male side. And you know, men have Y and we have empty DNA, and the women only have empty DNA, right? So now you're telling me that the DNA that they found in that boy 13,000 years ago, why is it matching the native lineages that exist today? So let's say, for example, he was C, or if he was Q, I think he's Q242, which is what the majority are. So the people today have that same haplogroup, that same marker. And if you look at the people before, after him, they're carrying the same marker all the way down. They only notice R once, just like with African Americans, 30 to 40% of the males have R. The same thing with Native Americans. Of course, white folks were sleeping with the Native Indians. That's how they got R. That's how it got accounted. See, look, it says, however, most haplogroup R lineages present in Native Americans most likely come from recent admixture with Europeans. So they're definitely C and Q. That's what we have. So you're saying this is all a lie. It's a conspiracy to trick us.
First of all, how do you know it's 13,000 years ago that fossil you're talking about?
Well,
how do you know it's 13,000 years ago? Let's start there.
They did sample on the remains. That's an Anzac site. I just mentioned that before he put that up there. I said Anzac site.
Anzac 1 and 2.
Right. So they took the DNA samples from these areas that are dated to certain dates. They got certain time. And this
my
particular
question is
site
how you know that bone or whatever is 13,000
He
years
just
ago or
told
whatever?
you.
How you know that?
They did scientific analysis on it.
He just told
What
you.
kind of
They do
dating method
carbon
they
dating.
use?
They do a series of scientific dating methods. Right?
You said there's no dating methods?
No, I said they do a series of scientific dating methods.
And I'm
Right?
telling you,
That's what they do.
all
They
of them
don't
shits
just look at a
is
bone
fake.
and pick the shit
Hold
up and be
on,
like, yo,
hold on,
this
Yodi.
bone 24,000 years old.
Yodi, how did
Yeah,
you
what's good, P?
Yodi, how did you come to the conclusion that the bones that are being dated can't be the range in which is provided?
All right. First of all, it depends on the dating method they use. And in my belief that the dating method, most
So
of them,
they use
all
carbon
of them,
dating.
all of
What's your issue with carbon dating?
Let's talk about that. Let's start there. Radiocarbon dating. Let's talk. I have a chapter in the book. It's called Critical Analysis of the Hypothesis on which the radiocarbon method is based. Now, what the big bro was telling me earlier, you know, you gotta look at both sides of an argument. The ones that the argument that's for or against the argument. So I know, for example, most people on this panel and in this chat believe in radiocarbon dating is accurate.
Now, do you understand? Okay, so do you understand that it would be a different dating method for something? Do you know that, right?
I'm just using one example.
Okay, go ahead.
Like I said, I believe most of those dating methods are erroneous. And like Mr. Garfield said, a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy behind that. I'm gonna keep it real. So he's right when he said
what, Yodi, you know how this go. Based on what evidence leads you to the conclusion that a dating method could be erroneous?
I'm gonna read from some information for you about that. Do I have the floor?
I need the name of the book and the author.
Hey, before we do that, can I just take this off the screen? Hold on, before I take it off, I just wanted to show him where I got the 5,000 Maroon communities information from. This is from Brazil African Relations. This is the president of Brazil at the time talking about they're fighting for different communities. At the bottom it says a survey of the Cultural Foundation Palmares mapped out 3,524 Maroon communities in Brazil. Other sources, however, estimate there are about 5,000 communities. So when I said this earlier, you said it was capped. I just wanted to give you a source. So
no, I wasn't talking about that, Mr. Garfield. I wasn't disagreeing with that. That's not what I was disagreeing. It was something else.
Okay, all right, no problem.
But can I interject with that? I'm glad you said that because I'm gonna be brief, right? And let me say this, right? The American Indians fell under the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire is America plus Eurasia. That's the whole Roman Empire. It wasn't just a country. Hold on.
The Roman Empire. What are you talking about?
Can we get back to the genetics, yo?
All right, go ahead. Y'all get y'all questions out, and then y'all give me the floor, and I'm gonna break it down for y'all.
Oh man, time for me to go.
No, you're not gonna do that. No. We don't want you to break it down. We don't want you to
ring my bell, yo. This junk tripping in. There you go.
Right. So basically, Christianity and Islam. Matter of fact, Islam was the first religion that took over the Americas. It wasn't Christianity, despite what you have been told. And I got information on that too. But let's get to the radiocarbon dating.
Whoa.
Okay, I got it, my fault.
Damn. Hold on, man. First of all, we ain't really finished the DNA talk that we had. We was talking about DNA and we were talking about Native Americans. Garfield just pulled up facts pertaining to the Anzac site and those haplogroup types, right? So
yeah,
we can, our group of people known as the African Americans don't even possess those, or the Negritos that you're talking about. Before we get on Romans being over here and Islamic Christianity and all that, like I think we need to kind of.
No, my fault. I didn't mean to skip you, bro. Let me address that what you just said, right? Again, that science you talking about, that how you got to that conclusion, I don't believe in. You're explaining a fake science that I don't trust.
How is it fake?
So I'm not even gonna go. Now, if you want me to prove
Because
why I feel
you
that
haven't
it's fake,
tested
then I
it,
can
right?
do that.
You haven't tested it. You wasn't at the sites.
No,
right?
I wasn't at the sites, but there are like the brother said, there are people that are for and against something. What confuses people that we are only indoctrinated to learn one side of a story. I'm bringing the other side. Now, y'all giving me mad pushback right now. Hold on, let me finish. Y'all giving me mad, and I understand. So I'm willing to have a discussion. So basically what I'm saying with you, when you bring up mitochondrial DNA and all that, I'm telling you, there's two parts of that that's real and one part that's fake. The ancestry and the haplogroup shit, that's fake.
Hold on for a minute. Hold on.
Me.
No, hey, yeah, it's all fake. I'm with you. It's all fake. So then why you using
I
the
never
word
said it's all fake, but good.
Yeah, why you using Polynesian and all that? Come on, bro. It's all fake. I'm not gonna let you do that now. I don't mind.
Yeah, I said that part is
no,
the
listen
history
to
is
me.
fake.
No,
We
listen
come
to
from
me.
Africa. Yeah.
Now listen to me.
That's
I'm not
fake.
gonna let you pick and choose what's fake. I don't believe no white people then. I won't be with you. I don't believe no white people. So now you got to throw all the stuff you got away because it came from white people.
How? Why you say I got?
Because they the one that started these damn studies. They did it because everybody else was in slavery some damn where. Colonized. It wasn't getting a chance to catch up yet. That's why we need our fucking reparations. They hit a head start on it, bro.
Slavery.
Now we trying. No, listen. So now we're trying to clean it all up. So me and you, we don't believe nothing white people say. So let's throw away all the stuff that white people say. So throw away Polynesian name. Throw away all that. Throw away your books your white people wrote. You got to throw it away, bro, to have a serious conversation at this point. Because you got the ultimate wild piece that you can decide what's right and what's wrong based off of what white people you want to mess with. That ain't right, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, how could we ever have a conversation with you? You can say, no, I don't trust that. Oh, I don't trust that. How? What? Come on, bro. You don't trust white people, bro. You don't trust them.
No, that's not true. Go ahead.
Be real. At least I'm gonna be a genuine with you. I ain't gonna sit up here.
So you're saying I can't disagree with something?
No. You don't have that ability. Me neither. We don't. Because like you said.
Why? Why you say I don't have that ability?
We ain't never been. I'm using your logic. Me and you have never been to the site. So now what do? I think they lied to me and you at the same time. I think the things you think they got, they don't got it. The stuff you think they got, I'm saying they lied to you too. Because
Who's they though?
The same thing you talking. I'm talking about the thing you talking about.
Yeah, right. But who?
So how
like,
you know
everybody lied, not just
how do you know people was in Hawaii, bro?
Black people lied.
Listen. How do you know that you got people in Polynesia whose story only go back 1,000 years? How do you know that?
Right. Okay. I'm going to explain. I'm going to answer your question.
Yeah, answer that.
Okay. First of all, methods that they use.
No. I'm talking about how do you know that the Polynesian story only go back at that? Where'd you get that from?
I'm about to explain to you, man.
No, where you get it from? Come on, bro. Don't deal me with the man.
I got it from reading books, bro.
Where's the source?
No, what books? White people books?
One of the books I just told you.
I don't trust white people.
So you want me to bring up a black person that's saying that? I never find no black people that's
so then we gotta stop right there. We gotta end our conversation then.
No. Let me tell you something. I have not found. Hold on.
So how you getting your information?
What was the question again? How did I get my information? From books, from scholars that I read. That's where I got my information.
Give us what book?
White people, yo. I don't care about the book. It's a white person wrote that. And it's in a book. So we know Africans didn't have buying books and printing press. So it was definitely a white person.
Can I ask you a question? Have you had white scholars on your show?
No, I don't trust them. I'm with you now. Remember,
I've seen them though.
No.
You spoke to white scholarship on your
mind. You've changed my mind.
I asked you a question.
I'm saying I don't trust them no more. I don't trust them no more, yo. You got me. You did your job. I don't trust them.
No, I'm not. Look, I'm not.
No, I'm saying you did your job.
What job are you talking about?
The job for you to say, I don't trust this, I don't trust that. So now I'm with you, bro.
No, you just said fuck white people and what they say. You just said that. I ain't say that.
Yes, you did.
Where did I say that?
Watch you do this. Do you see what you're looking at right now?
Yeah, I see it.
What can you read that caption right there?
The Permian through Jurassic strata of the Colorado Plateau area of South.
Stop. Do you know what the hell a strata is?
Yeah, layers of fucking
Okay,
soil, geology, bro.
So you mean to tell me that they couldn't have found a bone in one of them strata without none of the other shit you was talking about and get a date, yo? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes. Because volcanic eruption. Hold
Yo,
up, wait.
Nope. Not freeze.
You asked me a question, but you don't want
I
me to
didn't
answer.
ask you a
That's kind
question.
of crazy.
I didn't ask you a question. So you just agreed to that. So that bones that they found was in a strata to go back 13,000 years, bro. They found it in that strata.
Yes, they found in the strata. Doesn't mean the time period they associate that strata is real. That's the question.
Nope. You just agreed with the strata, bro. Now you taking it back.
I never disagreed with this. I said the layer, the dating system they use is erroneous. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so I said you're right. Now I'm saying, but they found it in the strata that you do agree with. You do agree with dating strata.
No, I don't agree with that either. Keep it real. No.
So then,
and I'm going to explain why I don't.
No,
give me a chance to.
Nah, I'm not going to give you a chance because
thank you.
We right back into we just don't deal with white people then. Okay, so stop talking about anything you're talking about. Just look at the camera and stare at it, because every time you open your mouth, you're going against what you claim to believe. You're actually using white people, but you're not only.
You ever heard of petrification?
You're using. I don't even know that word. That word come from white people. I don't even know.
You don't even know that word.
I don't trust that.
So all words come from white people.
No, of course.
White people invented language, right?
Yeah. They invented that.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, they invented the language you talking.
Now you're being condescending and asking.
I'm not.
Go ahead, because I respect you as a scholar, man.
So white people
being kind of like childish right now.
I'm not. You think I'm gaslighting, don't you? I'm Captain Gaslight when it come to you, because you gaslight me. You sitting there picking and choosing what white people you want to deal with.
I never picked and choose. I was trying to answer.
Man, you talking about strata? You know what it is. Now all of a sudden you don't believe it now. Come on, bro. That ain't got nothing to do with carbon. They only go back 15, 20,000 years.
Can I tell you what I said? Can I tell you what I said?
No, yo,
you want to speak for a grown man, or can a grown man?
So now you trust white people now? I just want to know where you sitting at. I want to be like I
trust all scholars, whether they white, black, Chinese, purple, green,
you don't.
yellow,
you
indigo, maroon. I don't give a fuck what color a scholar is.
So what is it then?
If their information is substantial, I will go with it.
Okay,
so you wouldn't be saying DNA is fake then, if that's the case.
Yeah. You playing, yo.
You know what I mean? You said all of that, and now you're gonna say in the same sentence, I don't believe DNA is real and how they.
I don't believe in certain parts of DNA. I told you the ones that I believe is real. And I told you the part that's not. You saying everything is fake. I never said everything is fake.
Yeah, but we don't need to use no DNA in this conversation, yo. How about that part?
The DNA you're referencing, the method is we don't need to use that talking to me. You can talk to other people about that because they believe in that shit. It's like talking to somebody, atheist about religion. It's like talking to an atheist about religion. Nigga ain't gonna try here.
I'm an atheist.
You don't believe in God.
That's not true. I'm an atheist, yo.
You're an atheist? Oh wow. Let's get into that topic.
Yeah, you can talk to me about God all day long, bro.
Because I think, and I'm not talking to you, sir, but I think atheists are idiots. Not you.
I'll take that.
Most atheists are idiots.
And so what are you? So what are you then? Hold on.
I believe in God. I believe there is a God.
So you're a Christian.
I was raised Christian.
So you're a Christian?
No, I don't go to church. I don't practice Christianity ceremonies. But I was raised on Christian values.
Did Jesus Christ die for your sins, bro?
Huh?
Did Jesus Christ die for your sins?
No, hell fucking no.
How about
Jesus
God?
Christ was a political activist.
Okay, so listen. So you're an atheist too.
How am I atheist? I said I
believe in Jesus Christ. You don't believe in God, Jesus?
I don't believe Jesus Christ is God. Even Jesus Christ never said he was God.
Yes, he did.
Jesus Christ gave all praises and dues to the Father in heaven.
He actually did.
It's people after Jesus Christ turned him God.
You ain't never read it. You ain't never read the book, sir.
You should know that as a historian, right?
That's what I'm trying to tell you that he did. It is a piece of name when he say God, yo. It's crazy as shit, but it is.
Jesus Christ never claimed that he was God.
Yeah, you get caught with a left hook on that one.
Didn't Jesus Christ say, "All ye gods"?
Nah,
ain't everybody God? Every human being has the potential to become God.
He didn't say
everybody ain't God, but
now listen to what I'm saying. Everybody not God. First, they got the potential to be God, but everybody not God. Make your mind up. So what I'm saying is, atheists are idiots, but you know you got a super idiot. You know what a super idiot is?
I'm not, listen, I'm not attacking. I said, first of all, I said not you.
And I'm saying
I
not
said
you.
most atheists are
No.
idiots, except for you.
Let me finish.
That's what I said, sir.
No. And I'm saying this, that there's a thing called a super idiot. And let me explain what a super idiot is. They surpass the atheists. What they do is they leave Christianity, but take all the shit with them and try to reframe it. That's a super idiot because you still believe in God. You still believe that.
I said I believe in God. I said I don't believe Jesus Christ is God, though.
Okay,
that's what I said. But I do believe there is a God, bro. That's are you listening to what I'm saying, bro? You really gaslighting me.
No.
Is you really gaslighting me, bro?
I'm not. No.
Is this the gaslight channel?
Yeah, I'm super gaslight. That's what they call me.
You
They call
believe
me
in God, but you don't believe in DNA.
Yeah, I'm gaslighting. Don't forget.
I'm fucking with you. I respect it.
Yeah, I'm super gaslight. So what I'm gonna ask you one more time. So the only God you know is the God in the Bible, bro. And you say you don't believe in the God in the Bible. So wouldn't that make you a non-believer?
I never said.
So you believe in the God in the Bible?
No, I believe the same God that Jesus worshiped.
Right,
I believe
that's
he's
the
the
Bible.
God. Yeah.
So you
I
think
don't believe Jesus Christ is God.
Okay,
No,
so let's get off that. But you believe in the
so
God.
how Muslims are kind of they believe in Christian values, but they don't believe Jesus.
Hold on.
I'm like the same way, but I'm not Muslim. Just put it like that.
So you Jewish.
I'm not Jewish either. I don't speak. I don't practice.
So you believe in the Jewish God, though? See,
why you believe in Jewish God? I'll be more Christian, like the Christian. I believe in a Christian explanation of who God is.
So guess what you don't. So you don't believe in the Polynesian God? You don't think they had gods?
No,
so you claiming the culture?
No, every religion had gods. I believe that.
No.
Everybody had their own God.
No. I know you hear what I'm about to get to, and you're right now.
So I believe in
I'm saying
polytheism. You know what polytheism is?
Nah, I'm not gonna let you play this game.
Everybody had.
No, you just gave us a whole soliloquy of Polynesians, Afro. What's the name of their gods they worship? And they didn't call it gods. Give me a name.
That I'm not privy to.
Right. So
I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm expert in the Polynesian culture.
Guess what you just did? You just said
all I said is,
but not me. Hold on, I'm gonna show you what you're doing.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said atheists, but not me. You think they're ignorant as hell, or something like that, right?
I said atheists are stupid.
Stupid, right? But then you giving us a whole doctrine of Polynesians, right? Listen to what you're saying, right? And then don't know none of their gods. And say, I don't mean that's crazy. So why do you know more about Christian gods?
I mean, I ain't gotta know how to fix a car to drive a car, right?
Yeah, I think you would need to know this. And this conversation,
yeah, so you gotta know how to fix a car to drive a car.
All right, I'm gonna let you lay right there.
Right. So why do I have to know about Polynesian gods to know about their migrations to the Americas? What does that have to do with the other? Tell me. Explain that to me, sir.
I could tell you, because they take their gods with them.
Right. You're saying that's them us. Why didn't we carry those traditions and shit with us over here then, if that's the case?
First of all, we all practice a universal religion. Wait, let me answer that. Can I answer that? I'm gonna give y'all the floor, man. We all practice a universal religion that's broken down into different cultures.
Yodi, stop.
All right, what's up, P?
Stop. I just been sitting here quiet, letting you just run.
I know you too quiet. That's dangerous.
Like John is way too quiet.
Yeah,
you I don't think, Yodi, I think you missed the teaching moment from multiple people about what you're doing, and you don't. And you're doing
nobody disproved what I said. Nobody disproved my premise.
You're doing it unknowingly.
American Indians.
Jody, calm down. You're doing it unknowingly, because when we're having a conversation about science or scientific tools that are used to help us answer things about our natural world, you're saying that they are pseudo and wrong. And then when you cross-reference the evidence and the data, it substantiates the shit that the damn tool that was used earlier answered. So let me give you an example of that. We didn't understand the migrational pattern of the first peoples until a while ago. We had a hypothesis or an idea, but we didn't have extra evidence to support it. We had pieces, but we didn't have a totality of what could help us substantiate the pieces of evidence that was collected earlier on in the dating methods and process. And in that understanding, we originally thought that people just crossed the land bridge and entered into the Americas, and that was it. That wasn't the case. Not only did people cross the land bridge, they also took the Kelp Highway. And
That's not true. That was proven false, by the way. The Bering Strait
I've
Bridge
been
cross, that was false.
Relax,
Yeah.
Yodi. Relax.
Yeah, Yoda got relaxed.
Relax.
Calm down, brother.
So the evidence to substantiate the land bridge and the Kelp Highway was supportive when they start finding the boats that was used and understanding the sea levels at the time, because the glacial period held up the sea, those two sea levels that was incidental in flooding later on. So the floor was 400 feet lower in the Pacific than it is today.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of that, we got the DNA evidence that was left behind by people, because guess what? Everywhere a person walked on the planet Earth, they left behind genetic evidence to tell us where the hell they were. We just didn't have the tools. So as the tools began to develop, that North Native American route and Southern Native American route gave us a clearer view on how the South got populated and how the North was inhabited. Then we start finding extra bones. Those bones end up being mastodon bones and other animal or other game, as they would call it, where these earlier people, the first peoples, was chasing the game into the Americas. When they caught them, they slaughtered them. They kept themselves warm, built fires. All of these things that let off evidence that was buried. Thankfully, there was not only Anzac 1 and Anzac 2 to go along with the story, or Dusty in Montana, whose DNA goes back 55 generations, but they found a young girl that was frozen on a mountaintop, Yodi. Do you know the beauty of finding this little girl? Is that the cold temperature preserved her DNA, and she was over 400 years old. They sequenced her, found her relationship to the same exact people that they found in
400 years old.
And Anzac 2. 400 years, because she was a part of a sacrifice. Her and another child. They were left up there for sacrificial reasons. This is how I know y'all are not.
How they can prove that?
Because they did testing, bro. They dated everything around the sites.
And I just asked you, what was the dating method? Because the dating methods are erroneous.
Relax, Yodi. Relax. If you found someone frozen, Yodi, in some old ass clothes, in a certain position, and then you go into the peoples and find the cultural ties to that, you find sacrifice there, and then they go through and they go use those dating methods. The beauty again of this is that you could use every method known to man. You're going to come up to the same result. The lady was frozen, preserved. The best way for us to draw out that information. So my point is this. Based on every occurrence of any findings we had from the earliest presence up until recent, we know the route that was taken to populate the Americas. We know that it wasn't already inhabited. We don't have two separate cultures cohabitating in the Americas. We don't have a war. We don't have a fight for game and goods. Man is looking to preserve their lifestyle. We don't have any of that. So when the glaciers began to melt and the sea levels began to rise and these new lakes were being formed, early America was being what is the word I'm looking for? Early America, they were coming into early America, and they began to start leaving other evidence in places that was similar to what these people already knew. You can't argue about a dating method or ask us what dating method was being used because you had denounced any dating method. So there's not a dating method out there that you're going to be okay with because you don't have the tools or the comprehension to understand what it is that you're asking for. So asking me for the method is irrelevant to a person that ain't did anything. But pause, because Unc has a point that he's about to make with this image of this lady sitting on the screen.
So you can see it is right here, right? This ain't hard. Each one of those layers, you can see it clear as day, yo, represents a different time period, yo. So this ain't none of the stuff you can act like it ain't there. You can't act like you're not looking at what you're looking at, yo. Right? For you to do that, then I would have to say to your face, actually, you're acting like an idiot. I don't think you to be that. But the fact that you can see them lines right there, and the fact that you see them different layers represent different times in history, bro. It just does, man. You can look
That's questionable.
That's
No,
not.
it's not questionable.
Right? It's not questionable, bro.
It's tested. It's dated.
Now you know what? I realize. You know what? You know what I realize now? You just like to argue. You don't care to learn. You're not really. You're not none of that.
That's not true.
No. You
You're not trying to let you're not hearing my side of the story.
No, you don't. No. Listen, we're not. Listen, we're not actually interested in your side of the story.
You don't have a.
Let me be
exactly
honest.
my point.
Right. So we're not interested in the story. We're interested in you dealing with this shit right here.
A story that's substantial in facts.
No, we're talking about that right there. What's on that daggone screen? Deal with
that. Can I ask a question? Have you ever heard of petrification? Have you heard of petrification?
That's a white man's word. I don't trust.
So you don't know what petrification is? It's a part of geology. That's how rocks form. It talks about how rocks are being formed.
But have
you heard of the Ring of Fire? Have you heard of the Ring of Fire?
These artifacts that they found are not petrified artifacts.
Right, I know.
Artifacts that they found at these sites are not. They date them based on the rocks, layers.
He know that.
I'm trying to show you the layers of rocks.
He know that.
And I'm trying to tell you that the ages that they say those rocks, the layer of rock is irrelevant. You're talking about the age. How long does those rocks take to form? That's the question part.
I know you see it.
That's the question I'm asking.
I know you see that. I know you see that.
Y'all just skipping over that question.
I'm gonna do you like this. So it ain't you. Did you say it wasn't a such thing as the Roman Empire?
My fault. Repeat that question.
Did you say it wasn't a such thing as the Roman Empire?
Wasn't? No, I said America and Eurasia is the Roman Empire. That's what I said.
Okay, let's get off that because that's okay. I don't want to call you no names. So you agree that it is a thing called the Roman Empire, right?
If I agree that there's no such thing as the Roman Empire,
you agree?
No, I don't agree with that.
No, so you do agree that it is a Roman Empire?
Yeah.
Okay, so you do agree that right now there's a place called Rome, the Vatican. Do you agree to that?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you agree that the Roman Empire is older than the Vatican?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want you to know that the Vatican is built over the Roman Empire. So right now, if you was go to the Roman Empire, it'd be 2025, bro. And if you was to get a shovel and start digging down, you could dig all the way down to the Roman Empire. Ain't no stage joke on that. That's very simple, very easy, bro.
Is Washington, D.C. the United States? Some people say yeah. But is it the whole United States?
No,
it's 50 states, right?
I know you know what I'm talking about.
Rome is the capital of
listen
the Roman
what I'm
Empire,
saying.
bro.
Listen to what I'm telling you.
Not the whole Roman Empire.
Listen to what I'm telling you right now. I know you know what I'm saying. You cannot be this crazy. Because if you are, I'm done with the conversation.
Ain't no hope.
The Roman Empire is continental.
Listen to what I'm saying.
The Roman Empire spans continents,
bro. I know you know what I'm saying.
Why you think they call it Latin America?
So you basically saying
you can't it's called Latin America.
So you basically saying you cannot comprehend what I'm saying.
Romans, right?
So you basically saying you can't comprehend what I'm saying because I'm not talking about none of that. Just say, you know what, Unc? I can't comprehend what you're saying. Can you comprehend that the Rome, if you was to catch a plane right now to Rome, right, that is built on top.
They got a Rome, Georgia too.
No.
So I could take a flight to Rome and say I'm in Rome too if I go to Georgia.
No. So you don't want to have a conversation. You just want to be crazy. Like
Go ahead, my fault, bro. I ain't gonna cut you off no more.
No. I'm saying is stop calling out crazy shit. We talking about Rome and Italy. That's what we talking about.
You're forcing me to do that because you're not even giving me time to talk. So I gotta call shit out.
Okay, so we're talking about the city of Rome that exists right now, and you agree to that, and you also agree that the Roman Empire in that area is older than the part that's now you're living.
Yes.
So stay right there. So the fact that you can recognize that the city that's there now is built over top of the Roman Empire clearly shows that you understand strata, because they're built on two separate stratas, bro.
That's not my disagreement.
And you understand that. Hold on, but you understand that.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. You do understand that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we was to find some bones that sit on top of the Rome, on top of a damn table, we would know them bones, you know what I'm saying, exist in 2025. We don't gotta fight that.
No, that's what we disagree.
No, listen to what I'm saying. If my grandfather died in Rome, right, and they bury his bones, right, they would bury him in the time period that is existing today. You can understand that, bro. That ain't nothing super you can't understand. Now, if you can't understand it, then I don't want to further the conversation. So you do understand that people do die. They died today. All around the world.
Questioning positions.
I'm questioning
the time measurements.
No, that's not what we're doing.
I'm questioning,
no, you're not. Because I'm about to get.
I am, bro.
No, you're not. No. You're showing me that you do understand strata, and you do understand that the Roman Empire is older than the city is there right now.
Yes.
You do understand
I understand that,
so
but that's not my
hold on. So if we find bones in the city that's underneath the city, then those bones would represent the time period when Rome was occurring. You understand? That's not hard, bro. Nobody's trying to trick you.
I disagree because basically the whole
disagree, bro. Okay, you know what? You know what I realize now, yo.
So I don't agree with you.
Let me say this.
I'm an automatic fucking clown because I disagree with your argument, bro.
No, let me say this. I'm saying you on some bullshit on purpose, yo. That's what I'm saying.
How though?
You willfully doing this because we sat there and we said
I'm questioning your narrative.
No. I don't have a narrative. It's the truth.
Yes, you are. You just
so why didn't you question me? Why didn't you question me on the fact that the city that's there now, with cars of driving, is over top of the Roman Empire? We both agreed on that, bro. You didn't question that.
No, I'm not questioning that part. I'm questioning the dating method.
So stop.
That's what I'm questioning, bro. You're not attacking that.
No, we're not using the dating method. See, that's what you messing up.
No,
you. No, we're not. I didn't say no damn dating method. You threw that shit in there.
No, you're saying that the position of an object in the strata would determine the date.
What I said was that a person that died in the city.
I disagree with that.
Hold on. You don't disagree with what I'm about to say? You don't. I'm saying that you agree that a person that died in the Roman Empire that's underneath of the city that is now, right, would be older than the person living today. Don't you agree to that?
Yeah, I could agree with that.
Bro. So see, you can agree with that. So now,
yes, but I'm talking.
I'm not talking about nothing else but that. So
but how is that negating the time? How is that questioning the time?
I don't care about none of that. I was talking about Rome and the city is over top of the Rome Empire and the Rome in Italy, right? The city that's there right now. That's all I'm talking about, bro.
How does that determine?
Because I don't want to get there because me and you don't believe none of that.
Why you don't want to get there? That's the whole
because we don't believe it. I don't believe it with you because I don't believe it with you. Remember, I'm Captain Gaslighter. So I don't agree. I'm with you. I don't trust none of that. But I trust what me and you talking about right now. And you know what we talking about?
I trust what I can see.
No. I'm talking. No. Hold on. So now you're a liar.
You're accusing me of being wrong.
No, I didn't say you was wrong. I never said you was wrong.
You can accuse a criminal for doing something. You got to prove that he's a criminal.
You doing it on purpose, bro?
Hold
on, wait.
You're mixing the two. Just because you're accusing me of not knowing,
so then I'm accusing
don't mean
myself
I actually don't know.
Watch this. So then I'm accusing myself of being wrong. I'm not only wrong, I'm talking to a liar. Because you know what you said? You said, I agree that the city that's on top of Rome is younger than the goddamn Roman Empire. The Roman Empire is older than the city on top of it. You said, I agree with that.
But you're talking about shit.
I ain't talking about nothing else. I ain't talking about nothing else. See? You keep talking about something else. You know why you want to start talking about something else? Because you know I got you. That's why you gonna talk about something else.
But you said we already agreed on what you just said, bro. Let's get to the shit that we disagree on.
No.
Why? Why you don't want to get to the shit we disagree on? Why you keep focusing on the shit we already agree on?
I'm with you, remember? I'm Captain Gaslight. I'm with you. Remember? I don't trust nothing with you.
Nah, you're not a gaslighter. You're a scholar. You think I don't know you, bro?
I
watch your videos too, bro.
No, sir.
You are a scholar, homie.
I'm not a scholar, bro.
So you talking to me like I don't know you. Not personally, but I don't know your ideology when it comes to
I'm saying right now,
yo,
you have convinced me not to trust this thing here. So I said, you know what? Let me talk about something that me and him can agree on. And we both agreed that in Italy, where Roman Empire, where one part of the Roman Empire was, definitely has a city over top of it now. We both agree that. And we agree that those two things represent two different time periods. See, we both agree to that. And then my next point was, if we found a body in the Roman Empire, right, then we would say, okay, well, then that's during that time period. And if my grandmother or grandfather died over in Rome right now, we say, well, that's a two different.
How we know what time period?
No,
if we're not accurate,
I know my grandmother, I know she died,
bro.
No. We not talking about none of that. See, you keep bringing it in because you know I got you. No, we're not talking about
of volcanic.
I don't believe none of that. I don't believe such thing as a volcano.
Which is a lie.
Why you using white people terms?
It's a fucking lie. It don't take millions of years for the earth, for the crust of the earth.
I agree. It takes 7 days. It takes 7 days, and it was all starting the Garden of Eden. It started in the Garden of Eden, and God reached down and said, "Woof, woof, woof," and man became a living soul. I'm right there.
Yo, study petrification, bro.
No, I'm with you. You hear me? God reached down and grabbed some dirt, and, woof, 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 and man became a living soul. And out of his brain, he made the universe. I'm with you, bro. What you talking about? Don't talk about no.
When they say out of his brain, meaning that he had the wisdom to create invisible things into visible things. That's what they mean.
Okay, I'm with you. I don't believe none of that science.
But even in the Greeks, they said that the gods made earth out of the Titans' blood and flesh.
I'm with you.
So you know, it kind of relates because
I agree. So what you talking about now?
Yeah, no, I'm just going on. It was off tangent, but I was just going over.
Oh, you on tangent? Okay.
You're talking about mythology.
So this is what you can't do right now. As long as you on this show with me, bro, don't you mention anything about science. We dealing with the Garden of Eden, and God reached down and grabbed that dirt and say, boom. That's where we at.
You know, trees petrify and turn into rocks, right?
Are you talking about
rocks are trees and trees are rocks? That's why trees grow out the ground.
Why are you talking about that? Where did that come from?
It affects geology.
No, why
it affects strata. It affects time measurements of fossils.
No. Why are you talking about fossils right now?
Man, damn,
I know you can't be talking about fossils, not you. I know you, the guy who don't trust nothing about science, is talking about science. You're not allowed to use scientific
organs. Organic species can turn into inorganic things.
Talking about
that's why we bury humans.
Really? I don't believe you. I don't trust you. I don't trust you.
You act like petrification affects all sites.
I ain't listening to him. I can't even believe he's talking about petrification.
He's on the elemental table. It's all in us.
Right. Is he talking about
iron?
He's talking about
magnesium.
Bro.
Everything in the earth is in us. So God made us from the dirt, right?
I know you're not talking about petrification. Don't you say it again.
Hey, hold on, Yodi.
Let's talk about petrification.
I don't talk about no petrification.
Yodi, hold on. Yo, Vyasa's in the building. He been real quiet, yo. What up, bro? You working?
What's good, everybody? Yeah, I've been listening. I'm driving now. So what's going on, Sean? I don't know. I'm still on the panel.
Yeah.
I do have a question for Yodi, though.
Okay.
Just one question. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Assume that you're correct. That we've always been here as Aboriginal Black people. Can you explain Sublimus Deus and how they differentiated the Black people that was already here and the Blacks that was being imported for slavery?
That's my question.
How did they make that distinction between these two groups?
That's a question for me.
Yes.
That goes into what I said earlier, that the Atlantic slave trade is the Arab slave trade. So the Arab slave trade was predominantly, not all, European white slavery. So
So they was
slaves that you're talking
bringing.
about, we
So
think
they
is
was
African,
bringing. So they was bringing white slaves to the West Indies. Is that what you're
basically.
saying?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. The Irish, the
Do
Slavs,
you do you have
the
anything to
Slavics.
prove this?
Yeah, there's evidence to prove this. I got an article by William Sunderland that researched that topic.
Okay, so
I could pull it up. I got big big homie. He could pull it up in the chat if you want me to go there. But go ahead though. My fault.
Hold
so
on.
there was
Are you saying that William Sunderland is going to prove your point?
That Arabs enslaved white
Yes,
folks and brought them to the West Indies. Is that what?
yes. I told you the Arabs took over the Americas before the Christians.
No, so Yodi, William, you said
I have
William.
proof, P. P. I could prove this right now, P.
No, no, because you don't know what proof is. And we brought that out in a debate that we had.
Maps.
So are you listening to what
15th
we're
and the 14th century.
You're saying that William Sunderland. Oh, you said Will. Spell his name.
Hold on, let me get the exact name, P. Hold on. Give me five seconds.
The transatlantic Arab trade.
Right. Like he's missed. Oh my goodness. This is getting bad, bro.
Nah, you want the article, P? I'm gonna give you the name of the article and the author right now. It's PDF.
Man, we live for the article.
It's called The Greatest Emancipator. It's called my fault. It's called The Greatest Emancipator about abolition and empire in Tsarist Russia. Willard Sunderland. It's going to talk about the serfs and the Slavs.
Did we deal with this before?
What story you looking at? What you trying?
The Greatest Emancipator. No. Hold on. What's the rest of it? The Greatest Emancipator.
The Greatest Emancipator, Abolition and Empire in the Tsarist Russia by Willard, Willard, Sunderland, SUN.
Hold on. Abolition and what?
And Empire in Tsarist Russia.
So
Tsarist with a T. Tsarist. Tsarist Russia.
Oh, yeah, you brought this up before, and it had nothing to do.
It had everything to do with it. Uses gaslighting. Gaslighting.
No, because we read this bullshit, bro. We read this bullshit before.
No, you didn't.
No, I'm not.
You was gaslighting.
Not yet.
No,
I'm
you
not.
didn't. It's going to literally show you that it's going to.
No, bro.
Christianity and Islam started in Europe. It didn't start in the Middle East.
It has nothing to do with
It migrated to the Middle East. All these Abrahamic religions started in Europe.
Listen to me.
I also have scholarship on it.
Listen, Yodi. We've dealt with this before. I knew I recognized this bullshit. I am not going backwards. I want you to fully understand what you're being asked by Vyasa. He's asking you a specific question. Do you remember his question?
No, repeat that for me. You said the white. You said how did they differentiate? How did they differentiate?
Sublimis Deuce. Let's start there. Let's walk slow.
All right.
Are you familiar with this?
Oh, repeat that again.
Sublimis Deuce. It was a papal bull
that
declared you could not put native indigenous people of the Americas in bondage, specifically in the West Indies.
Yeah, the Encomedia laws, the laws of the West Indies.
No, that was an economic system.
No, It also has.
They got paid for that, and they worked in that. That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm talking specifically about bondage.
Yeah.
The Sublimis Deuce declared it that Native Americans were human beings.
I know that. Yeah,
The
I agree with that.
Africans Africans are already being imported in here at that time, just not in high quantity.
Yeah.
Now, if we was already here as black people, how did they make discernment and distinctions between this group of black people are from Africa and this group of black people are Aboriginal? Don't touch them. How did they do that?
I mean, they didn't do that. You already answered your question, your own question. You're the only way you getting it confused is when you think all Africans were melanated.
All humans are melanated.
Don't you know that Europeans occupied North Africa too? How you think Arabs came about? Ain't Arabs
Can you
Europeans
find us
from
an Arab
European
slave
descent?
ship that
Are
came over
Europe
here?
are Arabs from European
Or the
descent?
West
Yes or
Indies?
no?
Where's the Arab Islamic slave ships at? Since this was their thing, you know what I mean, like
I mean,
where's the transatlantic Arab Islamic ships at?
well, it wasn't really a slave trade. It was like, you know, when you take a cruise.
Oh, it was a cruise.
Yeah, and you go to you migrate to work. It was migrations for work. People migrated to the Americas for work, and the Arabs controlled.
Yodi. I need a break. I need a break.
I need a break.
No, I want to talk about petrification. Where you at? You petrified you half to death.
I'm bringing it back.
Bring him back on that, man.
Yo, I'm bringing him back. I need 30 seconds. No. I'm trying to preserve the last brain cell I got before I just go off.
Yeah, don't go.
He said the slave trade was not a slave trade. It was just people coming over here to go to work.
It was a cruise, nigga.
So they commuted. A cruise. These niggas commuted thousands of miles across the Atlantic just to pull up to go to work.
They signed up for it. It was a choice, remember?
Yeah, exactly. It's called the Piracy
Yo,
Act of 1717 and the Transportation Act. That was the slave trade. So you're right, P.
It was a cruise, huh?
It wasn't a cruise. It was just a migration for workers from Europe to the Americas. That's what it was. And they tricked you and told you your ancestors was on that boat.
Oh, they tricked me, huh? Oh,
yeah, they tricked they tricked all people that believe in the Africa origin story.
It's a sad day in Black America, family. This is a very sad day in Black America.
So again, let me just state my premise.
Yo.
Okay, nah, you don't want to hear it. All right, my bad.
Oh my God.
I mean,
where you get your information? I'm not.
I gave you the authors. I gave you the books. Some of them. Look, every time I answer, they cut me off. So y'all not gonna get my side.
I'm not cutting you off, brother. I'm here chilling with you.
Nah, not you, not y'all. You know what I mean? P gave me a chance, but you know what I'm saying? P still be gaslighting what I be saying though, which is respectable. You know what I mean?
We haven't found no Islamic.
But just understand what I'm. Don't pay attention to how I say
Where's
shit.
the Islam? Like y'all
saying.
say, where the slave ships at? Where's the Islamic Arab slave ships at?
I don't have slave ships, but I got flags. I got Islamic flags that was posted in the Americas in the 1500s, 1600s. I got that.
Look at
You want me to show you that?
No,
I don't have the slave ships.
No.
But I have the slave. I have the Arab flags, national flags in the Americas. That will prove that the Arabs were here and colonized the Americas before the Christians did.
Oh, the Arabs did this shit first.
Yes. What y'all misnomer called the Moors.
No, come on.
And they were, and the Moors not from Africa, they from Europe.
Okay, yo, what happened?
The Isle of Man is Ireland.
Hold on, what? I want to talk about something I know.
Here in the Americas, my bad.
He don't know. He memorized that shit. Back to the petrification, yo. You
I'm listening. I'm listening, bro.
Why do you keep mentioning petrification and carbon dating, yo? Why you keep doing that?
Because it affects your argument.
Times, yo. I'm gonna give you one more chance, yo. Why do you keep mentioning petrification and carbon dating, bro?
Because it affects your argument. It refutes. It kind of refutes your argument when you talk about.
How does it refute my argument?
Okay, for example,
go ahead. We talking about carbon dating. Go ahead.
Yeah, carbon dating, for
Go
example,
ahead.
right? When you give me an article that says, "Oh, we found a bone that's 13,000 years ago," for
Yeah.
example, that's one example, right?
Yeah.
That's where I question it.
Okay.
I'm not questioning the position of the fossil in the
Fine.
strata. I'm
Keep
not
moving.
questioning none of
Stay
that.
on
I'm
that.
just questioning the dating method.
Right.
Right. So the dating method is erroneous, and there are critics and
Gotcha.
scholars that talks about this.
Okay. Now stop. You
Yeah,
didn't.
you never heard of them.
No. Hold on for a minute. I'm gonna give you one more chance to explain why you keep saying petrification and daggone carbon dating. I'm gonna give you one more shot at it, bro. I don't want to hear about
Because petrification affects.
It's what is it? What does it do? Since you said it, around here, if a person keeps saying something 100 times, you say it over 10 times in a conversation. Now I gotta test you on it now, because you the resident petrification expert.
I read books, bro. I read experts. I'm not an expert. I read what experts say on it.
Hold on. So what does it mean when something get petrified then? Petrification.
Basically, in organic things, fossil turn it to rocks.
No, you mean organic things?
Yeah, like trees and people and animals.
So it gets replaced with inorganic material. Am I saying that?
Yes.
So watch this.
Petrification.
So watch this. So wouldn't a scientist know that carbon dating actually deals with organic material, the radiocarbon dating, and how we just talked about this earlier, yo.
No, radiocarbon dating based on the
organic material, bro.
No,
it's based off of organic material.
Yes, the element. It's based on an element. It's based on the element destruction of carbon 14. That's radiocarbon dating.
But you can.
It's a specific method they use, which is erroneous.
You trying to be funny?
I'm not.
Why you cutting me
I'm
off?
not trying to be funny. I'm honest with you, bro.
You are. So listen to what I'm saying. Petrification actually replaced organic material with inorganic minerals. That's the process. So then why would a scientist try to test something that's inorganic? Because radiocarbon dating, it does what? It measures the rate of decay in organic material. So no scientist would do that. Go back to the drawing board, boy. You came at me too much.
What? No. Carbon. All basis of life is based on carbon.
I'm done. Go ahead. I'm done. Y'all heard me.
Yeah, I heard you loud and clear, definitely.
Okay.
And every archaeological site,
bro, you don't know what radiocarbon dating is, bro.
Let me get this out real quick, brother. Every archaeological site.
Hold on, y'all know what radiocarbon dating is?
Every rate of decay is not a petrified site. So I don't understand
No, let's just stay on radiocarbon dating. It's carbon 14 organic material. It cannot measure inorganic material, bro.
But he throwing this petrification like at every site we're gonna find petrification.
That's fine. You know what? I don't even care. I'm talking about the radio. I'm gonna show the audience, and he don't even know what the hell petrification is. He's just talking. He don't know what radiocarbon dating is, because if he did, he know the carbon 14 is organic material, bro. It's decay of carbon 14. Organic material, not inorganic.
Right.
Petrification replaced the organic material with the inorganic material. You bugging right now, yo. Matter of fact, I can't do it, yo, because now you playing with me. Now I realize you just throwing shit at the wall. You don't know what the hell petrification is. You just talk crazy and reckless, and you remind me of Minister Inky with that shit. Don't know what the scientific theory is. Want to defeat Charles Darwin. I'm tired of it, bro. You need to sit down somewhere and I don't know. Get on your computer and just look at it for a while. Don't punch nothing in. Just look at it for a minute and realize, yo, you tripping. You don't know what petrification is, but you use that word 15 times. Carbon dating measures the rate of decay. Carbon 14 of organic material. So no scientist will go to inorganic material and use carbon 14 dating. You wild for that. With that, man, I appreciate you, man. Masa Warrior Clan up, man. Appreciate everybody. Vasa, yeah, I'm saying, well, you everybody. Port City, Mika, and Science with Sean, man. Get your man together, man. Get him together, man. He don't know what petrification is, man.
Hard saying my name, Mika.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
They find 1 or 2 words and they run with that shit.
Yeah, he learned too and ran with it. Petrification. And like, now let's get to your point, Port City. He act like everything is petrified. Like, get out of here. He don't even know why something would even do it.
Right. Like at every site that we find, that's not a petrified site. Yes, you might find some remains that you might have a site, and they know this though. They're smart enough to know where the organic material is and where the non-organic material is when they find that shit. Like, like damn.
They the ones that made up petrification. They the ones that came up with the idea. The very people he don't trust came up with the idea. It was a scientific study that came up with understanding how the organic material is replaced by inorganic material. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was science that did that. So now he gonna trust that science. That's why I say, why you using that word? That word is in science. Like he said, it's in geography. Okay. So why are you using it? You don't mess with science. You don't trust science. Why?
Yo, respectfully, you just gaslighted my whole argument for the chat.
Yeah, I got you. I told you I'm Captain Gaslighter.
You just made people believe I'm saying something that I didn't say.
Yeah,
what's the whole reason we're bringing up petrification? Though? Like,
what was that? Can I answer your question, bro? Can I answer your question?
Hold up. Let me finish and get my point across. This all started when we started naming sites in America that have dated. Garfield came up here and brought up that Anzac site that was about approximately 13,000 years old. And the first thing you said was petrification. Why did you bring that to the audience?
Okay, good question. The reason why I brought up petrification of radiocarbon dating, not to prove one and the other, but both happens at the same time in life. Things die and break down. Most of the soil that we have comes from organic material.
You're not flim-flammers right now, bro. You're flim-flamming. You do not know what you're talking about. And we all know it. You just got it wrong, bro. Let that go. Don't mention petrification and carbon-14 dating again ever. Right. It makes no sense.
You just gaslighted everything I said.
Petrification is a rare event. You have to.
It's not rare as you think it is. That's my argument. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. Allow me to finish my point, and then y'all could critique.
In most situations, in these sites, when you read the article, because that's what you don't do, they don't mention petrification at these sites. You dig what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I see a trend. Every time I talk, it's cut off.
No, I just want to get my point across like you do.
I'm gonna cut off artists, yo. And by the way, yo, if they find some bones and it's petrified, they can just date the material right beside it. How about that, Sherlock? You ever thought about that?
They use the same methods.
You ever thought about that, Sherlock?
The same methods.
Maybe
bro.
we can't date that car right there, but we can date that one right there.
Can I push back on your argument, bro?
No, you can. I'm saying, yo, so you trying to say that item be the only item in that time period out of all the time? That one item there.
But that's the item. Carbon-14 is the item they use for the measurement.
No, they don't. Yo, are you serious right now?
They don't.
Do you know they can find a petrified bone?
Yeah.
And say, yo, it's petrified. We can't use carbon-14 on that.
But
it ain't no material. It's all inorganic.
I never said that.
So what we're going to do is we're going to move to the left. We're going to look to the right. And we're
most of the soil on the planet comes from organic material.
Do you hear what I'm saying right now?
Slow down, brother, and listen to what
you hear what I'm saying right now, bro? You hear what I'm saying?
Just slow down.
The other comes from volcanic eruption.
Listen what I'm saying. I don't want to hear about
how the soil is made.
I don't want to hear
major ways.
I don't want to hear that.
Petrification.
I don't want to hear about that. I don't want to hear about that. Why I want to hear what you're saying?
Dial it back and slow down and calm down and listen to what Unc is saying.
I'm gonna say this real easy, yo.
Yeah, we walk with us, man.
I'm gonna say this real easy. If they happen to find some bones that have been petrified, and all the organic material has been replaced by inorganic material. The scientist knows this because that's a scientific explanation on why shit get replaced. So they know it.
That's not my disagreement.
Let me finish my point. So the very scientists you don't trust, you trusting them right now. That's why I don't like your conversation. So now you trust that they got the petrified right. They got that right.
You don't have to like my argument.
I know.
Disprove my argument.
I said I don't like the fact
you just attacking my shit.
No. What you do is I did, because guess what you tried to say? You sit up here and you told us that they try to use carbon-14. You know what I'm saying? On petrified bones. That's why the dates is wrong. You made that up.
That's my argument.
Oh, right. And I'm telling you, no scientist would do that. The same scientists that recognize the process of petrification knows exactly what that is. That means
Not all scientists agree.
finish my point.
Not all scientists agree.
Yo, you gonna let me finish my
They
point,
teach
bro?
that before you be able to pick up a fucking bone. You have to know what petrification is,
Right,
and
that's
inorganic and organic
Crazy.
material and
We're
matter.
not. We're both. I disagree, brother. I disagree with you. It's not the definition of petrification.
I don't want to
That's
hear
not the
that.
disagreement.
We don't want to hear that. That is a
You think that's a disagreement, but it's really not. That's why he's saying you gaslight,
check
bro.
this out,
Pay
bro.
attention, bro.
Fight picking shit up, not knowing what petrification is.
Crazy. So like you told the whole audience, that they tried to use carbon-14 on petrified bones. That's why they got the date wrong. And I'm saying,
yes, that's what I'm saying.
Right, and I'm saying you made that up because
I didn't make that up.
Let me finish my point.
Yeah.
Because the scientists can look at the bone and tell whether it's been petrified or not, because it's a scientific understanding of why bones do that, of why organic material transition to inorganic.
Bro, all organic material go through petrification when you die, bro.
Point I'm trying to make
you go through petrification. It's called entropy. It's called entropy, bro.
So really, what you say?
All organic material go through petrification.
So you really feel
that's my point, man.
So you really feel
that can't happen. It can't happen. All organic material can't go through petrification.
Okay, so prove that. Prove all materials can't go through petrification.
You just did it.
I'm not going to
just found remains that's unpetrified.
Yeah, he's wild. You know what, yo? Let me say this though. The point I'm trying to make here is, when
30
archaeologists go to a site, when they go to a site and they see their bones that have been petrified, they look at the other material around the bones and they'll date that. And they don't just use one dating method. They use strata, they use argon 40, they use all kind of stuff, right? And then they figure out the mean. Yep, you know what I'm saying? They figure out what's the number, you know what I'm saying, based off these dates we got. And then they come with the date. So they use more than one date method. But the fact that you came up here and petrified us half to death for 30, 40, 50 minutes or so and didn't know that nobody tries to use carbon 14 on a petrified bone, because carbon-14 dates organic material, not inorganic material. Yo, you wild for that one, yo. You wild. Wild guy. So
how the hell they extract DNA from a petrified bone then?
Crazy.
Come on, bro. Holler at me now. Walk with me now.
That proves it wasn't petrified, don't it?
Exactly.
Because it's not DNA organic material?
Yeah, help me, brother. Now we talking. We in church now.
Yeah, you wild guy there, bro. Yeah, just call me Captain Gaslighter, yo. That's my name. Absolutely.
I'm gonna bring you back, Yodi, but you tripping, bro. You just confused the hell out of petrification and used it the entire time, and then gonna say everything is Yo, you can't do that, bro. That's mental abuse. And you do that shit, your comprehension be so fucked up. You be making these outlandish comments. It goes back to me and you debating, bro. When we were debating on that topic, you was all over the place and you couldn't stay on topic. And then you went, you know what I mean? I just you can't do
give me
that,
5
bro.
seconds to answer the elder brother's question, argument just now, right? 5 seconds. And then I'm gonna get to the young brother he was just trying to answer, and that's what I'm trying to get to him too, right? Let me start with him. Radiocarbon dating is erroneous because carbon-14 decays at different rates and in different atmospheric conditions. That's what I'm saying. I'm not disputing the definition of petrification. That's not my argument. Every time I try to bring that up, y'all cut me off for some reason. I don't know why, right? The other argument for petrification is all organic materials go through a petrification process dependent on atmospheric conditions. Time periods would change depending on location and atmosphere, whether it's hot, cold, whatever. Whether it's on top or in the deep in the, especially in deep in the strata.
You're no longer talking about the same thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute my mic. I promise y'all. Let me just finish, bro.
I gave you 5 seconds. What I'm saying is, if it's going through petrification, it is no longer organic.
Thank you.
Exactly, because it's not going to be organic after 13,000 years. Obviously,
we just gave evidence of an organic site.
which
Right.
means that it didn't go through petrification. So that is not the case in the conversation that we just had. You can't sit here and, bro,
All
you
right.
can't sit here and
Even without radiocarbon dating has nothing to do with petrification.
Jody, listen slowly.
It has nothing to do
You
with
mentioned.
petrification.
Hold on. We hold on. Garfield showed you proof, evidence, genetic evidence of an archaeological site that they yield the organic DNA tissue from that dated back to 13,000 years. And the first thing you said was petrification.
Right.
That's wrong.
Right.
That's wrong.
So you're saying nothing goes through
wrong.
petrification?
We're telling you this site didn't have any remains that was petrified. Period.
Okay, that means that is the bone can't be 13,000 years old. Then.
No, you're
It can't be
insinuating now.
13,000 years old.
Bro.
Hey, hold on, put him back. I just want to say one thing to him, Sean. It's gonna be quick. Hey, Yodi, where you at? Where you at?
Hold on, I'm gonna bring him back.
Hey, Yodi. Hey, Yodi, you still there, brother?
Yeah, there you go, right there.
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm right here.
Hey, brother, do you realize your brain is petrified, yo? I'm done.
Yo, prove my brain petrified.
It is. I'm done with him. I'm not fighting the petrification.
That's a good point right there. You got inorganic brain matter, bro.
You're tripping. No.
You're missing. I hear what y'all saying, but y'all missing
inorganic brain matter, bro.
Yodi, we just simply gave you the definition for what you kept using, petrification, and we understand site locations, and if they go through those things, then it's inorganic at that point if it goes through that process. But the locations that we were talking about, Anzic 1 and Anzic 2, didn't go through petrification because we were able to extract untaintedly material from those site locations, and even from the frozen lady from Peru that I put in the chat. My point is that if the site is petrified, Unc said it earlier, they'll just go right next to it and get the untainted material. That's the beauty of science, is that if you got one area that is fucked up, you don't have to stay in that one area. You identify that area and try to uncover and get as much material from that area that you can to help you put it together, but you go right next door. So at an archaeological dig, that is the reason why they rope, line, tape, and stamp sites in squares, because they're working that entire area. And if one side is petrified, it doesn't mean that the rest of it is. And the deeper they dig, the more they uncover to be able to put the pieces together. So then the archaeologists take that information into anthropologists, and then cultural anthropologists and geneticists, and then they come together with the totality of the body of the scientific study to present to us about the culture at the time, the genetics of the people that populated the place, and what they uncover from the site, which is relevant to the human experience in the worldview. And you just tried to rob and deprive all of that in this conversation and just say, the dating method, petrification, you're running from the facts. You're not accepting them, bro. And that's what I mean by the way that you saying you're reading these scholarly works and doing all of that. If we read the same book together, bro, you have a total different interpretation because you continue to misinterpret the data. So when I ask you, where's the evidence about this archaeological, this geological records that you're reading that gets you to come to this conclusion about certain sites, you can't produce that. Because if we give you the site in Montana, you're not going to give us anything. If we give you a site in Oregon, New Mexico, you're not going to give us anything. If we give you the Oregon site, you're not going to give us anything. If we go to South Carolina, Ohio, Minneapolis, or if we go down into the Central America and we start naming these different sites, you're not going to give us the evidence to refute that. What you're going to give us is an author who says that aliens came down this bitch and built the Grand Canyon and found an Egyptian artifact.
And I disagree with everything you just said,
It's
Pete.
true. I can show you in a debate where you did that bullshit. When you came with that goddamn pseudo ass author who's a fucking was talking about all kind of bullshit in the middle of a debate, bro. You did that.
Can I answer you? Can I answer what you just said?
You can answer whatever you want.
Okay, just 5 seconds, and I'm gonna give y'all the floor, right?
Yeah.
Pertaining to what you just said, right? I'm not everything you just said about the process of radiocarbon dating petrification. I'm not. That's not my dispute. Again, I done said it 1,000 times. Y'all skipping over what my real dispute is.
You ain't got one.
How I ain't got one? I just told you what it was.
Because you making up.
Hold on, 5 seconds, Pete. My dispute is the dating method, or how they, for example, the stuff that Mr. Garfield read earlier, and he said the bone is 13,000. That's my skepticism. I'm disputing the date. That's what I'm doing.
Because
you're saying I can't, but I have scholars that agree with what I'm saying.
You can't create a space in the scientific field for skepticism.
I didn't create it. Scholars did. I'm just passing on the knowledge to y'all.
You just said you had a problem with the site. So what I'm telling you is you can't create a space for skepticism, and you don't even know the fucking central location of the area in which this data was uncovered. So you can't forcibly.
I read from people that did go there.
No. If you agree,
I read from people that did go there. I didn't go there myself, but people that I read from been there.
If you agree that you don't have the information,
what are we talking about?
If you agree that you don't have information about the site, you have to yield, and then you have to adhere to the evidence that is being presented. Which means your question should be, okay, where did they find Anzac 1? And then we answer the question. And then you go look for the evidence for Anzac 1. And then you see, okay, what methods was being used for Anzac 1. You'll be able to get all of that in the geological survey. Once the geological survey is uncovered and you review the geological survey, then you can see what the experts say about the site location. If you don't find fault in the research that has been rendered to us from the geological survey or the anthropological evidence that exists there, then we move on. You got us going in fucking circles for an hour and a half about
yep. That's not true.
Yes, Jody. Okay, in the back you go for 30 seconds. You keep putting us in circles with your bullshit because you don't understand geology, what actually happened at these site locations, and what was uncovered based on the science, not your belief, not your feelings, not your emotions, not your goddamn mother, grandmother, auntie, and uncle. You ain't got the evidence. We told you. We give you the site locations, then we move on. We look at the geological record, then we move on. Either way it goes, bro, you're not asking the right questions to even get to an honest conclusion because you're not trying to. You have a belief. You're fighting for that belief. And I told you about that. Every time you do this bias-ass bullshit, you don't learn. And you have to get out of your own way. Any nigga that come on a panel and say, based on my independent research, is about to lie to us. We know you're about to lie. That's exactly what all of y'all do, is lie. And you're a good dude outside of your line. we got the Grand Warlord Ogun in the building. What's up?
He is a good dude outside.
Yeah, outside of that bullshit.
Yeah, you just got to get on some decent scholarship, bro.
Good morning. It's me, Snake Man.
What's going on, Ogun? To who we owe the pleasure?
Oh man.
Nah, I just came on again because I was gone for a month, and I just wanted to know if the Abo discussion moved to the point where, like, okay, we are this Abo group, and this is our ancestors, and this is a DNA template, and we can prove through genealogy and cultural continuations that they went from this point to this point.
Nah,
did something like this happen? Or
No.
are we still on reusing old white man's book, like the one guy who tried to say that, the Atlanteans were into Caribbeans, and that's where the black people come from.
See, Ogun was here when he did that whole Atlantean bullshit. Ogun, remember who the fuck he is. I can't help myself. He just came up here. He been gone for a little while. He back, and the first thing he say when he get back is about the goddamn Atlanteans. Because he was here when Yodi said the shit. And you don't sit over here and say and act like he wasn't saying that bullshit.
Yes, maybe it was someone else, but because, like I said, the last time I was on, we were talking about books that a white woman from the Caribbean wrote that was not a scholar, and she wrote another book about the lifestyle of a dog. I can remember that. That was funny.
I tell you,
I don't know what's going on right now.
he do that on purpose, y'all.
Crazy.
I ain't
So
do that
the
on
person,
purpose.
the guy that was speaking, is he like a Aboriginal? Where? Because I
Nah,
just
Moon ain't no damn Aboriginal.
so this is the first time.
He ain't even a damn Aboriginal because he don't have the same goddamn argument that the Abos got. He got a whole separate argument and don't even agree with them niggas.
Yeah, I don't agree with him. He don't even agree with himself. That's the wild part of it. He trusts science. He using scientific terms like
his brain was petrified.
I mean petrified.
That's crazy.
He got inorganic brain matter floating right now.
Right. Gotta be, yo.
So what is the disagreement? What is the definition of petrification or a specific object?
No, he tried to use carbon dating, carbon 14 dating, but a scientist would never use carbon 14 dating, right, on inorganic material, which is petrification.
Because petrification replaces the carbon with other minerals. Like you cannot do carbon dating when there's no carbon.
Exactly.
Right. Imagine a person that go to school, and that's one of the things you got to study because you're studying fossils.
That's like a cardinal rule.
You get put out the school. Matter of fact, he probably made the school. If you was to do something, that's crazy. Yes, a cardinal. That don't even make no sense. It's crazy. They look at you like you're crazy.
They'll take you to the site and see if you gonna make that mistake. Let's see if this motherfucker bring back one of them petrified bones.
Can y'all do me a favor? Does somebody pull up critics against the radiocarbon dating method right now? Somebody.
No, man, I don't.
I don't want to do that, right? Right. Okay.
Yeah, we don't want to do that. Yeah, we don't want to do that. You should look at what the consensus is on it, and then you're in trouble because now you. What about the other dating methods? You got a lot.
Right, I ain't the only one.
Yeah, you're like a religious person with that.
Yeah, but you kind of contradicting yourself. Because earlier you was giving me a whole speech on we need to listen to both sides of a story, right? But now you say you don't want to hear the story. People against radiocarbon dating. That's kind of hypocritical, right?
I didn't say that.
You did say that.
Did not
earlier.
I didn't mean that.
You're saying, yo, you need to learn the words and you need to learn both sides of the story, man.
Different conversation, bro. Different conversation.
That's what you were saying earlier, though.
No, you fell out that conversation. Remember, we got off that. We went to the point where you convinced me not to listen to nothing white people say. But
so you're saying there's no critics against radiocarbon dating that don't agree with the radiocarbon dating?
No, I'm saying you
no scholars, educated scholars that disagree with that.
I'm saying you don't got that now. Now
pull it up. It's general knowledge. You can Google it right now.
That's gonna be some religious nuts.
So your argument is that he is wrong that other people disagree with a specific method from other methods that exist.
And you can't.
Right, and I just want people to take a look at that.
But nobody
want to do that because we're gonna go against their.
It can't go no farther than 14,000 years though, bro. So they got stuff. They dating stuff. A million years, 2 million. Come on, bro.
I disagree with that. History don't go past 1000 AD. They don't have no artifacts that go past that.
Why you still talking?
The books we have all come from the 13th century. Everything comes from the
Why
AD
are you still talking? This is the intelligent conversation.
I mean, he has a point. No artifacts are found, but you can find other things.
Thank you.
Like bones and other things.
Finally, a logical person on the panel.
Artifacts are found, and what, Ogun? What you talking about? Let me hear what you saying.
When he says artifacts, once again, I don't take everything literally. He probably means like
he's
handcraft.
No, he's literal.
He means
everybody
like
on the panel logical. I'm just talking about somebody.
He's literal, yo. He's being literal, yo.
Because there are old artifacts who are older, but they're made out of bone and other things like organic material. But you wouldn't classify them as artifacts because they're made out of bone.
Right. So how can they say bones is 13,000 years old?
Man, do you hear it? Go on, you can take it. Go ahead, take over, yo.
That's fugazi science.
I don't understand what is the exact reason, like what is the object we discussion, what artifacts, what bodies are we talking about?
We talked about a site that was an Anzac site, right? And they yield genetic DNA from that site that was approximately 13,000 years old. And this was an organic site. They got organic material, and they was able to get that date and get that mitochondrial haplogroup, right? And the first thing the brother said was, well, we can't rely on this date because of petrification. And that's when this all hell broke loose, because we're saying we got.
That's one of the reasons, but I agree with you.
Hold on. That doesn't make any sense, because the brother right now agreed with me that except from bones, like when he talked about artifacts, he agreed that bones can be older. And you just
can be older pertaining to what? Petrification?
You got
not
stone ships. Microliths is an artifact.
What I mean, what do you mean bones that can be older? In what context? Like, what do you mean?
He said 1,000 years old, bro. You know how 1,000 years is, yo? You got Nubian knives, artifacts in the grave goods. They artifacts.
Are we talking about 1,000 years older?
Yeah, they artifacts, but I don't agree they 13,000 years old though. That's what I disagree with. That's the only thing I disagree with.
Hold on,
you don't agree with carbon dating. That's what you got a problem with, period.
No, but my brother, you just but you just agreed that bones can be older. And the only thing I heard
it can be older, but it's not 13,000 years old. I'll give it about 1,000 years old. I give it 500 years old.
This is
but I'm not gonna say 13,000 years old.
So this is where we now disagree, because it depends on the environment, but it can be found old organic things where you can find DNA.
I don't disagree with that. But the year
I'm finding DNA right now. This man actually think that Australopithecus ain't real. Ain't a real bone. That's a couple million years old. I'm not.
I disagree with that.
Brain. You got a real brain, bro.
A lot of that fossil is kind of fugazi.
Hold on, you're saying you disagree with it because hold on. Yeah, no. I just try to understand. You disagree with it because you believe nothing can be dated this old, because everything that is more than 1,000 years will be petrified, and then you cannot do any readings.
Accurate readings.
But if we can find now evidence of things like bones, we're using bones right now, not going so deep, that are not petrified but are over 1,000 years old. Do you agree maybe that your understanding of petrification, because I think you have a universal understanding of petrification, there's a factor of the environment plays a heavy role.
I agree with you. I don't disagree with that, but that's not my argument though.
Yes,
that's what I'm trying to say.
My
argument is a little different.
Yeah, what is your argument?
You came in late, so
because for example, when Caucasian people find frozen bodies in the ice, in the mountains, in the ice, there is no petrification because it's frozen. It cannot petrify when it's frozen. Could you believe that these bodies are older than 1,000 years?
No, because it don't take that long for things to get frozen. How long does a winter take? It takes 3 months for the winter to freeze everything, right? It don't take a million years to freeze over.
I'm not saying a million years, as I say, in areas where there is constant cold. You know that there are areas where constant cold, like below freezing temperatures, there are areas.
Right.
Why are we finding artifacts that's millions of years old?
I agree with that. It's constant cold, but that don't mean the body that you found or the fossil you found was there for that length of time. It could be any time. It could have been they just got there and died, or a couple years ago. But what I'm saying, all fossils that they found is no more than 1,000 years old.
That's okay. You have a circular. You have a circular logic. You have a logic, because we agreed that in different environments, different things happened, and then you say, but because petrification, but we just explained different environments, different things. Like do you think there's like a like an upper limit to pet? Do you think like I said, you find nearly intact bodies in the sand, or you find intact bodies like mummified bodies in ice when they are older than 1,000 years?
If that's the case, everything is only 5,000 years old that we find. Is that what you're saying? No matter what it is.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
I'll say less than that. I say what we
That's
find now is
crazy.
1,000 years old.
That doesn't make no sense.
Yeah,
We're
like he was born and raised on North
no
Park
sense.
somewhere.
It don't.
And that is only the body, because something like ancient structures or paintings or something like that that don't use that don't use the form of petrification that you use.
Yeah, I even things that are not, just like I said, the dating method to me is not based on petrification.
Man, how many
That's what I'm
dating
saying.
methods-
I just
how many
brought
dating methods they got?
petrification
How
up,
many dating
but that has nothing to do
Yeah,
with the.
because the problem is that you are mixing things up. Like if you
I'm
use
not mixing.
petrification-
Y'all mixing what I'm saying.
You don't understand.
That's the issue.
No, because if you use petrification, it's specifically about living things, and there are other things that are old, like buildings and things that was crafted by human beings that are just like a stone knife. It's still a stone knife. It's still stone. Like,
Yes,
can you-
but what I'm saying, it doesn't matter if something is petrified or not. It doesn't matter.
No, what I mean is
the
this-
dating method is still wrong.
No, what I
That's
mean
what
is
I'm
this
saying.
example
You're just
of
focusing on
stone.
petrification.
You can't prove
No,
it
no,
is wrong.
no. The problem is when you use
I
the
can.
example. No.
If I got
hold
an
on.
opportunity.
If I use the example of a stone knife cannot petrify. It's stone.
Stone is the end result of petrification.
Yeah, but once again, we're talking about an artifact.
Yes
that
or
was-
no? I'm asking you a question.
No, all stones don't come from petrification. You made that up.
Yeah, that is.
All stones don't come from petrification.
No, hell no.
Prove it.
No.
Prove that.
Man, I ain't even talking to you, man.
Not all stones. I mean, not all stones. No, you're right. I misspoke.
yeah,
Not all stones, but at least a lot of the soil that we have
No,
comes
you
from
made it up.
organic materials.
Whatever, man.
People that died, animals that died, and enriched the soil so you can grow.
What about when it wasn't no
vegetables in
animals? What
the
about when
soil?
it wasn't no life? Life ain't always been
Life
like
turned.
that. So where did dirt come from then?
Okay,
You
didn't the
tripping.
Bible say?
Okay, wow.
Didn't the Bible say
Don't bring
God
the Bible
created
into
man
this.
from
Now you
the
bring the
dust
Bible-
of the
you bring
earth?
Hold on. Why you bring up
Did
the
the
Bible?
Bible?
Don't
I'm
bring
gonna
the
answer your
Bible,
question.
bro.
Did the
I
Bible
bring-
say
The
God
Bible don't
created
have nothing
man
to do
from
with
the
the
dust of the
scientific
soil?
evidence.
That man don't believe in
Yes
the
or
Bible.
no?
Revelation, my brother.
I don't
Why
know.
you
You
bring
don't
the
believe in the
Bible
Bible.
into it?
Can y'all somebody answer that question?
We're
Hold on,
not
why you
having
How to
a
read the Bible? You ain't never read the Bible. You ever read the
We're having
Bible?
a scientific
Yeah, I read the
discussion.
Bible a couple times. My
Like,
favorite book is Proverbs.
Yo,
Hold on, brother.
My
Can
favorite book on the planet is
The Bible
Proverbs in
doesn't
the Bible.
discuss DNA or archaeology or petrification. So let's get back on science.
No,
my
but answer
my
I'm
problem
not
is
answer my
my
question. The
problem
point I'm
is
trying to make.
my problem is are you using the Bible as a end all be all to ancient things, like
No, it's not the
everything
end
that
all
is?
be all. I'm just using the Bible as an example.
No, because the Bible is not even that old compared to human history.
Crazy.
I didn't hear that part. What you
He
said, bro?
believe the Bible. He believe Palestine
Bible.
somewhere, but he
The
don't.
Bible.
He don't trust. It's crazy.
You
it's
can't
the
give us a
Bible.
scientific explanation from your Bible, bro.
Crazy.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can get a scientific
No.
explanation
The
from
problem
Bible.
is, brother, the Bible is not that old compared to human history.
Exactly. The Bible probably only 700 years old, 800 years old.
Yeah, so why using something?
Let me answer my question. I'm going to explain to you, right? When the Bible said, example, in a passage in the Bible, when it said God made man from the soil, what does that mean?
I don't know.
Wait. Can I finish?
Why are we
Can I
talking
finish?
about the Bible, dog?
Man, fuck the Bible and what that motherfucker said. Ain't no goddamn body came from no motherfucking soil. You can't reproduce a human from the goddamn soil today. So why the fuck is you telling me about a goddamn Bible verse talking about some goddamn shit in the soil?
Let me finish, P.
Nah, I ain't letting you finish.
I'm about to
This ain't
explain
no
why.
goddamn Christian 101 channel.
This ain't no Christian
And
mingle.
clearly, I don't understand
It's a
the
Christian
scripture.
mingle chat.
Man, ain't no
Clearly, I don't
Christian or
understand
cryptic or
scripture.
none of that bullshit.
No, because the problem is why you say the Bible is there are other religions where people are made from other stuff like the clouds, the pure energy, trees, other things. Like,
Can I finish my point though? To your point, bro.
We don't believe.
The reason why I said the Bible quote is because it explains
We don't
scientific
trust
method.
you.
All elements. Wait. All elements in
No,
the
wait.
ground is
We
found
don't
in
trust
human
you.
beings.
You've
Listen
proven
to what I'm
yourself
saying.
to
Listen
be
to what I'm saying, right?
untrustworthy.
Carbon, helium,
Proven
oxygen,
yourself.
radium, magnesium, iron.
Yeah, get out of here with that.
Listen to what I'm saying. All these elements
Not
in the
listening to you.
ground is found in human beings and all other organic
We're
material,
not
right?
listening to you.
That's the true meaning of the
Don't trust
phrase God took man and created him from the dust of the
Says
earth.
you.
And that's your scientific
Because
explanation.
organic things are inorganic and inorganic is organic. That's my point. You understand? You understand what I meant by that?
Inorganic is organic. And what?
I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it one more time. I'm gonna give y'all the floor. The reason I use the Bible scripture when it said God made man from the dust of the earth, that scripture really means that all organic life comes from elements in the earth crust.
Why are you
Listen,
talking about a Bible you don't believe
in the earth crust. So the Bible scientifically explain how organic things were
It
created.
didn't say that. It said dust.
It doesn't mean that. Prove it doesn't mean
You
that.
can't use the Bible as a scientific explanation.
I just did though. I just used it.
It
I
doesn't
just
make
used
sense
it.
to us because we're not. The Bible is not scientific, my brother.
I just prove it is.
Yo, he don't even read the Bible. Yo, he don't even read the Bible. He don't believe in the Bible. He not a Christian. He not a Jew. He not none of that. So why
I
you
do believe in the Bible. I read the Bible. I do.
No, you don't. So then you're a Christian or a Jew. What are you? You reading the new? What you doing?
What do you mean? I told you I was raised on Christian values.
Nah, I ain't what I'm at. Okay,
I don't go to
Christian
church
values
though.
ain't in the Bible. How about that? They be Jewish values.
All right.
Jewish book.
Okay.
Christ was Jewish.
Didn't Christianity come from Jew? Wasn't Jesus a Jew?
Absolutely.
So okay. So what's your point?
But you not.
I never said I was.
You're Polynesian.
Yes.
That's
okay,
right.
so don't talk about the Polynesian.
Right. So American Indians didn't practice Christianity.
No, they didn't.
Most black people in the most black people religion is either Christianity or Muslim.
Because they was enslaved. That's why.
No, that's not why. That's not why.
Indigenous Christians.
Right. Hold on.
Not because we was enslaved. We're not that fucking stupid.
We seem to be, don't
No, brother, hold on.
You believe that black people stupid enough to just get conquered like that?
No, hold on.
Man,
that's what your doctrine is. My doctrine is not that.
Please.
I hope you understand that.
Nah, I don't understand nothing you saying. Little Goon talk to you. Talk to him, Ogun.
No, my problem is now I asked two specific questions. So you using the Bible as a foundation of your people, even you claim
I
your
use an
people,
example of the Bible, bro. There's multiple examples.
Do you claim that your people are older than Jews? Why?
I don't know that answer. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't know.
Because when you're using the
I don't know who's
Bible,
older than who.
Because when you're using the Bible as a foundation, then
I use an example from the Bible to explain a point, bro. What's your point?
My point is that other people on this earth who have different religion, who can claim the genealogy way back since the Bible, like say Hindus, like or the Buddhists. Buddha is older than Judaism. Is that wrong?
Yeah, that's kind of wrong. You know who created Buddhism? The Jesuits.
The Jesuits didn't exist at that time.
That's not necessarily true. That's what I'm trying to say. You think Buddhism is older than what it really is. But that's a whole nother topic, though.
Hindu. Hold on. Buddhism, Hinduism is one of.
Remember when I said remember when I said the Muslims took over the Americas before Christianity? People don't believe me. Hold on. And people don't believe me. And I got evidence to prove that.
When the Muslims come over here and take over shit,
they came over here during the Portuguese and the Spanish.
Empire,
when the Spanish and the Portuguese came over here, they brought Islam.
Once again, you using different words. Taking over and being there are two different things.
Well, you all over the place, my man.
Because taking over means they ruled over all two continents. Like the entire continents were ruled by Muslims.
It was a Moorish empire over here.
Yes.
The Moorish Empire, right?
Yes. What you know as the Moorish Empire, yeah.
Right.
Oh, hold on. So
which is really the Byzantine Empire.
What?
Yeah. What?
What?
The Moorish Empire is really the Byzantines.
Come on, bro. You want
the Ottomans
now. But ladies and gentlemen,
those are the
this
Moors.
is pseudo crack rock right now. You
You
smoking, brother.
No, that's proven facts, bro. That's no pseudo.
No, it's not. It's hold on. That's not the
I know a pseudo
problem.
crackhead when I see one, bro.
It's a problem. It's a problem. It's a problem. Is
Okay.
you jumping all over the place. It's like saying, "Yo, my grandfather, then my grandson, then back to my grandfather, then to my future fourth generation grandson." Or
fucking crack
like
rock,
you
my man.
jumping
You gotta let
timelines.
that-
You're jumping
let-
from
let-
the Roman Empire to
Let
the
that
Ottoman
pseudo crack
Empire.
rock go, my brother. Seriously, let that pseudo crack rock go, man. You smoking it too much, man. Y'all. Listen to what you just said. You said the
I mean, bro,
Byzantine Rome-
disprove
Byzantine
what
was
I'm saying,
Islamic.
bro.
You know what I mean?
Disprove what
Listen
I'm
to
saying.
what you're saying, brother.
I'll prove.
And
I'll prove to you.
Then you said the Islamics like kind of came over here and ruled America. Which
Yeah,
we
they
don't know.
did. They
Both
ruled through the
continents.
Spanish
That's pseudo-
Empire and the Portuguese Empire.
But the
that was the
Spanish
Muslim. That's where the
Empire was
Muslim. That's how the Muslims got here.
the Spanish Empire was
Don't smoke that shit.
Christian.
You smoking, y'all.
The Spanish Empire and the Portuguese
Christian.
Empire and the Dutch Empire all brought the Islamic. They were the
Didn't
Arabs.
bring any Moors over here. They actually wrote that they did not want any
Okay,
Moors to come over
I'm
here.
gonna drop a link.
Hold on.
I'm gonna drop a
Hold on. You
link.
do know that they wrote that they didn't want any Moors to come over here in the Americas. You do know that, right?
Exactly. That's why the Christians came. That's why the British came. I told you the Moorish Empire, the Islamic Empire was Portuguese and hold on, let me finish, bro. Damn.
The
Portuguese
British-
and Spanish were the Muslims, and then the Christians were the British.
No, they were
And the
not.
Germans, and the Germans, they brought
stop with
the
pseudo history.
That's that pseudo crack rock, y'all.
This is pseudo history. This is pseudo history. No Muslim.
I'm about to drop a.
Because
Man, you ain't about to
called
drop
them-
shit, bro.
No,
You about to get
because
dropped.
Pseudo crack
because
rock on
you
the floor, and that's what he dropping. Them pseudo crack
because
rocks.
no, brothers, because he's misusing different terms. He thinks Moors automatically means that even
I'm
if
using
you're
Moors
Christian-
as a misnomer, but go ahead.
No, because
I'm
he's
using
saying
basic terms.
yeah, because he's saying that the Spanish were Muslim. It's a Muslim
The
Spanish.
Spanish were Muslims.
Hold on. Let
Portuguese
me talk. Let me talk. The
I'm sorry, yo, I
Spanish,
can't.
the Muslim Spanish don't call themselves Spanish. They call themselves Andalusian.
No, they call
You
themselves they call them Byzantine. That's the
No,
real-
they're the
Andalusia is a
Muslims-
place.
No, the Muslim
Andalusia is a
call them-
fucking city, bro.
No, it's not. The Corton says Andalusian.
Andalusia is a city. You heard what I
Where?
said?
Where
What?
that's at?
Yo, bro, we all got Google, bro. Just Google what
No,
I'm
you
saying.
said what?
I'm
You
saying
say
wrong,
what
bro.
you say,
Acting
and
like
you're
we not
under
in the
delusion.
scientific age where we, you know what I
What
mean?
you say? And you under delusion.
I said the
This is city.
Spanish and the Portuguese were the Islamic people that came here first and set up shop. And
What's
then
the name
after
of
that,
the
the
city?
Christians came.
What's
and
the
the
name
Christians
of the
came. That's what
city?
happened, bro. That's what
What's the name of the city? What's the name of the city?
What city?
You just said it.
What?
You said under delusion. What you
No,
said?
he said Andalusia.
And you're saying you're under delusion.
No. I said bro said Andalusia. That's not delusion. Andalusia.
And
is
I'm
a
saying
city.
you're under delusion.
Oh, my fault.
He's trolling.
my bad.
Yeah, I'm capping troll, yo. I'm trying to tell you, bro.
Rock family.
The
Yeah,
problem is why
Just
the
say no.
Spanish. No.
Listen, they crucified Jesus. They thought Jesus was crazy.
Hey,
Yeah,
just say no.
did he come back to
Just
life
say no.
again, yo? Let me answer that question.
They thought Jesus was crazy, bro.
Did he come back to life though? That's what we
Why-
want to know.
I
From you.
don't understand why would the Spanish and Portuguese, is a Muslim, sign
Right.
a contract with the Pope?
A Christian pope.
Wow.
There is no cultural continuation in the argument. You just thrown out words.
How they?
Because all those
What you
people,
mean by that? What you mean by
cultural continuation means that when one group culturally changes to another group, there are connection things, because all those people you called, in some ways they are connected, but not like you talk about.
So are they
said
connected or not?
You said the Portuguese was
Are they
Islamic
connected
too?
or not? Yes or no?
So Prince Henry was Islamic too, then, huh?
Yeah, but
Say that again, bro.
You said Prince Henry was Islamic too. If the Portuguese was Islamic, that's your logic.
They sound crazy, yo.
This is
Prince
wild.
Henry?
Yes, the Portuguese that came to Africa before all
A
this
lot
shit
of the
popped off.
No, not everybody was Muslim. A large population in the Portuguese was Muslim and Christian and Judaism.
Yeah, you ain't even reading the book.
Just like the Spanish Empire had a lot of Muslims, but it's not
Now you're
all
changing.
Muslims.
Yeah, but you're changing up. You first say
I'm not
it's a
changing
Muslim.
up. I'm saying
Yes,
that.
you are, because you don't understand
I'm
time.
saying the
Time is
Spanish
not.
and the Portuguese brought Islam to the Americas. That's what I
Once
said.
again,
How the fuck am I
no, you
saying
the
Dutch?
No.
And the Dutch too. Yeah, the Dutch.
No, first
the Dutch, the Portuguese, and the Spanish brought Islam to America.
Shit to do with
Because they
Islam,
had
bro.
Islamic people with them.
No, you're moving. You're moving the goalposts.
East
How did I move the goalposts?
did not have anything to do with Islam. Okay, they came over
Spain
here.
did not have nothing to do with Islam.
No, prove that they did. Show us.
Google it right now. Google it right now.
Bro,
you can pull it up. You can prove me wrong right now, bro.
Jody, you be loud and wrong a lot.
Right.
Peter Stuyvesant tell us that some people got something to do with some shit that don't even involve them, and then when we go and pull the shit up, it has no connection. You have to.
Are
you serious?
Look,
everybody
was the governor there. We all know that shit.
Put up a chat. Put up a poll, P. Was the Spanish Empire Muslim?
Man, you sound crazy.
No.
Who in the chat? Who in the chat agree with me?
Crack rock right now, brother.
Put a one in the chat if you agree with me that the Spanish Empire had Muslims in the empire.
Yo, we ain't even got to do that. Hey, yo, Yodi.
Let's see if the chat got more sense.
Yodi, real quick. When the Spanish came into West Africa, they came with Spanish missionaries who were teaching the word of God from a Christian perspective. They were not Muslims. They met Muslims, converted Muslims, when they arrived in West Africa. They didn't come over here with the goddamn Muslim flag. They came over here with Christian flags and banter and missionary works and etc. You've never read a historical account about any of the fucking Spanish in the Americas talking about some goddamn Islam. None. Right. So why the hell did you go and say that bullshit knowing they were flying Christian flags?
Right.
Because he's confusing.
Can I prove that's wrong?
Prince Henry said it himself. It was the Moors and them that taught him that shit. If he was Muslim, he wouldn't have said that shit.
No, guys. The problem is he doesn't know what the timeline is. He thinks time is simultaneous.
That don't matter either. He just pseudo out, yo. He just
yeah, that ain't his brain.
That ain't even it. It ain't a timeline thing.
His brain is petrified. Yeah. We figured it out.
So
inorganic
you're saying that the Spanish Empire didn't have no.
You saying you got inorganic material in your brain?
Stop. Muslim countries that existed in Spain was not called Spanish Empire. It has a Muslim name. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Spain is Latin. It's nothing to do with Islam. Because
Spain had nothing to do with Islam. That's incorrect.
No. It's a name. Spain has nothing to do because also
you proving the name. I'm not proving the name.
Because of the hold on.
Trying to say that's what I'm trying to prove.
Let me talk. Because of the Reconquista, because of the Reconquista, where the Spaniard pushed out the Muslim and mass converted them.
He said you talking in circles.
Isabella and Ferdinand was not Islamic, bro.
Yeah, he tripping.
Who? No, he wasn't. I told you.
And Prince Henry was not Islamic either.
Muslims, okay.
And the first Islamic nigga they ran into was the Dahu, the fucking Moor. That's the nigga you need to be talking about. Them niggas sold us out and put us into slavery.
Yeah, he wild out, yo. Gone.
You got it fucked up right now, brother.
Make for a great show, though.
Yeah.
Hold on, 5 seconds. I'm about to drop.
I'm gonna get this.
5 seconds. Talk you in your 5 seconds.
Yo.
Yeah,
if you confuse the Cordovan country, the country of Cordova, with the Spanish Empire, because they're on the same landmass, you don't understand time.
Tripping.
You really don't understand time. Because when I use your logic, I say that the Mali, Ghana, and Songhai Empire existed at the same time.
You tripping.
It's like saying
ain't none of that existed because it was all
First of all,
petrified.
you're kind of correct because
It was
the
all
timeline is
petrified,
messed
so it
up.
couldn't
The
have been that
timeline
old.
that we understand now is not the real.
It's
timeline.
like me saying that the Roman Empire and Alexander's empire existed at the same
Give me
time.
1 second. I'm about to drop a link in the chat on the back.
Drop that link,
Oh,
yo.
smart.
Drop that fire, yo.
That shit, wow.
Yeah, he's the wildest human I done met.
It's not wide. It's just the human who doesn't understand the
No, this
flow
is
of time.
wild. This is pseudo crack
He
rock.
wild. He wild.
This is wild pseudo crack rock smoker right here.
Yeah, where we from? We call him a wild one.
Straight up, man.
Yo, I just dropped a link in the chat to prove that the Islamic nations conquered the Americas.
Yeah, appreciate
it. It's in the. Can somebody pull it up?
Yeah, we gonna pull it up. Put it in the private chat.
Yeah, it's in the private chat.
I'm gonna put it up. I'm put it up. Here you go. Oh man,
the other colonizations.
Yo, he got a pseudo.
What's
book.
this? A PDF?
Can you read the title again?
Yeah, hold on. We're gonna read it. We're gonna let you rock out.
Colonizations.
Yo, where you get this from? Sean, show the screen.
Man, share this pseudo.
Share the screen.
Crack rock.
5 hours in.
Crack rock right
That's
here.
in with your source. Sean, put this.
There's some more pseudo crack rock right here. Sprinkle it all over the damn screen.
The pseudo is. Yeah.
If I have a short question,
somebody could read the title.
Colonization of America according to maps and neochronology. What?
Can I ask the question? Those books, which ethnicity? Hold on,
man. Let us
no, don't dismiss everything. You must go into the detail of the insanity.
Nah, we African Americans, yo, we dismiss that foolery.
Yeah, but I try to understand the insanity.
You
which ethnicity?
I just gave you evidence. Y'all don't want to pull it up either.
No, hold on, because you tried to roast him. The problem is you tried to roast him.
Man, it's okay. It's all good.
I know, but
brother.
Which
just our brother that's on crack rock right now, pseudo crack rock.
No, but Yugo, I have a question. So the people who wrote this thing, which ethnicity are they from? I'm not even talking about the race because I know they're white. I know they're white.
They're Russian. They're Russian.
They're Russians.
He went to Russia.
Hold on, are you telling me that when I scroll through that book that I will talk about a little bit of Russian colonization in what is that?
No, the Russian is talking about Spanish and Portuguese colonization.
What does the Russian understand about Spanish and Portuguese colonization?
He don't know.
What that got to do with him being Russian?
Pseudo crack rock. Coming to a neighborhood near you.
That's not even a Portuguese and Spanish flag. This is a French flag.
Who's the author of this book, man?
A Russian.
His name is Anatoly Fomenko.
Oh no, we ain't dealing with Anatoly. He is straight.
Hey, listen, man. Listen, he showed this. He just rehashing some shit that we already had on the channel before. That's why I like step away and I come back and then this motherfucker showing the same crazy ass shit. Yo, Yodi, stop this bullshit, bro. You had me downloading pseudo ass books and it ain't got a goddamn thing to do with none
How you
of
know
that
it's pseudo?
All right, let's see.
Just because you say something pseudo don't mean it's pseudo.
No.
It's right here. It's right here.
It's pseudo.
It's right here.
Pseudo crack rock book.
Hold on, let's see.
Pseudo crack rock.
Hold on. It says, based on the information document, self-published, okay, of the Andrew Marfo. Hold on, self-published. It says, hold on. Let's see, what is he talking about? Summarize the book right here. Let me see. On new chronology. Niggas got some new chronology. Hold on. Man.
Hold on. Why is the first video that talks about the books? The new chronology is crazier than you might think.
Yeah. Oh, man. Posits that the traditional version of European and American chronology and history was artificially, man.
Why we listen to a pseudoscience old Soviet?
Prove that he's pseudo.
He's a mathematician. What does a mathematician understand of other cultures?
Well, he didn't. Somebody else wrote the book. He just co-authored it.
Oh man.
An actual map, an actual dude that study maps. If you go through the book, it'll show you, bro. It's right there, man.
Oh,
Y'all
bro,
He is a mathematician.
you're gonna get
No, no, hold
everybody
on, hold on,
high
hold
with
on.
your crack
He's a
rock if you open that
mathematician.
motherfucker.
How does he studies
No,
maths?
I said the author of the book wasn't Anatoly Fomenko. He just co-authored and basically contributed to it. But the author's right there in the book. He'll read. Whoever got the book, they'll read it to you.
Nah, I'm
It
good.
says right there in the book who the authors really are. Go ahead.
Man, is you reading this, yo? This what you doing?
So basically, the whole point of the book is this researcher, he gathered all maps or most
Which
maps of Europe.
researcher?
Hold up. Go ahead. My fault.
What is his name?
And in this book, it proved that the Islamic people came over here and conquered America.
Yeah. Andrew Gula. I think his name is Andrew Gula. I think he's Spanish or French or some shit.
Yeah, you gotta stop, yo.
Andrew Maffol Porto. Who is that guy?
Yeah, you gotta stop, yo. Yeah, you're in the land. You're in the
I
land.
mean, y'all could go through the book. Basically telling you the Ottomans or the Muslims conquered the Americas
The
before
Ottomans ain't never
the
come over
English
here,
did.
bro.
So
Whoa,
basically
whoa,
the
whoa.
Crusades was talking about European colonization.
Okay, Andrew.
The
Hold
Ottomans did not come over
on.
here, bro.
No,
Never.
No. Andrew. Who's his full name? Andrew Maffol Puchatias. Is born in Barcelona. Okay, he's born in Spain, Spaniard, and he studied architecture. That is what he's studying.
Okay.
He's not a map scientist. So a
The Ottomans
mathematician.
did not come over here, bro. Let's get that out the way too.
So a Russian. Hold on. So a Russian mathematician in a Spanish architecture talks about.
There's one more
history.
author too. There's one more author. You're missing one more author.
The Ottomans were in fucking
Enric
Istanbul,
his
bro.
name is Enric Goulot. He studied maps. He studied ancient maps, and that's what this book is with. All three of them co-authored this book.
You better be glad
This
the
book is
Ottomans
about
didn't come
maps.
over here. Because if the Ottomans would have came over here, they would have had you as a eunuch. You understand that, right, my brother?
Say that again, bro.
You better be glad the Ottomans did not come over here. Because if the Ottomans came over there, they would have had you as a eunuch, my brother. You would have been a eunuch. That would have been the highest level that a black man would have had in the Ottoman Empire.
I mean, I'm not disputing that. I just don't see the point of what you're saying or what I got to do with what
You said they came over here. You mentioned you threw a lot of stuff in the pseudo crack pot.
That's what we're saying by cultural continuation. You just
Right.
throw
I mean,
me
I just told you a source, and y'all ain't even go through it. Y'all just
Ottoman
attacked it without even
cultural
opening the book.
continuity over here is what
I
my
don't know what
brother
else
is
y'all
saying.
want to do.
We don't have any Ottoman continuity over here. Where do you see niggas wearing them dumbass hats? Other than
Turbans, people wear
other than
turbans. People wear the Caribs wore
colonization,
turbans.
right? The indigenous people didn't wear them
The
hats.
indigenous people in
You
the
didn't
Caribs
see
wore
any indigenous
turbans.
people.
Everybody wore turbans all over the
Montezuma
world
did
back
not
then.
wear a hat like
Even
that.
including
Nah, bro,
Judaism
you
and
lying,
Christians
bro.
wore
You lying.
turbans.
You lying. What can we
What are
go
you talking
past
about?
in turbans in pre-colonial times, yo?
Right.
Hold on.
They weren't turbans in pre-Columbian times.
Hold on. But that is not Ottoman.
Show us
Only
Montezuma
hold on.
wearing a hat like that, bro.
No, hold on. That is what I mean, culture. Only high-ranking officials and nobility were allowed to wear turbans. If you were a peasant and you would be beheaded.
I'm talking about them damn feathers.
Yes, that is soldier things. That's something he talked about. He talked about turban.
And do we see turban fez? Do you see Moctezuma in the Americas or any indigenous pictorials with them wearing fezzes or goddamn tarbooshes or goddamn scarves around their head like that? You don't.
Yeah, of course, American Indians wear scarves and turbans on their head.
Come
What the
on, bro.
fuck
Now
are you
you
talking
smoking
about?
pseudo crack.
Show us.
You don't. Yeah,
We can show you right now. Hold on.
Show us an indigenous person
We can show
wearing a
you right now.
tarboosh. Show us an
can't
indigenous
show us
person
that.
wearing an Ottoman fez, tarboosh, or one of them damn scarves on their head like that. Totally different cultures. The brother was telling you that they don't have any cultural continuity over here with that bullshit.
Not from the Ottomans.
Right.
Well, not from the Ottomans. Maybe someone else.
You would see
Look,
niggas
I just Google it. I
and
just
you would-
look. I
and
just
then you would see
Google it for
niggas
y'all.
with being eunuchs over there. You better be
Hold
glad
on.
to
It
motherfuckers
says
ain't
yes. I type American Indians with turbans. It says yes. Several American Indian tribes, such as the Cherokee, Seminole, and Potawatomi, historically wore turbans as part of their traditional attire. So you're wrong right there, brother.
Show us.
It just said.
Like, pull it up.
It just said that. You could Google it yourself.
Send us the link. Send us the link.
What says that? What says that though?
Google. Just Google. Yo,
No,
P, just
no,
Google
tell
American
us.
Indians with turbans, and it'll pop up
Tell
right
us.
there.
No, tell us.
I just told you how I just read that.
No, you're not listening.
Yeah.
You're not listening.
Bro, I've just Googled it, bro.
Headdresses, I'm not going to see turbans.
Bro, I just Googled. Listen,
They wore headdresses. They did not wear.
Bro, I just Googled American Indians with turbans in Google, and this is what popped up.
Wearing a goddamn taboosh or a fez. None of these indigenous people.
You're confused about what you're confused about what he's saying. So you don't see that, bro.
Hold on, I googled it. Okay, that ain't no turban, my friend.
Right.
Bro, what does Google say?
Hold on.
What does Google say?
There's a picture. Say hair is sticking out of the
Bro,
Tell me one term. Hold on. Tell me one term.
Hold on. I want to be just clear though, because we're talking about the Ottoman Empire, and I'm talking about them feathers and them damn.
I just Googled.
That's different than a turban. That like when I'm
bro,
talking about
wait.
hats. Hold on, let me finish, brother. Let me finish, and I'll let you speak.
Hold on.
I'm gonna let you
just
speak.
Googled American Indians with turbans.
I'm talking
I just Googled that, and this is what it says. Hold on. This is what it says. It says yes.
I'm talking about
several American Indian tribes,
over there in
Cherokee, Seminole, and
Indians in America, bro.
Got turbans.
Right. I'm talking about them fucking fezzes, what we call tarbooshes.
In
right?
America.
In America.
In America, not in India.
Exactly. You don't see that. So what are you talking, bro? Moctezuma, right? The last Aztec leader did not wear a motherfucking red fez on his head.
Yo, bro, I'm gonna read one more time because you a professional gaslighter. You act like you ain't hear what I just said. I said I Googled American Indians with turbans on Google.
That shit took
and this is what it says, homie. And you gaslight and act like you ain't hear what I just said.
No, it took you straight to India. The Google search take you straight to India.
No, it did not. No one. Look, bro, P, it did not take me to, bro.
Share your screen.
Gaslight, bro.
Share your screen. Hold on.
I can't share the screen, P. I'm telling you.
Hold on.
I got the same Google you got.
Show it,
bro. I ain't got Google, nigga.
No, hold on.
You ain't got Google, bro?
Show your source, man.
That's crazy.
Hold on. No, but the problem is.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna show it right now. Hold on.
Yeah, but let me talk. There is no cultural continuation because if the turbans came out of the Middle East, the turban tradition in the Middle East is very clear. The entire head must be covered. The turbans have a hole in the top where the hair is going through. This ain't turbans. This ain't turbans. These are just white people being lazy. No, brother. These are just white people being lazy and saying, okay, we give you everything that is a headband around the head is a turban. No, it's a headband.
Right, we understand turban, but he said Ottoman Empire had influence over here. The Ottomans had fezzes.
Hold on.
Different.
Listen, y'all see the screen? Y'all see my screen?
Let me finish talking, bro, and you can go ahead. You can run with it. The Ottomans had them fucking fezzes or tarbooshes. We do not see any indigenous person wearing a red fucking tarboosh fez. Period. I don't care what picture you show me. You're not going to show me any indigenous person,
bro,
wearing a red.
Let me hold on. Look,
because you said the Ottomans. Anybody, you know what I'm saying? Right?
Bro,
and the Ottomans,
what this
came out of the Ottoman Empire.
Bro, you say you gonna let me talk when you're done.
I'm going to get my point across.
Once again. Hold on. Once again. A headband is not a turban. Just because Europeans are too lazy to differentiate the two.
We can't see that shit. Hold on.
Bro,
show the picture, nigga. Show the picture,
bro. You close.
Hold on. What? No, I'm gonna show you, P. Hold on.
I don't need.
I said American Indians with turbans, right? That's what I Google, right? Look, hold on. Look.
You got me raising my voice from my
Show
house.
us a picture. I swear to
This is what
God.
it say. Hold on. Look, can you see it? What it say?
Nigga always
It
in the
says,
bathroom.
yes, American
No.
Indian tribes wore
No.
turbans.
This ain't turbans. The
Keep
hair is
reading.
you can
Keep
see
reading
the
it.
That's what
hair.
it says, though, bro.
Keep reading
These are
it.
headbands. These are
You
headbands.
want me
Just
to read
because
it? It says,
nigga,
yes.
it's
Many,
slow.
look, it says, yes, many American Indian tribes historically wore turbans as a form of headwear.
What did you
turbans
ask Google? What did you ask Google?
I just showed you, P. American Indians with turbans.
That's
what I
not what I'm
Googled.
talking about. See,
Hold on.
you being funny. Let me get this. See, this is why I asked you specifically. You said Ottoman Empire. The Ottomans don't. I'm not talking about turbans. I'm talking about the red fez that came out of the Ottoman Empire, right?
Yeah,
Which
that
is
shit
a
don't pull up on
tarbush.
my phone. On
We
my
don't
Google.
have any indigenous persons wearing those tarbushes, red hats. If the Ottomans
Bro,
came
do
over here, like
Muslims
you
wear
just said,
turbans? Do Muslims wear turbans? Yes or no?
That shit don't pull up,
No,
bro.
they don't wear
Muslims don't wear
same.
turbans?
No, they
am I
don't
tripping?
wear headbands. They don't show the
Christianity,
hair.
Sean, am I
Judaism,
tripping, bro? Because I could
Christians
have
didn't
told you
wear
Don't
the Ottomans.
turbans
show
back in the
hair.
days?
Hold on. Nah, you ain't
They
tripping.
Christians
don't
didn't wear
show
turbans back in
hair.
those days?
No, I'm talking about Ottomans, like you said. And the Ottomans are responsible for the fez, which we do not see on indigenous Americans over here, my
So you
brother.
think fezzes are only headdress?
You said the
Fezzes
Ottoman
the only
Empire
No,
came
fucking
over
hat they
here,
got on, bro.
and I'm
They
asking you,
use.
where do we see red
Jody,
fez at?
shut the fuck up, bro. Just for a second. Listen, bro. He specifically asked you for fezzes. You're talking Ottoman Empire, so they wore a particular headdress. He's referring to the same style head. He's not talking about no goddamn wrap on somebody's fucking head. You keep going back to this fucking thing because these people are calling it a turban when it's
Turbans,
just a
Muslim.
goddamn
I'm not
wrap
talking
on top
about
of their
fezzes.
head.
He talking about fezzes.
No,
No, you said
Yodi,
the
shut the
Ottoman
fuck up,
Empire.
bro, and listen real
The
quick.
Ottoman Empire the fezzes weren't the only headdress in the Ottoman
They
Empire,
wore
bro.
fucking
No,
fezzes, my
Yodi,
brother.
Fezzes weren't the only headdress. Yes, they wore fezzes, but that ain't the only headdress
They
they
were
had.
wearing
Look in
fezzes
the pictures. They had
since the
fezzes and turbans in the
1500s, bro.
same picture, bro.
Nah,
They had
bro,
fezzes and
you
turbans
tried,
in the
bro.
same.
You tried, bro. You tried.
I know it hurts, my brother.
Take
I
a
know it
chill
hurts.
pill.
No,
I
my
know it
problem
hurts.
is
Take a goddamn chill pill.
my
Chill
problem is,
pill.
and that's what I mean with cultural continuation, because turban in the Middle East is a specific headdress that covers the entire head, that no hair is shown. Just having a headband around your head doesn't mean you wear a turban. Show me one guy in Islamic history or even Arabian history that showed his hair on wearing a turban. Because Africans wear turban too, but some turbans the hair sticks out of it or goes down, or it's not even a turban. It's just having very tall hair where you wrap a band around it. That's not a turban. That's just European white people saying, "Oh, it's not white. That means it must be the same thing." A headband, a headdress from Africa is not the same as a headdress from India. Just because the Europeans are too lazy to make a differentiation, it's not our problem.
I'm going direct. Hold on. He directly said the Ottomans came over here. So we're looking at the Ottomans' attire, and they wore a fez, a red cap, right? With red cap.
Yes,
that's what we're talking about. And we do
when
not
it's
see that. He can show you a picture and look at shit. Oh, look at that. That's a turban. No. We're not talking about that specifically. You said the Ottomans. And when we look at the Ottomans, they had a specific type of hairdressing. And it was that dumb looking ass, stupid ass fucking red hat that you do not see over here in the early Americas. You can't find any pictorial map, right? They got any of these indigenous people rocking around in fucking dumb, stupid ass motherfucking hats. And that was my whole point. So you can't just say that. And you right, my brother. You do not see cultural continuity over here. Because you would see niggas with them dumb ass fucking hats on those pictorial map scenes and shit that we see. This is ridiculous. Pseudo crack rock, yo. Just say no to pseudo crack rock, family. Please. It's killing the kids.
So the problem is that's what I mean with the names, and that's why I know that's why I hate it, because it's mostly just white people history regurgitated. He confuses being a Moor with Spanish with Muslim. Like it's literally more equals Spanish equals Muslim. Even the Moors came out of Africa and conquered Spain. He confuses being in Anatolia with Roman, Greek, Byzantine. Like these are different people living in the same area to different times. That's why I say he doesn't understand timelines. He doesn't. Because I even mentioned that by his logic, the Ghana Empire, the Mali Empire, and the Songhai Empire exist at the same time. Did you know what he said? He said, yes, kinda. How?
Yeah,
How?
he was all over the place, man. Literally.
Doesn't understand time. He literally thinks you can use the same terminology just because they live in the same area for those people. Moors are not the same as Spaniards. They're not. The origins are different.
They specifically said in their paperwork that they did not want any Moors coming over this motherfucker.
Yes, because of the Reconquista. If you understand anything, the Reconquista and most of medieval Spain were just fucking Germans who basically Latinized. They were Visigoths and other German tribes, like Franks or something, who migrated into Spain through the excuse of the Reconquista and conquered the shit from the Moors. And that's a fact.
Too lazy to read history, man, and
Because
do the actual research.
That's not my problem. He's even right that there were still Muslim groups when the Spaniards went to America, but he said the Muslims conquered both, like South and North America. How did the Muslim conquer it when they got kicked out and suppressed?
And he didn't show any concrete evidence of the shit. Like he was showing these pseudo books. Like it wasn't
The
primary.
entire the funny thing is the entire foundation of Western racism is based on the entire history between the Moors and the Spaniards. The term, for example, mulatto, comes from that because the Moors called the white people in Spain mulatto, and their offspring they had with them. Or basically muladi, that bastardized to mulatto. And the entire light skin, bright skin shit comes from the Reconquista and Germanized Spaniards who basically made the system because, okay, so those Moors are converted to Christianity. That means they are equal to us, but we still don't trust them. So to be a Christian became, you must be white, blue-eyed and blonde. That's what I mean with cultural continuity.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how y'all do it. Don't. It's tough. It's tough.
It's a full-time job, sis.
And he still don't get it.
No, because he starts from our timeline. He starts from, okay, I live right now. Why are things how they are? And then he goes from his timeline backwards. That's why for him it makes no difference which people lived in that area first, because they're all are older than him. That's why he doesn't care. Because if you look from the present to the past, it does not matter. At some point they existed before me. But if you look from the past to the present, it does matter, because everything is a domino effect. You cannot be in prehistoric times and say now the fucking Egyptian empire rose up and conquered the Neanderthal. Like, that doesn't make sense. And one thing I don't like is if you use white people's information, at least inform yourself about their culture. Like no white guy in Spain takes anything what a Russian says seriously, straight up. Because what does a Russian know about his country? It's like I don't know. It's like a Peruvian writing a book about Canadian history.
Yeah, crazy. Hey, but listen, man, I'm gonna get up out of here, man. I ran this show amok. We way too long in the process.
No, but I have a question.
Thanks for having me up, bro.
Did someone in the time come up with, okay, this is a people group and this is our DNA? Did someone bring up this is the original Haplogroup group, the originator of the Aborigines in America? Did anyone bring that up? Like this group of skeletons we found, this is the origin point of our people.
Nah, that evidence don't point to them being the people. They call them Mongoloids. They say them the people who what they be saying? They came in here and stole their identity or some shit.
So to this day, it's still not an origin point of the Aborigines.
Nah,
that has no connection with Africa, because that is the entire point of the argument, that there's no connection to Africa. Like
nope, they were here before the Mongoloids got here, and DNA is fake. That's the argument. There's no evidence that exists or scholarship that exists that could prove their existence before the Paleo-Indian arrived. They don't have anything that shows. They try to claim everything that goes into the descendants of the Paleo-Indians.
Crazy, bro.
And it's just an example of that continuing to happen. You can even look in the chat and look Free Pap. He never joins a panel. He stays in a safe place where he could just continue to just confuse the audience and distract them and never provide any evidence. They don't have a single piece of evidence in any scientific field that would yield a result of them being the people that was here.
Free Pad is like for me, Free Pad is a white guy.
He may be.
No, he acts like a white guy.
Yeah, he do.
A lot of them do.
That motherfucker said, "Yoda, you did your thing by lying and making up stuff, bro." I wouldn't even.
Don't even engage. Don't even engage with the white people. Like that is a big thing. If people like
shit, I sit there and let these niggas talk for 2 hours. The fuck up.
If people like that is like this trollish white people behavior in the comment section, if people like that support you, you lost the plot completely. Like straight up, like those people are only here for the chaos. Straight up, like that. If I was an Abo, I would be ashamed. That is the same reason why I don't let any white people into my people's discussion. Doesn't matter if you married one of us, you're not talking.
He said, even if you marry one.
But yeah, man, I'm gonna get on up out of here. Yeah, I appreciate y'all, man. I know we didn't took Poor City from TikTok, so I'm sure he got to get busy.
Hey, I appreciate it. No, I mean, I need a break from them joints, yo. Thank you for having me, bro. I appreciate it, dog. You more than welcome, man, on my lives too, bro.
Yeah, anytime, bro. Definitely. I ain't joining the TikTok world. I don't think. I did engage with a young lady who was. She kind of called me out, bro. I was commenting about a dude picture posting some people in some Native American gear, and I'm like, these ain't Native Americans. They might be freedmen, but they damn sure ain't related to Native Americans. She called me stupid and ignorant, so I was like, yo, what the fuck you talking about? You know what I'm saying? You ain't related to these motherfuckers either. And then she comes out and say some shit about her grandparents live in Ghana and she's Muslim and all this shit. I said, how the fuck is you? You ain't indigenous to America. You said all the shit to take you out of America. You know what I'm saying? And then she's like, but you ain't telling me who you connected to and yada, yada, yada. So I broke that down. And then I was like, listen, lady, you don't look nothing like these people. So then I dropped like 6 pictures. And then I dropped 6 pictures of Ghanaians that looked exactly like her. I specifically found 6 pictures where they had them same cheekbones, structure, the whole 9 yards, curves, all that.
Do you know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of the African chief in Scotland. There's a story right now. So some Ghanaian guy, just because he's delusional, starts calling himself an African chief and was squatting in a Scottish woods, like some Scottish.
Oh, that Scottish dude on TikTok.
And he has a fake chieftain, and it was, and I saw someone
like
commenting
Irish and shit on TikTok.
No, it was. I'm
thinking about somebody else. They got a lot of cosplaying motherfuckers over there.
Yeah, and some guy answered. Do you know what he said? Hey, fuck those Africans. There's a native, the foundational native Scottish black should talk.
Oh, see, yeah.
That's what I said. Oh God, no! Please don't let this brain rot. Don't forget that
over there because the algorithm will float them fucking videos to a higher level than they do over here, man. It's just crazy. Like you'll see it. Them motherfuckers had like 20,000 likes on some dumbass video with no source.
No, because I thought to myself, how is a guy first generation, both parents from Ghana, playing as a chieftain? No legitimacy, no ancestor, just living in the woods from some white people. When you're talking about foundational native Scottish black people, what are we talking about?
Hey man, just say no to pseudo crack rock. Hey Sean, thank you for having me up here, man. I appreciate you though. I'm a drop, brother.
I don't love, bro. Appreciate you. Take care.
All you guys up here too, man.
Yeah.
Peace. Nice meeting you.
All right, y'all. All right, man. We out, man. We appreciate everybody tapping in. Y'all make sure y'all like the show, share the show, tell a friend. Go back, clip it up, do whatever y'all gotta do. You know what I'm saying? Christians, I ain't letting up. Al Dawadari is not a primary account. I need that work. And the abos, y'all still can't produce no scholarship. I've been quiet. I ain't said nothing about no abos in about a month and a half. Nothing. And y'all still ain't produced no scholarship. I need that. Peace.
Hold on, are you talking about that again?
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another Afro slipping. Caught another Afro. Caught another Afro. Caught another Afro slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Call the abo slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.